Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook. American Comics. Let you fish, you get a Superman template at the beginning. Chapter 41. Dark Phoenix is the opposite of Phoenix. It was the second personality that Phoenix Jean Grey formed when she was young because of her fear of her own power. Dark Phoenix's personality is full of lust and violence. She seemed to be born to destroy everything in this world. Even though Jean was fighting Dark Phoenix for control inside her body, she can still erupt with terrifying power. Dark Phoenix can control any matter at the microscopic level, breaking it down to the most basic particles. The second-generation Sentry cannot resist this terrifying power. Hundreds of Sentry were directly vaporized. If it wasn't for Chin's main personality still resisting inside her body, maybe the first one to be decomposed would be her former comrade in arms. And at this critical moment, the person who can appear here and save Magneto, Wolverine and the half-dead Juggernaut is naturally none other than others. It was Shu Fu. He was addicted to fishing before and didn't care about the surrounding environment at all. Until the water level in the lake dropped rapidly, and Shu Fu realized something was wrong. He's still fishing, who the hell let the water go? The water in the lake dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye, and Shu Fu knew something was wrong even if he was a fool. Besides, he is not a fool. But for him, nothing is as important as fishing. So he first packed up his fishing gear and put them in the storage box, and then slowly walked towards the dam. Just in time for Dark Phoenix to go berserk and nearly kill the remaining X-Men. Seeing this, he directly activated the power of the green light ring to block the power that could disintegrate everything. Dark Phoenix can decompose and manipulate all substances, but cannot decompose the shield formed by will. The Green Lantern ring can easily counter Dark Phoenix's ability. When the situation was a little more stable, he turned his head to look at Magneto, who was a little miserable, and asked, "What the hell happened? Why did you force out Chin's second personality?" The psychic blockade cast by Professor X is very stable. This blockade will not be broken if it is not subjected to severe mental stimulation. Chin has been here for so many years. Even if it is blocked to the limit now, it is not so easy to be destroyed. Charles is dead. Magneto didn't even care about the wound on his abdomen, and said very numbly, "What?" Although the expression on Shu Fu's face did not change, he was taken aback in his heart. How could Professor X die? He didn't deserve to be so sloppy. How did the professor die? Shu Fu exuded a dangerous aura. The point is that Professor X is really good for him. Not to mention the care in life, Professor X even helped him to live here with his identity. When he said a word, Charles immediately made arrangements for him with all his heart and soul. Professor X is dead, he naturally wants to figure out the situation. A trace of anger grew in Shu Fu's heart. However, he still forcibly suppressed his emotions, without any expression on his face. The cold expression on his face made Magneto tremble when he saw it. Sentry has raided the academy. Charles was killed by Sentry in order to cover the students from leaving. A gleam of grief flashed in Magneto's eyes. In this world, Charles is one of his few true bosom friends. And now, his friend died. Very good. Shu Fu nodded and made a note directly. Not only did it kill Charles, it destroyed the academy. Although Shu Fu was a little angry, he did not lose his mind. Seeing that Magneto in front of him was already very weak, he stretched out his right hand. A pale green light shone over Magneto's wound. The piece of sentinel that was still shapeshifting flew directly into his hand. Then the power of the Green Lantern ring began to repair Magneto's injuries. The granulation constantly regenerates, cleaning the wound. In the blink of an eye, Magneto's injury has been repaired and he is back to normal. It's just that Shu Fu couldn't make up for the blood he lost, so Magneto was still a little weak. "Lie down, I will solve the trouble here." Shu Fu said something and turned around. In front of him was an even more embarrassed Wolverine. On his arms, granulation was growing visible to the naked eye, but the growth was quite slow, and he looked like a different person compared to usual. It can be seen that Dark Phoenix's attack is really terrifying, and even the self-healing factor in Wolverine's body is a bit unsustainable. "Why are you so embarrassed every time the teacher sees you?" Shu Fu grinned and said. Wolverine could only smile wryly at this. As soon as Shu Fu stretched out his hand, a green light emerged, and Wolverine's injury began to heal quickly. After curing these two people, Shu Fu saw Juggernaut with only half of his body left beside him, and a flash of a metal spear in his body. Don't worry about Juggernaut, Blink should help. Shu Fu groaned. Help put Juggernaut's body back together and the red powers begin to repair his body. He helped Blink pull out the spear that Magneto rubbed out of his body. That is to say, this guy has a strange ability, he can flash fast enough, otherwise he would have died early. Shaking her head, green light covered the flickering body, and her injuries healed quickly. Look at her, she should wake up soon. I'll deal with that guy. Shu Fu threw Blink to Wolverine and looked at Dark Phoenix in the green shield. At this moment, Dark Phoenix had a somewhat struggling expression on his face, looking very painful. Where it is not covered by his shield, all matter is cracked. The ground has been cut off by 2 or 3 meters out of thin air. It appears that the two personalities are still fighting for control. Chin hasn't completely fallen asleep yet. Shu Fu narrowed his eyes and thought. But looking at the ability that is still being strengthened by the outside world, Chin shouldn't be able to last for a long time. As soon as Shu Fu reached out, he strengthened the green shield to protect Magneto and Wolverine inside. He stepped out of the shield. His movements quickly attracted Chin's attention, or the powerful aura on his body activated Chin's instinct of self-protection. Shu Fu felt a powerful psychokinesis crushing towards him. A trace of psychokinesis was visible to the naked eye on the ground. The ground was pressed as smooth as marble by this horrible psychokinesis. What a terrifying power! Shu Fu couldn't help but say something. Magneto, who was inside the shield, twitched the corners of his mouth when he heard this. Fear, he obviously didn't even shake his body. Such a terrifying psychokinesis directly acts on the body. If it were him, he would have already turned into a swirling blood mist. Shu Fu didn't even move his body. Even flight in midair. This can also be called horror. Who is scary? Even though Magneto is quite deep in the city, he couldn't help but want to swear a few times to ease his emotions. He can also be regarded as a strong among mutants. Now I feel like a joker. Next to it, Wolverine felt a little bit of me. But he has seen a lot, and he has adapted to ability a bit. Seeing Magneto's expression, Wolverine also sneered. You used to be scared at times. Humph. Magneto snorted coldly, not looking at Wolverine. The two people outside the shield didn't feel anything wrong, but the environment outside the shield changed horribly. Click, click. Psychokinesis of Dark Phoenix was originally limited to a certain area. Those who saw Shu Fu were not affected by her attack at all. The powerful psychokinesis of Dark Phoenix directly spread out towards the outside. Within a radius of 100 meters, it seemed that something had fallen from the sky. Everything was crushed by this terrifying pressure, and the trees were directly smashed into pieces. Shu Fu was still floating in midair, as if he didn't feel the extremely powerful psychokinesis. Very powerful. Unfortunately, it doesn't work for me. No matter how powerful psychokinesis is, it cannot act on illusion. Shu Fu grinned. Dark Phoenix's psychokinesis is indeed powerful, the sheer strength is even stronger than his physical strength. Pity. Now that he has a lot of abilities, he is not afraid at all. You have been shooting for so long, it's time to try my strength. Shu Fu said something to Dark Phoenix. With a wave of one hand, the dirt and stones on the ground floated out of thin air and turned into sharp stone cones. With a wave of his hand, these sharp stone cones shot towards Dark Phoenix with powerful kinetic energy, and there were even piercing tearing air sounds in the air. This is the power of Naboo at elementary level. Possessing infinite possibilities of power, driving objects is just a simple application of one of them. Even if it is simple to use, it has amazing power. As expected of a golden item. But the sharp cones made of stone became slower and slower as they approached Dark Phoenix's body. Like a layer of diaphragm, it is constantly blocking the advancement of these stone cones. These stone cones stopped within half a meter of Phoenix. A burning black phoenix emerged from behind her. Then the stone cone in front of her also began to be decomposed and burned. A dazzling torrent of energy emanates from Dark Phoenix, erasing everything around him indiscriminately. Even the most basic particles disappeared directly, as if annihilated at the same time as something. Is this one of the strongest forces in this universe, the Phoenix Force? It really is a powerful force. It's a pity you can't use it at home. Shu Fu said calmly. If it is a complete Phoenix force, he will turn around and run immediately. That is the supreme divine power of the Marvel world, capable of killing the 5 gods in seconds and restarting the power of the universe. Can now, is it nothing but an inner personality that also wants to fully manipulate this power? You have divine power, and so do I. Let's see who is more powerful. Without saying a word, Shu Fu activated the Naboo divine power in his body. His whole body became like a Super Saiyan, exuding a divine platinum light. Terrifying power emanated directly from his body. The Phoenix force in Dark Phoenix's body was directly pushed back by him. At this moment, even Dark Phoenix was taken aback, as if he didn't expect that someone could survive under the impact of this energy. You must know that the fragments of Sentry that survived on the ground were decomposed and burned by the Phoenix power she emitted. Everything in the mortal world should be unable to resist this kind of power. Why was Shu Fu able to resist? After several unfavorable attacks, Dark Phoenix suppressed Chin's personality, successfully occupied the body, and regained her sanity. The blackness in her eyes dissipated quickly, as if she had returned to normal, and the strength in her body began to gradually converge. Shu Fu did not let down his vigilance. Dark Phoenix is the embodiment of lust and violence. In the movie, Scott was deceived by Dark Phoenix, and was eaten up and wiped out, leaving no bones left. Shu Fu didn't want to end up like this. Instead of suppressing the power in his body, he increased the output level of power. With a wave, half of the Arkley Lake Dam, a reinforced concrete structure tens of meters high, flew out of thin air and smashed towards the piano. This is a genuine hydraulic dam foundation, with a huge amount of cement and steel inside, weighing tens of thousands of tons at least. Under Shu Fu's control, this thing has astonishing power. Before reaching it, an astonishing sound of wind has already blown out, smashing towards Dark Phoenix like a squall. Dark Phoenix's complexion changed drastically, Chin's ability was activated immediately. This huge building began to break down into the tiniest particles out of thin air. It's just that when she finished dismantling the huge building wreckage, she found that Shu Fu, who was originally floating in midair, had disappeared. Her complexion changed again. Haven't had time to think about it yet. A fist with a plume of platinum energy had already hit Dark Phoenix on the back. Puff! Dark Phoenix spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and was beaten out like a broken flower. And many more. Shu Fu, what are you doing? I am your teacher. Dark Phoenix fell to the ground, his face was pale, and he spoke weakly. Looking at her pear blossoms with rain, she seems to be a weak woman. Shu Fu hasn't spoken yet. Wolverine, who was in the shield, was anxious first. Constantly flapping the energy shield to get out. Shu Fu pouted. The relationship between these mutants is really messy. Shu Fu didn't say much, but walked towards Dark Phoenix firmly, completely ignoring her weakness. No need to pretend. I know very well that you are not Chin. You're just an inner personality of hers. Shu Fu opened his mouth lightly. What are you saying? Dark Phoenix's eyes showed a hint of resentment, but he was still showing weakness. Wait until Shu Fu walks a certain distance. She stood up suddenly, her eyes suddenly turned black. Go to hell. After finishing speaking, the surrounding space visibly distorted with the naked eye. The scenes Magneto and the others observed in the shield began to be a little distorted. It felt as if the piano had turned into a storm, and the surrounding air was twisting accordingly. But Shu Fu knew that this was not a storm. This is a mental ability so strong that it interferes with the essence. In the face of this kind of power, all creatures with souls will be affected, and even will be directly destroyed to become an idiot. This is indeed a very powerful attack. If one is not careful, no matter how powerful a person is, he will be recruited. There are countless strong people who died under telepathy. Pity. Dark Phoenix guessed a little wrong. Telepathy ability. He will too. And the spiritual power derived from God Naboo is even stronger than the power mastered by Dark Phoenix at this stage. Stop it. Don't engage in pointless resistance. Shu Fu's flat voice sounded. The continuously distorted space around him seemed like a rag that had been smoothed out, slowly calming down and returning to reality. Dark Phoenix felt his body stiffen, as if he couldn't move. She is now like a puppet, being manipulated and unable to move. What have you done? A trace of fear flickered in Dark Phoenix's eyes. Nothing, just put you back in the cage. Shu Fu said. Do not. You can't do that. You are not qualified. Dark Phoenix's face was contorted, and there was fear in his expression. It doesn't matter what you say. Strength is what matters. Shu Fu's eyes exuded a substantive invisible light. The light twisted for a while. As soon as Chin's body twitched, she immediately passed out and fell to the ground. Magneto next to him looked at Shu Fu like he was watching a ghost. This kid sealed Dark Phoenix in a runaway state. What a joke. Professor X, who was known as the Earth's strongest spiritual ability at the beginning, was in order to seal Dark Phoenix in a young state. Almost killed by Chin. After so many years, he didn't even dare to think how strong Dark Phoenix is. Mind ability even breaks through the virtual boundary and begins to interfere with reality. Such a powerful Dark Phoenix was sealed just like that. Magneto sensed that there was something absurd about the world. Shu Fu didn't care about his thoughts. Throwing the violin to Wolverine, he spoke in one direction. After watching for so long, it's time to come out. What? Someone here. Magneto felt a chill down his back, and his hair stood on end. Shu Fu's current ability is very powerful. Not only has the power of telepathy, but also has Heimdall's pupil of the 9 worlds. Everything in this galaxy cannot escape his perception. As early as when he came here, he felt a feeling of being spied on. He used his powerful pupils to look around, but only found a vague shadow. Shu Fu can confirm that this is probably the mastermind behind this incident. Invented the existence of Sentry. Just a little weird. The first force to invent Sentry was a mad scientist from Teslac Industries. And the Sentry project has been repeatedly delayed. It stands to reason that if this kind of plan wants to develop, it will not be possible to research it for decades. Why did the second generation of Sentry be produced at this time? And according to his understanding, the Professor and Magneto should have destroyed the Teslac industry more than 10 years ago. Why didn't it stop Sentry's research process at all? The Black Hand behind this not only developed the second-generation Sentinel, but also possessed the Striker's ability to control people. Also able to use the power of mutant. Who is behind this? Shu Fu looked at a space curiously. If you don't come out, then I will personally ask you to come out. Seeing that they didn't move, Shu Fu spoke again. Crack, crack, crack. Wonderful, really wonderful. I didn't expect Charles to be able to discover a rising star like you. Your performance is really wonderful. I'm very glad that among our mutants, there are more geniuses like you. A hoarse, slightly magnetic voice sounded. A figure about 1 meter tall suddenly appeared from the shadows. There are 3 more mutants behind him. Before Shu Fu could speak, Magneto, who was lying on the ground, responded. His complexion changed drastically, and he shouted. Impossible. It's impossible. You are all dead. There was even a look of panic on Magneto's always calm face. Even when Professor X died, no one panicked like him. You should be dead. I killed you with my own hands. Why are you still alive? Magneto stood up, shouting again and again. Eric, long time no see. The dwarf said something to Magneto with a smile. Shu Fu immediately knew who this person was. He is the founder of Teslac Industries, Bolivar Teslac. It was he who created the Sentinel for mankind and wanted to protect mankind. It can be said to be an extremely racist. This guy should be dead already. Leaving aside Magneto's hostility, even at his age, he should be dead by now. How could this guy still look like an ordinary middle-aged man? When Shu Fu was wondering, Teslac spoke again. Eric, it looks like you didn't recognize me. Yes, after all, so many years have passed. But if I change my appearance, you should be able to recognize me. With that said, Teslac's appearance began to change. Like Mystique shapeshifting, his body twists and shapeshifts, gradually becoming taller. In the end, a figure with blue skin was formed, just like the Kree. Magneto stared wide-eyed, his hands trembling a little. Apocalypse, why are you still alive? A feeling of fear emerged in Magneto's heart, an emotion he hadn't had in a long time. A decade ago, Apocalypse awakens from sleep under the pyramids, almost destroying a city directly. In the end, Magneto and Professor X, who had mastered the Earth's magnetic field, managed to turn the tide before Apocalypse's power was fully recovered and barely wiped out Apocalypse. He thought that he would never see this guy again. But unexpectedly, this person appeared in front of him again. Why is Apocalypse still alive? Seeing the gaffe on Magneto's face, Apocalypse just smiled. Son, I really almost died. It's just that God spared my life. It took me a long time to heal my injury. Over the years, I have been reflecting on why I failed. Later I found out that it was I who indulged you children too much and gave you things you shouldn't have expected. Free. Apocalypse said this very calmly. When he mentioned that he was almost killed that year, he didn't get angry at all. He was just stating a fact. But in contrast, Magneto's emotions are much more excited. This is impossible. You can't live. Magneto spoke excitedly. Child, you are still too young to understand that there are many incredible things in this world. Last time, you managed to keep me dormant for so many years. This time I will not give you a chance, I will let you become my weapon. Become my most proud creation. Apocalypse is still a straightforward opening. Don't even think about it. Magneto said with a livid face. Seeing the two talking endlessly, Shu Fu couldn't help interrupting them. Have you talked enough? Your grievances will be discussed later, there is still a score between us to settle. Shu Fu sneered. The debt of Mutant Academy is still on the guy Apocalypse. Seeing Shu Fu speak, Apocalypse looked over with gentle eyes. Son, don't be so angry. Anger doesn't do any good except make us lose our minds. Your ability is the most outstanding I have seen in these years. I can promise you a position, become my apostle, and rule the world with me. We can rule over despicable humans and become kings of this world. Apocalypse's very bewitching voice sounded. Sorry, no interest. Shu Fu shook his head. World domination. Brainless. Not to mention that there are countless gods and strong men in this world. If you want to rule the world, you must have the strength to overwhelm them. There's no good in ruling the world, why would he go? Is there any advantage to fishing with him? Only a lunatic like Apocalypse would dream of ruling the world. Excessive ability blinded his eyes. Apocalypse heard Shu Fu's answer, and looked at him regretfully. What a shame. With your ability, you should have become my apostle, my knight, and an existence above 10,000 people. Now you can only be a puppet. Apocalypse kept shaking her head and said, turn me into a puppet. Then see if you have the ability. Shu Fu also responded indifferently. Then let's see the real chapter under my hand. It's a pity that we will inevitably meet each other in battle. Apocalypse took a step back, and three people came up behind him. Shu Fu narrowed his eyes slightly, wanting to see the reality of these three people. Shu Fu, be careful, this is Sebastian Shaw, White Queen, Red Devil. Magneto reminded loudly. Shu Fu was a little surprised. Aren't all these people hiccups except White Queen? Sebastian, also known as the Black Emperor, is a powerful mutant capable of absorbing and manipulating all energies. He was controlled by Professor X, and then died by being pierced through the head by Magneto's rigged coin. The Red Devil was captured by Teslac Industry and tortured to death for experiments. Both of these people should be dead man. Apocalypse next to him seemed to see his doubts and explained patiently. Children, life and death are not so difficult to cross in this world. Bringing the dead back to life was not difficult for me. If you become my subordinate, you can also obtain immortality and eternal life like them. Shu Fu snorted. Longevity, who cares? With Superman's lifespan, natural growth, enough to live long enough for him not to want to. As soon as Apocalypse saw him like this, he knew that Shu Fu was determined and would definitely not agree to become his subordinate. Apocalypse could only shake her head regretfully, and then said mercilessly. Catch him. The voice just fell. The Black Emperor rushed forward. The original controller of the Hellfire Club played mutant with Magneto in the applause. At this moment, his face was expressionless and his eyes were blank. It doesn't look like a living person at all, but looks like a wooden puppet. Master of illusion. Shu Fu knew what it was when he saw his symptoms. This, like the fatal goddess, is manipulated by the bodily fluids of William Stryker, son of the Master of Illusions. Even Professor X, the most powerful psychic in the world, will be manipulated by the Master of Fantasy. Naturally, the Black Emperor was not exempt. It can also be seen from this that Apocalypse's mentality has undergone subtle changes. Being betrayed one after another, even if Apocalypse is a fool, she knows that she has changed. What's more, Apocalypse is no fool. Instead he is a mutant with super wisdom. Using Joker's thinking, Shu Fu easily discovered the changes of Apocalypse. At the same time, he became more vigilant. The apocalypse in this situation is definitely more terrifying than the arrogant apocalypse before. While Shu Fu was thinking, the Black Emperor had already rushed forward. As soon as he stretched out his hand, a ball of flames like a bomb exploded was thrown over. Blazing fire with powerful shockwave. It was as if tons of TNT exploded in Shu Fu's face. Even a mutant with a strengthening body cannot withstand this attack. It's just that Shu Fu is not a mutant. He has the body of Superman, the strength and physical fitness of Superman. He is also wearing a biological battle suit produced by the most advanced civilization on Krypton. To him, this kind of attack was painless and useless. Shaw didn't even dodge, just let the huge amounts of explosion hit him. Shu Fu just felt like a breeze blowing on his face. Patting the dust off his body, he looked at the shady scenes. According to his understanding, the Black Emperor's ability is to absorb and control all abilities. Usually, the Black Emperor often absorbs various energies to ensure his usual combat effectiveness. The attack he uses now should be the energy he usually stores. In fact, the best way to deal with this kind of enemy is to exile it to other spaces and wait for its natural death. But Shu Fu didn't want to use this method. Sebastian Shaw, being famous is not as good as meeting. Now I want to know, the energy you absorbed. Is there an upper limit? Quote. Apocalypse strengthening your ability, to what extent can you strengthen it? Shu Fu put his hands together. Make a rattling sound. It was the sound of joints rubbing against each other. Light and shadow flashed. Shu Fu's figure disappeared from where he was, and appeared directly in front of the Black Emperor. The muscles on his arms are bulging, and the clear muscle lines can be seen through the battle suit. Every body cell is accumulating strength. He usually basks in the sun, and the ability accumulated in his body is released at this moment. At this moment, his fist is not a simple fist. It's the gathering of energy, the manifestation of Superman's power. That is the power to shake the planet and destroy the earth with the flesh. For a moment, time seemed to be quiet, and the air within hundreds of meters around was compressed and driven by a huge force. Boom! Everyone around felt a burst of explosion in their ears. Shu Fu's fist also hit Haiwang's body. Dwang! The Black Emperor twitched violently. Not only did he pull out his body, but there were also a lot of lights and shadows flickering beside him. This scene is like when Doctor Strange used the time gem to predict the future, and the phantom of the body trembled constantly. It took a full minute for the powerful kinetic energy generated by Shu Fu to be absorbed by the Black Emperor. A smile appeared on his stiff face. Shu Fu also laughed. I know your limit. It's so hard to be punched by me and still so arrogant. Shu Fu talked and laughed without saying a word, and punched him again. Then the fists fell on Haiwang's body like raindrops. The Black Emperor didn't even have time to attack. His figure was constantly distorted, shapeshifting, constantly relying on his own abilities to absorb Shu Fu's power. Apocalypse is able to strengthen the ability of others by sharing their own power. This is the origin of the four horsemen of Apocalypse. As the strongest subordinate under his command, the Black Emperor was naturally the first to be strengthened. The upper limit of energy he can absorb has been greatly strengthened. Only, no matter how it is strengthened, the Black Emperor is still not a god, and his energy still has a limit. Shu Fu's body is extremely strong, and every attack can burst out a terrifying calendar area. Perhaps a single punch may not be as powerful as a full swing, but the accumulated energy is absolutely terrifying. Shu Fu swung his fist and even made a phantom in the air. Under Shu Fu's astonishing speed, 4 identical Shu Fus appeared in the sky at the same time, attacking the Black Emperor at the same time. Fists are denser than raindrops. The surrounding air is expelled, forming a vacuum. Under his actions, the surrounding wind was surging, and within 1,000 meters, it seemed that a hurricane was about to appear. Shu Fu just played to Li Jiao Jiao for 3 full minutes. Click. There was a slight sound, as if some shell was broken. Shu Fu put away his fist and returned to the original position. Call. 108,000 punches, can you withstand it? Shu Fu said something calmly. The attack at that frequency just now was just a warm-up for him. But for the Black Emperor, that is an unbearable attack. The flickering phantoms around him kept increasing in flickering frequency. It lasted for a while, and finally reached a limit. Click, click, click. There are cracks in the phantom around the Black Emperor who looks like him. Orange light gathered in his body. Boom! Huge amounts of explosions were produced. The Black Emperor exploded like a nuclear bomb. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The dazzling light radiates to the surroundings, and this terrifying scene can be seen tens of thousands of kilometers away. The powerful shockwave scattered around and destroyed everything. The entire mountain forest was destroyed by the powerful shockwave. A few minutes passed before the environment returned to calm. They reappeared in place. Apocalypse looked at Shu Fu with surprise in his eyes. It was very surprising that Shu Fu could burst out such terrifying energy in an instant. Even the kinetic energy of Shu Fu's fist was accumulated and transformed by the Black Emperor, and it exploded to produce such terrifying power. But it is absolutely inseparable from Shu Fu's power accumulation. Shu Fu is stronger than he imagined. At your age, dogs have such an ability. Are you really not considering my offer? Shu Fu just sneered, and looked Apocalypse up and down, as if looking for where to start. Apocalypse are all so shocked. Not to mention Magneto and Wolverine lying on the ground. Oh, God, what kind of monster is this? In a few minutes, it exploded with energy surpassing that of nuclear weapons. Is this really human? This is simply a super nuclear weapon for walking dreams. Can this kind of monster also appear in mutant? Terrible. The Black Emperor was blown away by Shu Fu. The consequences were dire. The whole body of the Black Emperor exploded like a nuclear bomb. The power of the explosion is like a real nuclear bomb. Huge amounts of mushroom clouds soared into the sky, and the dazzling light that lit up seemed to be the second sun. If it wasn't for Shu Fu, none of them would be ordinary people. The retina will be burned by this terrifying light. The light does not hurt, the empty shockwave, and the power of the explosion. But it left a huge pothole on the ground. The water of the lake has begun to fill up constantly, and after a period of time passes, a huge lake that is not inferior to Alkali Lake will probably be formed here. It can be seen how terrifying Shu Fu's burst of energy in a short period of time is. Humanoid nuclear weapons, well deserved. No wonder Magneto was so shocked. I am afraid that only when his ability was strengthened by Apocalypse back then, and he could control the entire Earth's magnetic field, could he be so powerful. But this is still not Shu Fu's limit. He simply used Superman's physical strength, not his full strength. This is the scary thing about Shu Fu now. Seeing Apocalypse, who still wanted to win him over, Shu Fu said, "Aren't you awake yet? At this time, you still expect me to rely on you?" Shu Fu sneered. Being manipulated by a master of fantasy is more terrifying than death. You know exactly what you are doing. But he couldn't control his actions at all. Human beings are such creatures that are influenced by their own bodies. Only some, like Kamar Taj's magician or Little Spider-Man, have their own souls, or have instincts beyond the body. To get rid of this influence, Shu Fu didn't want to bet on whether his physical body would be affected. He must kill Apocalypse and harvest himself. Apocalypse looked at Shu Fu, but just shook his head. Son, you are too naive. The so-called freedom and self-will are the biggest lies in this world. If you don't have enough strength, you won't have freedom. Others restrain you with emotion, I just control your body. What's the difference between us? The expression on Apocalypse's face was very serious, obviously approving of his theory. Shu Fu just sneered. What a conversion concept. Stop talking nonsense. Shu Fu finished speaking. Without further ado, do it directly. Green light flickered, and a lightsaber that looked like a Star Wars Jedi Knight appeared in his right hand. Under waving, humming tearing air sounds, Shu Fu believes that compared to the Jedi Knight's good-looking rather than offensive weapons, his lightsaber is definitely far more powerful. Even if an interstellar battleship appeared in front of him, it would be cut open by his sword. Shu Fu accelerated flight, and like a flash, he came directly to Apocalypse. The lightsaber swung at Apocalypse and slashed down. There was a trace of stench in the air. That is, the speed of the lightsaber is too fast, and the friction with the air produces ionization. The energy in the lightsaber is always concentrated in the sword body, without leaking the slightest bit. Shu Fu's speed is very fast, far exceeding the reaction of ordinary people. Apocalypse isn't slow either. Young people don't talk about martial arts. Sneak attack is not a good habit. The figure of Apocalypse sounded from a distance. Shu Fu saw that the one in front of him was no longer Apocalypse, but the White Queen whose body had turned into a diamond. Shu Fu snorted coldly. Diamond is the hardest substance among the Earth's natural minerals. But for him, it's nothing more than that. Shu Fu brandished his lightsaber and slashed at the White Queen. The White Queen is like a crystal, exuding beautiful brilliance. Although it is in the shape of a diamond, it can still maintain its mobility. Raising her arms, she wanted to block Shu Fu's attack. Puff! It's as easy as cutting iron like mud. The arm of the diamond was directly cut off by Shu Fu. Shu Fu was not complacent, but narrowed his eyes slightly. Apocalypse's ability is really amazing. It actually enhanced ordinary diamonds to such an extent. Just now he seemed to have chopped off the White Queen's arm with ease, but in fact it was not that easy. Shu Fu has already used a lot of his strength. The diamonds on the outside are strong, and the bones inside are even stronger. If it weren't for Shu Fu's formidable strength, this blow would definitely not have cut off the White Queen's arm. White Queen clutched her arm, and the light flickered. Her arms fell back into his. She pressed it lightly, and the thing was actually pressed on the White Queen's arm again, and she could use it freely. Shu Fu raised his eyebrows. This guy has so many tricks. Apocalypse actually gave White Queen this ability. He was able to restore his own body, almost comparable to Wolverine, right? Interesting. Being able to reattach my body. Let me see if my head fell off, can you attach it? Shu Fu snorted coldly. Move again. The whole person rushed up. The green lightsaber exudes dazzling brilliance. If he hit directly with the lightsaber, maybe the whole person would be cut in half by Shu Fu. Just when he rushed halfway, Shu Fu stopped directly. He felt something stab at him, and his waist twisted. Shu Fu reacted quickly, and the lightsaber swept across the circle with a backhand. A figure flashed and appeared in the distance. The Red Devil, father of Nightcrawler. Shu Fu stared at this guy with red skin like a devil. The mutant that can teleport ability is really troublesome, like a mosquito. Shu Fu couldn't help but snorted coldly. Even though the Red Devil has been strengthened by Apocalypse, its actual strength is not strong. It's just that there is no sign of teleportation. The ability that could paralyze others is just more powerful. The combat power is not strong, but it is very hateful to interfere with other people's ability. Shu Fu's attack just now was interrupted by him. Only the two of you want to deal with me, you really underestimate me. Spiritual ability is useless to me. Shu Fu stared. Powerful psychic forces form a protective stance around him. The White Queen and the Red Devil also possess the mental ability, which might be a deadly force for ordinary people. Even more so after being strengthened by Apocalypse. Seeing that a physical attack might not be Shu Fu's match, the two joined forces to attack Shu Fu mentally. It's just that they really underestimated Shu Fu. Whether it's the green light ring or Naboo's divine power, they can all give him terrifying spiritual power that is not inferior to those with spiritual abilities. Professor X's spiritual ability may not be able to do anything to him. 2.5 fools still want to attack him. Shu Fu's mind moved, and the more powerful mind force directly pressed back. Ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the air. Just like the Dark Phoenix who went berserk before, the mental ability interferes with the essence. Even if the White Queen and the Red Devil join forces, they can barely fight against Shu Fu. In front of the terrifying mind ability, their movements all appeared sluggish. Ah, now, it's even. Shu Fu said a word, holding a lightsaber and shadowing the cave. Look at that posture, as long as he gets to the side of these two people. The White Queen and the Red Devil must surely die. Just as he was about to attack, the space next to him flickered. Be careful, Magneto yelled loudly. Magneto reacts fast, Shu Fu reacts even faster. As early as the moment this spatial fluctuation appeared, Shu Fu had already realized that something was wrong. The lightsaber in his hand does not have any hesitation, and it is a sword directed at the place where the space is distorted. The green lightsaber seemed to pierce through the space and cut through the energy. The guy who came out of the space and wanted to sneak attack came out head-on, and saw a green lightsaber. As if it wasn't him who came to attack. Instead, it hit the green lightsaber specifically. This man was 2 meters tall and looked very burly, with a frightened expression visible to the naked eye. The whole face was squeezed together. But when he came out of the space, there was no way to avoid it. Shu Fu pierced the guy's chest with one sword strike. A purple light emerged from his body, absorbing half of the energy. Even so, he was still severely injured by Shu Fu's sword. Shu Fu lifted his leg and kicked him. He was kicked more than 100 meters away like a rag sack, and fell heavily to the ground. I have known for a long time the name of the 4 horsemen of apocalypse. You want to attack me too? Shu Fu sneered disdainfully. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse are well-known things. Only 3 people came out just now, how could he be unprepared? Shu Fu has been on guard for a long time. Unexpectedly, this guy actually dared to sneak attack him, he was courting death. It's just that this guy who popped up out of nowhere, who is it? Shu Fu was puzzled just now. Magneto had already given him the answer. Mikhail, Rasputin, Shu Fu, be careful, this guy is definitely not dead. He was once entered into a different space, possessing evil power. He can manipulate space, manipulate energy and force. He's scarier than Sebastian. Shu Fu frowned slightly. There are so many monsters in the mutant race. Those who are well-known are good to figure out how to deal with it. The really powerful ones are those guys who are not well-known, but possess weird abilities, and are very perverted. Like the name of this Apocalypse Knight, he has never even heard of it before, but he has a good ability. Take one blow from him, but still not die. It flew directly from the ground. The 3 Apocalypse Knights stand side by side and fight against Shu Fu together. But Shu Fu's face was relaxed, and the 3 Apocalypse Knights looked like they were facing a formidable enemy, as if they had seen some terrible existence. Magneto was shocked. Shu Fu is really getting stronger and stronger. If we say that when he was in Mutant Academy, he could still be regarded as an ordinary Caucasian. Now he has definitely become a strong man. Stronger than ordinary mutants. 3 top mutants, facing him, faced a formidable enemy. Which of these 3 Apocalypse Knights is not a tricky character? 0. Ask for flowers. Strengthened by Apocalypse's ability, the power is even more terrifying. With 1 against 3, Shu Fu was still able to gain the upper hand. Magneto so far, still. But I don't know where Shu Fu's limit is. Magneto was so shocked. Needless to say, Wolverine was lying on the ground. This long-lived mutant who has lived for more than 100 years has seen too many scenes. But he also had to admit that the reality of the scene in front of him was beyond his cognition. Everyone's ability is more powerful than he thinks. This kind of destructive power, I am afraid that a large city will be directly destroyed. They are just too scary. Why didn't he realize that this brat, Shu Fu, has such power? On the ground, 2 of Shu Fu's acquaintances were shocked speechless. In the sky, Apocalypse and his knights are still confronting Shu Fu. The stronger Shu Fu's expression became, the more intense the look of regret in his eyes. It's a pity that this kind of genius can't be used by me. What a loss for mutant. But don't worry, I will treat your body kindly. You will contribute your strength to my ruling cause. Apocalypse was floating in midair, and his eyes gradually changed. Seeing Shu Fu felt a chill and felt a little sick. Apocalypse has a weird ability. By transferring one's own consciousness, prolong one's own lifespan, and gain the ability of others. Apocalypse can be so powerful, it is all built on the bones of others. Ah, if you want to occupy my body, just rely on you and these chickens and dogs beside you. It's just a fool's dream. Shu Fu sneered. Raise your right hand high. Green light is always bright. Eternal light. Shu Fu's powerful will is all output in the green light ring. The green light emits a dazzling light. Like a torch that illuminates the sky, it is extremely dazzling. The clouds in the sky were all reflected green by the green light. After the green light dissipated, behind Shu Fu, more than 20 huge robots with a height of more than 20 meters appeared. There are various energy weapons on them, as well as powerful cold weapons. Now, who is besieging whom? Apocalypse, your subordinates don't seem to have as many as mine. Shu Fu thought. These steel robots condensed by his will, that is, shape-shifting King Kong, rushed towards the 4 of Apocalypse. Behind them are jets that shoot what could be a plume. Its speed is directly supersonic. More than 20 shape-shifting King Kongs of different shapes took out their weapons and waved them over. The faces of the 3 Apocalypse Knights became like pig livers. Among them, 2 people are best at spiritual ability. But the shape-shifting King Kong doesn't have a human soul at all, and their thinking matrix doesn't accept this at all. White Queen also wants to manipulate people. The huge robot that looks like Optimus Prime has already been chopped off with a single knife. The plasma warblade with the shocking light has a very powerful combat power. The air is burned, let alone a long knife more than 1 meter long. White Queen only had time to let out a scream before being chopped off. It looks very miserable, but it's not over yet. The 3 Autobots chased up and slashed at the White Queen. If it weren't for her strengthened diamond skin with its amazing defense ability, maybe it has been chopped into a pile of minced meat at this moment. Compared to the White Queen with amazing defense, the other companies are much more miserable. He could only dodge constantly through the teleportation ability, and looked very embarrassed. Shape-shifting King Kong coming out of the ring with the green light. Much stronger than the original. Even if the body is damaged, as long as Shu Fu is not dead, it can be repaired immediately. The 3 Apocalypse Knights were originally able to support each other by cooperating with each other. Now Shu Fu outnumber them. They immediately exposed the flaws of insufficient individual strength. Powerful shape-shifting King Kong summoned by multiple green light rings. That's the power of the Green Lantern ring. As long as you have enough and enough brains, you can manifest any power. As for brains, in the whole world, Shu Fu is not yet afraid of anyone. Even though the 5 great gods are worse than him now, they are definitely not as good as his brain. Behind him are thousands of imaginative works. The bugs are all gone. Now, you are alone. Shu Fu looked at Apocalypse and said. Apocalypse doesn't mean anything angry. It seemed that the 3 Apocalypse Knights who had nothing to do with him. Son, I think you got one thing wrong. To me, they're just an extension of power. Let me see this amazing power, they have shown their value. I think their lives are very meaningful. Now I'm really more and more interested in your body. Apocalypse had a huge smile on her face. Shu Fu thinks so. Apocalypse, this guy, is a veritable madman. Apocalypse's ability is to achieve immortality by occupying other people's bodies. His immortality is an immortality of the soul. The body is constantly decomposing. So after seeing Shu Fu's powerful ability and strong body, Apocalypse was moved. If he could possess such a powerful body, his dynasty would definitely be able to continue. Therefore, he looked at Shu Fu more and more earnestly. Shu Fu felt a chill. A guy who wants to occupy your body all the time. It's just disgusting. Before he just thought Apocalypse was crazy, now he not only thinks Apocalypse is crazy, but also thinks he is disgusting. No wonder I get betrayed every time, I really deserve it. I thought the ancestor of mutant was a powerful figure, but I didn't expect it. It's just a parasite that maintains its own life by stealing other people's bodies. Shu Fu said without hesitation. I don't know if Marvel's strong race is sick. The Celestial Group created a biological weapon called Mutant and produced a metamorphosis called Apocalypse. The Kree created a biological weapon called Inhuman, and also produced a metamorphosis that resides in other people's bodies. It's so twisted. Apocalypse didn't know what was going on in Shu Fu's mind. He looked at Shu Fu with that seemingly happy expression on his face. You are going to integrate with me soon, and contribute huge amounts of contribution to our mutant future and my rule. Don't worry, I will help you build a monument and everyone will remember your contribution. Apocalypse spoke passionately. If it is someone who doesn't know the truth, maybe he will really be deceived by him. Stop talking nonsense. Shu Fu snorted coldly. As soon as he stretched out his hand, the green light on his right hand flickered. Under the manipulation of Shu Fu's free will, a large number of green rays of light changed constantly, forming a huge amounts of electromagnetic cannon. Among the 343, shape-shifting King Kong, the large-scale assembled Decepticon Hercules of the Decepticons was directly taken away by the electromagnetic gun of the beautiful country's military. This is the most powerful kinetic energy weapon currently manufactured by mankind. A solid projectile can reach 10 times or even dozens of times the speed of sound, and it forms a cavity in the air and undergoes a qualitative change. Shu Fu's electromagnetic cannon transformed by using the green light ring is even more terrifying. It seems that what is fired as a solid projectile, but what is actually fired as a solidified energy body. He just bet that Apocalypse has a full understanding of modern technology and can definitely overshadow him. As predicted, As soon as the whole picture of the electromagnetic gun was revealed, Apocalypse showed a look of great interest. What kind of ability are you, to be able to reproduce this technological weapon? Speaking of which, human beings are really an amazingly creative race, but in just a few thousand years, they have already created weapons that terrify me. If I'm not mistaken, this should be what humans call an electromagnetic gun. But there's one thing, kid, you don't think this relatively elementary level weapon can work against me, do you? Apocalypse is still very confident. He has a learning ability beyond ordinary people. Through the internet, he can learn all the knowledge of human beings for thousands of years in a few days, and quickly integrate into modern society. He replaced the president of an industrial group of human beings, but no one could detect it, which shows how smart he is. He didn't care about Shu Fu's attack at all. This is probably the only weak point of Apocalypse. That is excessive pride and arrogance. They have all experienced a betrayal once, and created the Apocalypse Knight again, but there is no way to counter it. Then he was directly killed by Magneto after strengthening, which is really arrogant to the extreme. This is where Shu Fu calculates, and it is the terrifying ability of Joker's thinking. By word and deed, in the blink of an eye, you can infer a person's general personality, and create a cooperation plan based on the personality. The reason Shu Fu wasn't used before was simply because the previous enemies weren't worthy. Now facing Apocalypse, the most powerful foe he has ever faced. Naturally, he had to do more calculations. Now it seems that his calculation really worked. Without the slightest hesitation, and without giving Apocalypse time to react, a green arc of energy began to engulf the several-meter-long muzzle. Apocalypse couldn't help shaking his head. Forget it, since you insist on it. Then I will show you my mighty power, and let you integrate with me willingly and build a great empire. Apocalypse did not dodge or evade, standing in front of Shu Fu's gun. Apocalypse occupying someone else's body is not that simple. He must have a mental confrontation with people, and only by defeating the original personality can he occupy his body. More than 10 years ago, when he occupied the body of Professor X, it was because Professor X was too strong that the subsequent troubles occurred. Shu Fu seems to be stronger than Professor X, it would be best if this kid admits defeat. So Apocalypse wants to take the opportunity to show its powerful strength. This is exactly what Shu Fu wanted. Aren't you dead now? Shu Fu snorted coldly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of energy gathering sounded, and the green arcs constantly gathered on the terrifying electromagnetic gun. Glowing green, the projectiles that seemed to be solid began to accelerate under the action of the arc. Crack, high-speed projectiles were fired directly from the huge amounts of electromagnetic guns. The air exploded directly, forming a ring visible to the naked eye. In just a few milliseconds, the green projectile had already arrived in front of Apocalypse, and Magneto, Wolverine and others on the ground did not even see the shadow of the projectile. Apocalypse just smiled. His terrifying power erupted, and time seemed to stand still at this moment. Boy, no substance will work in front of me. Matter is nothingness. Apocalypse stared at the green projectile, and activated the ability to decompose matter. The power of Apocalypse is terrifying, he can manipulate any substance. He even changed the entire Cairo into the most basic particles, and finally recast his own city. His means are terrible, one can imagine. All solid matter may be directly decomposed before it reaches him, and no matter how strong the kinetic energy is, it is useless. Only, when his abilities came together, he realized that something was wrong. Among the green projectiles, no substance exists. Even Apocalypse's complexion changed at this moment, and only then did he realize that Shu Fu had actually simulated the properties of a solid projectile with a pure energy structure. The so-called electromagnetic gun is just a cover. But by the time he reacted, it was too late. The green bullet had hit Apocalypse in the chest. Apocalypse felt a pain in his chest, and the green light passed directly through his chest. The front seemed to be just a small hole with a diameter of 3 centimeters, but his entire back, and even the internal organs in his chest, had completely disappeared. It was directly blown out by the cavity effect of that weapon. This is the horror of human weapons. Anyone who has seen a real battlefield knows how terrifying the power of human firearms is. The front may be just a small hole, and the back is the trauma of the file size of the mouth of the bull. The electromagnetic gun simulated by Shu Fu will only be more terrifying and more powerful. If it were an ordinary person, I am afraid that they would be directly blasted into a cloud of blood mist by this terrifying force. That is to say, Apocalypse's physical fitness is strong, and there is only this kind of injury. With just one blow, Yinmu was severely injured. However, with such injuries, ordinary people would have died 10,000 times long ago, but Apocalypse still maintains this vitality. Even the blood in his body is maintaining its original trajectory. Looking from behind him, one can only see a network made up of blood. In Apocalypse's eyes, a hint of disbelief flashed. How old is it? How many years had he been without such an injury? Except for being betrayed by Magneto before, he has never suffered such an injury in his life. The kid in front of him is not only strong, but also very scheming. In the beginning Shu Fu took him into the ditch. Whether it is the metal shapeshifting King Kong, or his various performances before, it has proved that he has mastered a large number of technological weapons. Now that Shu Fu is using it, Apocalypse thought it was just an ordinary electromagnetic gun. Unexpectedly, Shu Fu directly used the pure energy structure to depict the shape of a projectile to attack him. In other words, Shu Fu's ability is not a changing substance at all. Everything is just a manifestation of energy, everything is virtual. After thinking everything through, Yin Qi looked up at Shu Sha. I admit that I underestimated you. You not only have powerful abilities, but also amazing wisdom. Even thousands of years ago, when the gods gathered, your wisdom and scheming are enough to be praised by others. I'm going to treat you well from now on. Apocalypse spoke very seriously. Apocalypse in the sky, the mentality has changed. On the ground, Magneto looked sad. Shu Fu is really not a cool thing, not a mutant at all. They mutant, when did they have such fancy intestines? When did you go up without relying on your strength? Because Shu Fu is too good, he seems a bit out of place with them. You know, Apocalypse is no ordinary mutant. He has lived for thousands of years, absorbed the memories and abilities of countless people, and learned amazing abilities, very scheming. Now Apocalypse has been tricked by Shu Fu instead. This fact makes Magneto a little stunned. They fought against Apocalypse back then, but they were almost manipulated in their hands. Compared with ability, this amazing wisdom is the most terrifying. Magneto even had the feeling that he'd lived his entire life for dogs. But look back at Wolverine. Magneto found some comfort in his heart. Wolverine had outlived him by a lot, by a lot. Looks like Shu Fu is the freak. On the ground, Magneto's shock and psychological activities, the dream of the two in the sky is naturally unknown. The two are still fighting in their hearts. Seeing that Apocalypse is still pretending after being seriously injured, Shu Fu just said indifferently. After being hit by me, how long can your body last? In a word, Apocalypse's complexion darkened. What Shu Fu said was indeed correct. He can indeed prolong his life by replacing his body, but this is also limited and problematic. For example, if he is injured, he needs to consume vitality, and it is difficult to use a body until the normal lifespan is approaching. So at the peak of his reign, there were several useful bodies for him to use at the same time. Only in this way can he maintain his rule. This body is the one he took from the mutant captured by Trask Industries. Although it has only been used for a short time, it is obvious that it cannot last for a long time due to this kind of injury. Apocalypse felt a little displeased, raised her head and said, "Maybe, my body won't last long. But don't worry, you will soon become my guest body. Whether it is my lifespan or my empire, it will continue through your life. This is a supreme honor. Supreme glory." A sneer appeared on Shu Fu's face. "I'm not interested in enjoying this kind of glory. You guy who should have died thousands of years ago, you should return to the kingdom of heaven and die with peace of mind." As soon as the words fell, Shu Fu activated the green light ring again. The Green Lantern ring is an artifact. The only thing that can determine the strength of this thing is the will of one person. After such a long period of growth, not only his 3 attributes have been enhanced, but other abilities have also been enhanced. After Joker's thinking network has been upgraded, it has completely left the scope of mortals. Faster response, more accurate judgment, stronger will. The will of a mortal has a limit after all, but there is no limit to what the system rewards. Therefore, the power of the green light ring under his hand has fully caught up with other powers. Shu Fu shot with all his strength, the power is really quite terrifying. A green light suddenly appeared. A vacuum tunnel appeared directly in the air. The transparent traces are visible to the naked eye in the air, just like torpedoes passing through the water, and the ripples of the air spread in the surrounding air. The green projectile came to Apocalypse again. If this green projectile hits Apocalypse again, I'm afraid his whole body will explode. Flesh and blood can't resist this terrifying power at all. It's just that Apocalypse didn't feel nervous at all, he stood there seemingly motionless. When the green bullet with terrifying energy touched Apocalypse, his body twisted suddenly. Apocalypse's body directly turned into a cloud of black smoke, like a dense swarm of bees. After a flash, it appeared in another place. Molecular reorganization. Shu Fu narrowed his eyes. Apocalypse is worthy of being one of the most powerful mutants. The manipulation of one's own ability has reached the molecular level, or even a more subtle level. 0.2 breaks down his body into the most basic particles in an instant, and then reassembles. This is equivalent to an alternative regenerative healing factor. When his body reappeared, all the injuries on his body had been repaired. This kind of ability is very scary. Son, do you feel powerless? You can't do me any harm at all. Molecules, atoms, for me, are all one, and my spirit has already transcended the existence of the material level. Your so-called attack can't help me at all, Apocalypse said in a calm tone. Shu Fu sneered back, not believing a word. If Apocalypse is really so scary, why was it bombed so badly just now? Obviously, this ability cannot be used at any time. The human body is a very precise instrument, billions of times more precise than the most precise instrument in the world. The development of the human body by human beings is probably less than 1 in a billion. Even Apocalypse, it is impossible to fully understand one's own body. Decomposition, reassembly, sounds very simple. But if the reorganization is wrong, it means that the function is missing, and even the ecology is in danger. Apocalypse absolutely does not have the ability to use this ability at will. Shu Fu is more inclined. Apocalypse needs to go through a period of preparation. Even a very short period of time is enough for Shu Fu to complete the attack. Shu Fu secretly changed the energy structure of the projectiles in the electromagnetic gun. Open your eyes. He attacked again. The green light flickered, and the green light ring on Shu Fu's hand emitted a brilliant green light. Crack. Thinking about the sound, the green projectile has arrived in front of Apocalypse. This kind of attack is of no use to me. Apocalypse disintegrates itself into a black mist. At this moment, Shu Fu had a sneer on his face. Blast me. Boom. Shu Fu manipulated the fired green projectile and it exploded. That's the power of the Green Lantern ring. Change from the heart. Under Shu Fu's control, the fired green projectile directly turned into an energy bomb. With destructive green energy fluctuations, it spreads towards the surroundings, as if to destroy everything. Those microcosmic particles that Apocalypse decomposes into the body are directly blasted out over an unknown distance. There are also some particles that are directly annihilated by this terrifying force. It is clear, Apocalypse was overshadowed by Shu Fu again. This is also where the mutant fights get the most out of control. If you don't know what abilities the other party has, it's easy to be bullied. Why Magneto is easy to target? That's because his ability has not reached the level of controlling the Earth's magnetic field at the macro level, nor has it reached the level of controlling particles at the micro level. Simply controlling metal is very easy to be targeted, and its combat effectiveness is very weak. The same goes for Shu Fu. If only Apocalypse had known about his ability, utilizing some kind of energy shield. This kind of energy explosion may really be unable to deal with the powerful Apocalypse. Unfortunately, Apocalypse is very arrogant. I don't know Shu Fu's ability, relying on my own strength, I don't take Shu Fu seriously. Seriously, but always with the arrogance of his first mutant. In this way, it was normal for Shu Fu to plot one after another. Shu Fu knows how deep the water is in the Marvel world, so he is very careful. They don't have the cleanliness of many people with high morals. In battle, it can be said that they will use everything to the extreme. Perhaps it seems despicable to many people. From Shu Fu's point of view, he is used to it. The essence of human civilization is to use culture to whitewash barbarism. Shu Fu thinks this is normal. Because of this, it is Apocalypse who is now unlucky. Shu Fu estimated that in the attack just now, because Qi Xiao said that 30% of the original matter was directly annihilated. Just as Shu Fu was about to attack again, Apocalypse directly reorganized his body. It's just that when Shu Fu saw Apocalypse again, Shu Fu almost laughed out loud. Haha, Apocalypse, are you growing in reverse? How did it become 3-inch nails 06? Shu Fu taunted directly. It turned out that after reorganizing the body, Apocalypse directly became a guy with a height of only 1 meter. With his blue skin, it looks very funny. Like a big-headed doll. Shu Fu knew that this was because part of Apocalypse's body was annihilated. Even a strong person like Apocalypse must abide by the law of conservation of matter, and it is impossible to create the matter that composes his body out of thin air. As a result, he wanted to restructure his body, naturally shrinking in size. Became so funny. Obviously, this situation is a bit embarrassing for Apocalypse. After fighting Shu Fu for such a long time, for the first time, he showed a look of loss of composure on his face. Despicable. You actually used such a low-level method. Apocalypse said with a displeased face. Thank you for the compliment. Combat is all about using everything. Shu Fu said with a faint smile. The more enemies hate you, the more successful you are. Shu Fu felt that he had done it. Apocalypse took a deep breath, and suddenly felt that Shu Fu's future is really limitless, and his combat ability is extremely high. Apocalypse took a deep breath and quickly regained her composure. You're right, fighting means you should do everything you can. It seems that I am too gentle with you because of your status as a mutant. This is what makes you rampant again and again. But don't worry, I won't make the same mistake again. Apocalypse calmed down and said. Hee, let's talk about it first if we can survive. Shu Fu sneered. Attack again. Apocalypse directly thought. A transparent invisible force field appeared in front of him. It is said to be invisible, but Shu Fu can feel the existence of this force star. The invincible attack just now was stopped by the force field. Shu Fu sighed. Sure enough, Apocalypse is not for dry rice. He was the first powerful mutant, known thousands of years ago as a being known as a god. It is impossible for a method to take effect on him many times. Apocalypse quickly found a way to cope. Now Shu Fu is a little distressed. He has too many other means, which one should he use? Apocalypse saw the expression on his face, but misunderstood him. I have seen countless amazingly talented mutants in my thousands of years of life. But so far, I am the only one who has survived. Do you know why? Apocalypse spoke in a very calm voice. Now he seems to have regained his self-confidence, and his words are full of preaching again. Ah, Shu Fu sneered, looked at Apocalypse with his arms folded, and waited for him to pretend. Apocalypse spoke on his own. Because I am stronger than them all, I have even more terrifying power. And you don't understand the power of this power at all. You think you can defeat me with one power? I'll tell you right now, your strength is not worth mentioning at all. Apocalypse said something proudly. Above his body, a magic circle with huge amounts of red light suddenly appeared. This magic circle doesn't look like a mutant's ability, but rather like magic. Among the huge amounts of magic circle, complex runes shine and change constantly. In the name of Saba Nuer, deprive this person of their ability. Apocalypse chanted and pointed at Shu Fu. In the magic circle in the sky, an invisible chain appeared, directly linking the two people. Then the mysterious magic circle that looked like a magic circle slowly disappeared, but the effect of the chain was fixed on the two people. Shu Fu moved his body, but he didn't feel anything unusual. The thing just now seemed to be of no use to him. What is this for? Shu Fu looked at Apocalypse with puzzled eyes. Apocalypse saw the doubt in Shu Fu's eyes, and smiled straight away. Ha ha, are you unable to use your ability now? It's the first time you feel this kind of powerlessness, isn't it hard? Apocalypse said quite emotionally. Shu Fu looked at Apocalypse the same way he looked at the second idiot. No need to pretend. This is a contract witnessed by the gods in ancient times. However, this is not a targeted contract, but a fair contract. I just used my ability to seal one of your abilities. Apocalypse spoke indifferently, thinking of Shu Fu's shocked expression. Mutant has only one ability. Any difference shown is just a manifestation of mutant's core ability. His core ability is to take other people's bodies and obtain other people's abilities. Therefore, for thousands of years, he has mastered a large number of abilities. Use your own insignificant ability to seal the opponent's powerful force. This kind of exchange is already commonplace for Apocalypse. But for ordinary mutants, the sudden loss of their ability, the terrible feeling of loss, is hard to bear. He just wanted to know how Shu Fu would cry bitterly. In the end, he repented at him and successfully dedicated himself to him. Apocalypse looked at Shu Fu expectantly. But he found that the expression on Shu Fu's face was not as he imagined. Instead, it's like looking at a fool. Seeing that Apocalypse saw something wrong with his expression, Shu Fu asked. Seal my ability. You won't be sealing the ability I showed just now, will you? Oh, of course. Isn't this one of your core abilities? You should have lost your fighting power by now, right? Apocalypse old god often said. Shu Fu had a strange expression on his face. The green light ring is indeed a kind of his ability, but this materialized thing is not his original ability at all. This kind of ability was completely brought to him by the green light ring. Without the green light ring, he is completely unable to use this powerful ability. He doesn't have this ability himself. What can Apocalypse seal? Surely nothing can be sealed. Besides, all the abilities on him are DC and Marvel abilities brought by the system. The body of Superman, the ring of green light, the power of Nabu have nothing to do with the mutant ability. Shu Fu felt that he didn't even have the awakening mutant ability. Apocalypse wanted to seal his ability. It was really overthinking. He might as well rush up and snatch his ring away. In this way, Shu Fu might not be able to use the ability of the green light ring for the time being. Seal my ability. Is this the ability you're talking about? Shu Fu stretched out his hand. A green light flashed. The green light is constantly changing in his hands, and various weapons are like flying butterflies, constantly changing in his hands, forming various shapes. Seeing this scene, Apocalypse's eyes suddenly weighted. This is impossible. How can you still use your ability? This is the contract of the gods. Apocalypse's tone slowly filled with disbelief. In the era he lived in, the gods are not as tolerant and difficult to contact as they are now. As a strong man in a country, he can get in touch with those real gods, not his self-proclaimed gods. Gods are strong and weak, and some are not as powerful as him, but some gods make him only feel trembling. The contract he used before. It is the contract created by those powerful gods to ensure fairness among the gods. Violation of this contract will be sanctioned by all the powers of the gods. Even he would be wiped out in an instant. Why is Shu Fu still able to use his ability? How can that be? Apocalypse does not understand this very much. It is even unbelievable. There is absolutely no way Shu Fu is as strong as against deity's power. Otherwise, he would instantly kill him with one move, and there is no need to expend so much effort. There are only two possibilities left. Either that kind of green energy does not originate from Shu Fu's own ability, or Shu Fu's ability is the same as his, and there is not only one kind of ability. Either way, it's not good news for him. Apocalypse is a powerful mutant with amazing intelligence and quick thinking. Soon discover the hidden truth beneath the facts. He observed carefully. Shu Fu found the two rings with green light on his hand. Now it seems that Shu Fu's previous ability was created using this ring. The reason why he ignored this before is also very simple. The power of the green light ring comes from the willpower of the user. The green light ring is more like some kind of energy conversion device, which converts willpower into powerful energy. This energy from the same source misleads Apocalypse, making it think that this power is a kind of Shu Fu ability. It can be said that Shu Fu's performance at the beginning has already begun to dig holes for him. I'm afraid it feels like they started. Shu Fu has this plan. What a deep thought. Good, good, good. I have learned that you are smarter than I thought. It's unimaginable. Charles is able to train a student like you. It's really beyond my expectations. Apocalypse quickly suppressed his anger, and instead admired Shu Fu very much. Shu Fu frowned slightly. Enemies with brains like this are a bit tricky. On the contrary, reckless people like Hulk and Thor are the opponents everyone expects. Apocalypse has learned its lesson, and I am afraid that these plots will no longer be necessary. What needs to be tested next is probably the real strength of the two of them. Apocalypse was the most terrifying enemy he had ever seen. Shu Fu showed no sign of fear at all. He has long wanted to make a shot with all his strength. Apocalypse, with your current serious injury, does 780 still have the capital to fight against me? Shu Fu spoke tentatively while using the power of the green light ring. Seriously injured, young man, to me, the physical body is nothing more than a round skin. The soul is my body. Material is everywhere. Apocalypse beckoned. The mutant, who had been subdued by Shu Fu through the green light ring and capable of manipulating space, disappeared out of thin air and turned into a cloud of black mist. This group of tiny particles flew directly into Apocalypse's hands like a controlled bee colony. Look, matter is everywhere. Not an inconvenience at all. Speaking of Apocalypse's figure blurred, the mass of black matter was directly replenished into his body by him. His figure grew taller again and returned to its original state. Shu Fu watched with cold eyes and did not speak. He didn't speak until the Apocalypse change was completed. Is matter really so casual? Is your physical body really just a skin? Then why are you constantly shifting the body? Isn't it enough to just reshape? Apocalypse, it turns out that you also have something to fear, and you also have weaknesses that you dare not expose. You are not as strong as you said. Shu Fu said decisively. Who are you fooling? If the existence of the 5 great gods stood in front of him, it would still be convincing to say this. Apocalypse, although he is strong, he is definitely not this strong. His soul is obviously still limited by the material level, and he has no real detachment from the world. As predicted, hearing Shu Fu's words, Apocalypse froze for a moment. He is in a high position, relying on his own terrifying strength, not some city government, any calculations, or any trade-offs. So the city of Apocalypse is really not necessarily comparable to the ordinary old fox. After Shu Fu pointed out his weaknesses, he still showed some flaws. Because what Shu Fu said is true. He just took back the power he gave the knight. His physical body is far from what he wants to say, and he can change it if he wants to. After this repair, he might have to replace his body immediately to be able to live again. All of this was guessed by Shu Fu. Because of this, Apocalypse became more and more afraid of Shu Fu. Pure strength is not terrible. There are many strong people in this world. But possessing strength while possessing outstanding wisdom is very problematic. Apocalypse faltered for the first time. He felt that if he really occupied Shu Fu's body, he might not be able to defeat this young man spiritually. At that time, he might just make a wedding dress for someone else. This is something he absolutely cannot bear. Looking at Shu Fu, who is very calm in the distance. A killing intent emerged in Apocalypse's heart. He decided that he would rather erase Shu Fu from this world than let this kid continue to live. He's too smart and too threatening. Young people, sometimes, know too much and die too quickly. Apocalypse flies up out of thin air and floats in midair, like a god descending into the world. Apocalypse is not a name, but a code. The reason why Apocalypse can have such a powerful code name is even named after the legendary Apocalypse. Naturally, it is not because he has no shame, but because he is powerful. Even in the distant ancient Egyptian era, he was still the most powerful group of people. A living existence that grew thousands of years ago. His power is enough to destroy a country, and it is even easier to destroy a city. Now, Apocalypse flew in the midair, finally showing some of the power of Apocalypse. He stretched his hands to the side, and the mountain shook suddenly. The place where Al-Kali Lake is located is not a flat land, but a place surrounded by mountains. Around the lake and waterway, there are hundreds of meters of hills, surrounded by big trees, and the environment is very beautiful, so it is no problem to be a scenic spot. But, at this moment, Shu Fu found that the surrounding mountains with a height of several hundred meters began to shake. At first he thought it was an illusion. Later, he discovered that these mountain peaks were actually shaking non-stop. Kacha. Click. In the valley, the sound of boulders breaking echoed. Shu Fu saw with his own eyes that not far in front of him, a mountain peak rose directly from the ground and flew towards the sky. One is nothing. Over time, hundreds of peaks flew straight up. The ground trembled violently, and Magneto and the others were a little unsteady underground. When I looked up, there was everything in the sky. the mountain peaks floating in the air seemed to have entered some kind of Shushan fairyland. Shu Fu looked at Apocalypse with a solemn expression. Apocalypse stretches out his right hand and wipes forward lightly. Boom! There was a sound as if the sky was collapsing, and the huge amounts of mountain peaks in the sky were directly shattered, and the century-old trees with a height of more than 10 meters on the mountain were directly reduced to dust. Countless black particles float behind Apocalypse. Down to the ground, up to the sky. From Shu Fu's perspective, it looks like a tornado covering the sky and the sun. Apocalypse, at the center of this physical tornado. I am Apocalypse. I am everything. I am God. Apocalypse's mighty voice echoed around. Not to be outdone, Shu Fu flew into the sky, at the same height as Apocalypse. At this time, he found out. The surrounding mountain peaks with a distance of tens of kilometers have all been razed from the ground, leaving only bare ground and spreading water. Shu Fu was amazed. No wonder Apocalypse can be called Apocalypse. For ordinary people, how is this power different from a god? He is worthy of being the man who can destroy the entire Cairo, the human capital of more than 3,000 square kilometers, and build pyramids for himself. This power is too strong. Mutant is an incredible race. Aren't you surrendering? The mighty sound of Apocalypse echoes directly around as if it is amplified by a super speaker. The black mist composed of countless particles of matter behind him echoed constantly around him, as if it had life. Even Magneto below was too shocked to speak. He had already seen the mighty power of Apocalypse back then, but he was still shocked by this terrifying power. Manipulate the matter of a large city by one person. This is not God. What is this? You know, the range controlled by Apocalypse. Even if you drive by car, you have to drive for an hour to get out of this range. Humans can't imagine how powerful this is. Magneto only had this kind of power when he manipulated the Earth's magnetic field for a short time. Terrifying power. Facing such a strong man, is Shu Fu really his opponent? Magneto looked worriedly at the sky. Shu Fu in the sky has nothing to worry about. On the contrary, he is very excited now. Apocalypse is a formidable opponent. If you can't make me submit in battle, don't make me submit to you. Shu Fu shouted. The huge sound also sounded like a war drum. The surface of the huge alkali lake was constantly shaking. The trees in the mountains are rustling. Wish. Apocalypse also shouted. Reach out. The countless particles that reached the microscopic molecular or even atomic level behind him rushed towards Shu Fu. The black particle, like a giant python, rushed towards it with astonishing speed. Moreover, Apocalypse manipulates more than just one. A total of 8 huge amounts of particle streams rushed over. At this speed, even the smiling particles at the microcosmic level have terrifying power. If it were an ordinary person, if they were rushed, their molecular structure would be directly disintegrated and they would become a member of this thing. Shu Fu looked at these tiny particles, and excitement flashed in his eyes. Forget it, I haven't shot with all my strength until now. 17. Then have a good fight. Shu Fu shouted excitedly. This time he is not going to use the power of the green light ring, but to use other powers. As if feeling Shu Fu's will, every cell in Shu Fu's body burned. Although Superman's body still seems to be fleshy and behaves like a fleshy body, it can't be described as fleshy at all. It is a high-level substance transformed from pure energy. Every cell in Superman contains terrifying energy. Among them, there are not only the light power of the sun, but also the ubiquitous power in the universe. These terrifying energies were stored in Shu Fu's cells during the usual process of fishing and basking in the sun. In a Setsuna, Shu Fu released it through his eyes. Shu Fu's eyes became red and bright, like two suns reappearing. The radiant light made everyone present couldn't help but close their eyes. But even so, you can feel the dazzling light as if the sun is shining directly into your eyes. The surrounding air resonates, and the air seems to be burning. The heat radiation seemed unable to conduct the terrifying heat instantly, and the air instantly burned. The flames appeared out of thin air and spread out towards the surroundings. If the flames were allowed to spread, the area of several thousand square kilometers would probably be ignited by the flames. But under Shu Fu's deliberate control, the extreme temperature subsided instantly. 2 red lights that were only as thick as a thumb shot towards Apocalypse. During this process, he couldn't even feel the slightest bit of heat in the heat rays. This is Shu Fu's performance of condensing all the energy to the extreme, and no trace of energy will be wasted. The incomparably hot light directly collided with the black particles that looked like a giant black python. A Setsuna where the two collide. The terrifying temperature of the thermal energy rays in Shu Fu's eyes burst out. The most basic black particles were directly vaporized by the terrifying heat, and burned out of thin air. The particles of various substances in it combine with each other and transform into forms. Terrible flames of various colors appeared out of thin air in the sky, and substances like ashes constantly fell from the sky. In the sky in broad daylight, it was as extraordinarily gorgeous as if firework had been played. At the same time, like a volcano erupting, countless black ashes fell from the sky. Magneto wiped it with his hand. However, it was discovered that the thing that fell from the sky was an extremely fine powder, even finer than ashes. It seems to be the toner left at the bottom of the pot after the candle is burned. He was horrified. I am amazed at the fighting power and strength that the two erupted. Shu Fu can match up with Apocalypse. What a powerful force. This terrifying ray is much more terrifying than Cyclops' eyes. What kind of ability is this? I'm afraid that hard metal will melt into molten iron in the face of this high temperature. Magneto looked at the sky with constant emotion. As for Wolverine next to her, everyone looked dumbfounded. In the sky, Apocalypse manipulators' 8,000-meter-long black dragons attacked Shu Fu. Shu Fu was crossing his arms, red rays of light continuously shot out from his eyes, and the black long dragon was cut off directly. Then burst into colorful flames. That's particles of various compositions burning constantly. His keen beast organs can also detect all kinds of weird smells in the air, and ordinary people may die if they stay in this kind of place for a while. Are the two of them really human? This kind of great power is not like the power that humans can use. It's just two monsters. Simply a god in the world. Wolverine thought for a long time, only to realize that her words were so scarce that she couldn't describe the great battle in the sky. In his impression, Magneto is already quite a powerful mutant, but in front of these two people, Magneto seems to be a child. In his mind, the only word that can describe this battle is God's war. Even the dark clouds in the sky were dispelled by the terrifying energy erupted from the battle between the two. In the distance of their battlefield, small hurricanes were even generated and spread out to the surroundings, and they were still unable to set foot on the battlefield of the two of them. A living, walking humanoid scourge. The two were fighting in the sky, and the matter of several mountains was evacuated by Apocalypse. The two of them had nothing to do for a while. Apocalypse was a bit of a ride on a tiger for a while. There was inevitably a look of shock on his face. He was so fired up that he couldn't face Shu Fu head on. I didn't expect this young man in front of me to be so strong. This kind of strength could have become a god served by a small tribe thousands of years ago. Even now, they can still become the gods of a small civilization. Such a powerful young man is willing to stay in Mutant Academy and become an insignificant student. Apocalypse can't understand, but Apocalypse didn't consider at all that Shu Fu's becoming stronger is only for this period of time when he obtained the system. My vision is really good, you are not very human. But you are just a mortal after all. And mortals have limits. I have no limits at all. Apocalypse arms outstretched. In an instant, the ground trembled, as if a magnitude 8 earthquake had occurred. The ground was constantly shaking and trembling, and even huge amounts of cracks appeared. After a while, the ground suddenly began to slowly lift into the air. Apocalypse actually manipulated its own terrifying power to lift a piece into the sky and directly disassemble it. Everything in the world, except my control. Apocalypse whispered. The surrounding air began to vibrate. Before Setsuna, the floating continent suddenly shattered and became the most basic particles. These particles swirl constantly, forming a tornado visible to the naked eye. The black tornado spins constantly and rises into the air. Down to the ground, up to the sky. That column of black storm, even thousands of kilometers away, is still clearly visible. At this moment, Apocalypse finally showed the mighty power of a god. The hurricane that covers the sky is really like the hurricane of nature. Shu Fu opened his eyes. His pupils turned golden directly, like amber in the dark night. Through the pupil of the 9 realms, he saw the scene in the hurricane. It was a phantom with huge amounts of human shape. And as time passed, the huge amounts of tornado gradually became dimmed. Those tiny black particles shrink back directly in the opposite direction. When the black storm completely disappeared, there was only a gigantic figure with a height of more than 1,000 meters left on the spot. This huge amounts of humanoid creature looks a bit like the death god Anubis in ancient Egyptian mythology. It's just that this huge amounts of portrait has 4 huge amounts of arms, and there are different weapons on each arm. His head is also a human head. In the center of the forehead, there is a blue crystal in which Apocalypse resides. Now, worship the true God. An incomparably mighty voice sounded, and the surrounding air was constantly vibrating. It feels like ringing a bell in a closed hall. True God. You do not deserve. You fellows from ancient times, you really care about the names of your gods. Floating in the air, Shu Fu spoke to Apocalypse. But are you really worthy of the title of God? Whether I am worthy or not, only if I say so. Apocalypse seemed irritated by Shu Fu's voice. One of his arms waved a huge scythe hundreds of meters long. Just the waving of the weapon caused a hurricane. Shu Fu felt his skin being blown. Not only that, his attacks were unnaturally fast. As we all know, the larger the volume of things, the stronger the air resistance and the more terrifying the gravity. Generally speaking, the larger the creature, the slower its speed should be. But at this moment, this giant god formed by Apocalypse condensed matter seems to have violated this law. The scythe shining with obsidian luster slashed at Shu Fu. Shu Fu just looked up. Reach out. The light of the green light ring flickered, and a long knife of hundreds of meters appeared in his hand. It appeared in his hands with an extremely distorted proportion. The blade is horizontal. Shu Fu had already placed the gigantic sickle, hello, King Nuo, in midair. Ding! The ear-piercing sound of metal collisions spread out from them. A burst of circular fluctuations suddenly burst open and spread out for tens of kilometers, but still couldn't stop. Shu Fu was not affected by this attack. A frivolous smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You don't even have the strength to beat people, and you still say you are a real god. Is that a lie? Shu Fu is very relaxed indeed. A weapon that is thousands of meters high and hundreds of meters long can crack mountains and crack rocks just by its own potential energy. It can be said to be infinitely powerful. In the era when individual mighty power is gathered in one body, all battles will be manifested as hand-to-hand combat. The energy generated by their collision alone is no less than the explosion of a sub-nuclear weapon. Shu Fu was also able to withstand this blow by relying on super energy. Young man, don't talk too much. You are nothing but an ant now. As long as I want, I can easily trample you to death. Apocalypse controls the giants that don't know how many tons, and takes a step forward. The ground trembled. It was like an earthquake with huge amounts of earthquakes. The alkali lake next to it seems a bit insignificant, like a small puddle. Magneto, who was on the ground, couldn't even see the whole thing when he looked up. He could only see the black wall with no edge. Those were the legs of the monstrous colossus. As Apocalypse said, this 1,000-meter-high giant is really like a god. Small mountains are nothing in front of him. Hee, trampling me to death is like an ant. Then you should try it. Shu Fu's figure flashed, and he withdrew a few kilometers away. Next moment, a golden streamer descended from the sky. This stream of light descended from the sky, as if the holy light had descended, and it seemed that the gates of heaven had been opened. The breath of divinity pervades from it. The huge amounts of incomparable golden streamer spread out, forming a light curtain. After a while, a golden giant with a height of 1,000 meters stepped out of it. Shu Fu's voice came buzzing. Now what? Next to Lake Alkali. 2,000-meter-tall giants are confronting each other. Next to it, the lake where Shu Fu used to fish is now like a small puddle. There is no sense of existence at all. Shu Fu and Apocalypse are like gods descended from the sky, and ordinary people can only look up in the sky. Apocalypse uses its own powerful ability to remanipulate matter, and uses the matter contained in hundreds of mountains to reorganize its own large body. Shu Fu relied on the power of Nabu. The powerful force directly forcibly builds huge amounts of body shape, which seems to be a void energy body, but has a structure similar to matter. The means used by both have exceeded the scope of ordinary people's comprehension. The following mutants were stunned. Great gift Shet. Are these two still human? Wolverine looked at the sky and couldn't help but rant. How huge is a kilometer-tall giant? Under his feet, he couldn't even see the giant's whole picture clearly, he could only see a towering iron wall. The Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in the world today, has more than 160 floors, but it is only less than 900 meters. Because a lot of water vapor evaporated when the two were fighting, now both Shu Fu and Apocalypse have half of their bodies covered in clouds and mist. This kind of behemoth has an oppressive force that is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even Godzilla, among the king of monsters, the monster that can make the entire human race despair, is only more than 100 meters high. Just as tall as the ankles of Shu Fu and Apocalypse, not even as tall as Apocalypse's boots. Such a Godzilla is already in existence that can treat an aircraft carrier as a toy. What's more, there are two gigantic existences of Apocalypse. No wonder Wolverine was so shocked. Thousands of years ago, I am afraid that some people would have worshipped these two people as gods. It is not without reason that Apocalypse exhibits this incomparably huge amounts of form. Wolverine was shocked, but Apocalypse raised her leg and took a step back. Boom! Hundreds of meters of feet fell, an earthquake shook the mountains, and a huge cloud of smoke erupted from the ground, which was more terrifying than the explosion of a sub-nuclear weapon. Magneto's complexion changed drastically. Go! The two of them fight, and we're dead. Magneto opened his mouth decisively. Manipulate a piece of huge amounts of metal, take a few surviving mutants, and turn around and run away without saying a word. Magneto took a group of mutants and flew tens of hundreds of kilometers away before he dared to stop and look back. And over there, Shu Fu has already fought against Apocalypse. On the huge body of Apocalypse, the forearms hold different weapons, sickles, sickle swords, and spears. The forearms attacked Shu Fu from 4 directions. 460 Apocalypse's body is huge, but not bulky at all, and her attack speed is not even a little slower than when she was in normal human form. With just one step, he has already crossed a distance of thousands of meters and arrived in front of Shu Fu. The ground exploded suddenly, and a large amount of water flew directly into the sky, forming a water curtain, showing the horror of his power. Although it is only controlling the incomparably huge body for hand-to-hand combat, the power it erupts is no less than the weapons on the earth. For Apocalypse at this moment, the body is the greatest weapon. Just one unconscious step, there are tens of millions of tons of terrifying power. This is not the power emanating from the body, but the pure gravity produced by the giant that uses matter to control the ability to force hundreds of mountains to condense. Naturally, the lake seemed to have been bombed by a missile, rising directly into the sky, blocking Apocalypse. Shu Fu wasn't nervous at all. His body exudes golden light, like a giant condensed with holy light. That is the mighty divine power of God Nabu. God Nabu is the Lord of Order in the DC universe, possesses terrifying power, and can mobilize the forces on the side of world order. Even if Shu Fu has only unlocked part of his power, he can still unleash unimaginable power. I don't know how much stronger than Dr. Fate, who was chosen by Nabu God. This energy body composed of massive energy is a manifestation of his ability. It can be said that Cloth God power is the strongest power that Shu Fu has mastered at this stage. This is not to say that its potential is stronger than Superman's body, but that the strength shown in the early stage is stronger. For example, Monkey King, the golden stick he usually uses is only more than 10,000 catties, but he can use his magic power to run with 5 mountains like Mount Tai on his back. The power it exhibits is more than hundreds of millions of tons. This is the difference between energy and the physical body. To a certain extent, it can use the power in the universe to strengthen itself. Even Shu Fu can't reach this level physically now, but with the power of Nabu, he has the power not weaker than Apocalypse. Ah, Shu Fu gave a deep voice. He has an extra one in his hand, similar to the handsome double-edged sword in Thanos' hand, but compared to Thanos' unpretentious weapon. The weapon in Shu Fu's hands is more similar to the combat power used by Optimus Prime's teacher Yu Tiandi in the shape-shifting King Kong. Not only is the blade shining with a cold metallic luster, but the blade of the weapon is also a highly condensed shock energy wave. This is the weapon he condensed by using the green light ring and the divine power of God Nabu. It can be said to be very gorgeous. Shu Fu spun with one hand, and the 800-meter-long terrifying giant blade spun directly in the air. The air is directly stirred, forming a hurricane. The water flow on the ground was attracted, forming several waterspouts. When the power of the saber was exhausted, Shu Fu immediately turned his hands to hold the saber, and slashed towards the water curtain in front of him. And over there, Apocalypse's weapons attacked at the same time. Ding! The weapons of the two collided directly. The terrifying shockwave spread around the two of them. In water, soil, trees, debris, etc. Everything on this ground was collided and flew out by the terrifying shockwave generated by the collision between the two. The powerful force was transmitted to the ground, and the cracks visible to the naked eye spread along the two people's feet towards the surroundings. Each crack is several meters wide and spreads out for dozens of kilometers. The mutual attack of the two giants produced terrifying fluctuations, which were simply appalling. But it's all just an appetizer. The strength is good, but unfortunately your attack is too dull. You are not a flesh and blood body at all, and you cannot display your calendar. Shu Fu spoke directly, and the sky seemed to be thundering. Shu Fu quickly discovered the weakness of the Apocalypse form, which is the stiff movements. His body, which was reorganized by decomposing matter, is not as soft as a fleshy body at all. Even Apocalypse's ability is terrifying and manipulative. Ordinary people may not even notice the incongruity of his actions. Shu Fu is completely different. The addition of various system rewards makes his senses extremely sharp. Immediately found a difference. Apocalypse turned a deaf ear to Shu Fu's words, and spoke. It's enough to deal with you. As he said that, the upper two pairs of long knives supporting Shu Fu, and the lower two pairs of arms attacked Shu Fu. The extremely sharp sickle-shaped sword exudes an extremely sharp light. If it is stabbed, it will be dissembled in an instant. Shu Fu laughed, and exerted force with his right hand. The double-edged long knife in his hand deflected directly, and the blade that was originally at the bottom suddenly moved towards the top. The extremely powerful energy blade even began to vibrate constantly, and the rippling golden energy fell on the ground, which was a molten red spot. Apocalypse knows it with his butt, it's not something he can resist forcibly. He had no choice but to give up the attack, using the weapon condensed from the hardest material in the mountain to block Shu Fu's attack again. Shu Fu is indeed relentless when he is in power, and he doesn't talk about martial arts at all. A flirty kick kicked at Apocalypse. A body constructed of other substances naturally has no so-called weaknesses. But the terrifying power of Shu Fu's kicks alone has completely surpassed the explosive power of cruise missiles. If you get kicked this time, is it still worth it? Even if his body was constructed from different materials, he would probably be directly kicked to pieces by this terrifying force. Apocalypse was helpless. He didn't expect Shu Fu to be so tough and have so much combat experience. Fortunately, his body has 4 arms. The upper arm slashed at Shu Fu's lower body, hoping to make Shu Fu stop his attack with this move. Seeing that the situation was not good, Shu Fu stopped his move in time and took a step forward. Formed a posture that seemed to be Zamabu. There is a way to start from the ground, and the lower body is stable, and Shu Fu's upper body is not to be outdone. The powerful force directly gathers at one point, and the huge amounts of the blade in the middle directly lift it upwards with force. The incomparably huge power directly sent the Apocalypse flying out. Apocalypse flew into the sky and landed directly on the ground. The huge object weighing tens of millions of tons fell directly to the ground. Boom! The ground collapsed, and a huge depression appeared, as if a huge earthquake had occurred on the ground. The ground is shaking. Magneto and Wolverine, who ran tens of hundreds of kilometers away, were a little unstable on the ground, and people hundreds of kilometers away could feel a little tremor. Shu Fu was so powerful that he chased Apocalypse with the double-edged energy giant blade in his hand. The dazzling energy streaked across the sky with a trace of golden energy torrents. The sky has become a little brighter. Apocalypse's complexion changed and he slapped the ground, bouncing off the ground directly, with 4 arms parrying together. Ding! Boom! The two kept fighting, and various phantoms constantly appeared in the sky. It was as if a level 12 hurricane had appeared around them, and the surrounding celestial phenomena had been changed just by relying on pure strength. The ground was even more of a mess. Knife marks, sword marks, traces of various weapons can be seen everywhere. Alkali Lake was originally surrounded by huge amounts of mountains, various small hills, and even kilometers of high mountains can be seen everywhere. Those small mountain peaks were directly broken down by Apocalypse using its powerful power. Those peaks that are close to a kilometer are also a mess. Shu Fu went down with a knife, and the mountain was cut off. The terrifying energy treasure has many functions, which makes people feel shocked and extremely frightening. The battle between the two of them can no longer be said to be a battle between ordinary people, but a battle among gods. In this battle, Shu Fu clearly had the upper hand. An energy double-edged long knife, waving vigorously in his hands, the suppressed Apocalypse couldn't lift his head. Apocalypse is absolutely unexpected, starting the automatic. His strongest form turned out to be this result. In previous battles, he only showed his powerful real body, and with a random punch, the enemy would be killed. Most of the time, he doesn't need to use such a powerful demeanor to consume his own strength. But now, their battle has lasted more than 10 minutes. Shu Fu has been suppressing him and hitting him. If it wasn't for his ability to use other substances to repair his own damage, he would have been killed long ago. Even so, he also felt that he was at the end of his strength, and the power in his body was almost exhausted. Even mutants need to expend their own hard energy. Controlling hundreds of millions of tons of material and consuming power can be called terrifying. Even Apocalypse is already a little bit overwhelmed. Under such circumstances, Shu Fu, who was opposite her, was still alive and well, as if the energy consumed before had no effect on him. How is this possible? Apocalypse didn't understand, but was shocked. Who the hell are you? Why do you have such strength and yet remain so unknown? It's absolutely impossible. Apocalypse held Shu Fu's weapon with both hands, and couldn't help asking. Shu Fu grinned. It's just that I don't want to. How troublesome it is to be famous. Shu Fu was too lazy to say more. He was originally a salty fish character who did not contend with the world. What's the use of being famous? Ordinary people are famous for power and status. Does he need it? To have strength is to have willful capital. In any case, he is also a person who has received a modern education. Shu Fu replied, but made Apocalypse a little unbelievable. With such a powerful force, why don't they want to rule the world, but be content with being ordinary? He can't take it. You are wasting your strength and your ability. Since you don't want to rule the world, why are you fighting with me? Apocalypse was furious and lost her composure. Whether Shu Fu insulted him or provoked him, he was not angry. For thousands of years, he has known, these are far from meaningful. It's just that Shu Fu said so, but it made him feel sad. With so much power, why wouldn't you want to rule the world? Because you provoked someone you shouldn't, that's all. As for ruling the world, I'm afraid only you ambitious people will be interested in it. It's over, you'd better go die. Shu Fu finished speaking calmly. Swipe across the blade with one hand. A dazzling energy plume erupted from his blade in an instant. At this moment, the blade in Shu Fu's hand is like a spaceship, and the energy flames ejected form a blade in Shu Fu's hand. The powerful energy plume above it seems to want to evaporate everything. Apocalypse has yet to speak and react to class. Shu Fu was already manipulating the powerful energy weapon in his hand, and slashed at Apocalypse. This time, Apocalypse's block does not work. The terrifying energy giant blade with a length of several kilometers directly sliced the huge amounts of figure of Apocalypse open. Apocalypse wants action. However, he found that his omnipotent ability seemed to be out of control now. The power in the body seems to be emptied. Shu Fu's blow just now has completely destroyed the functions of his body and crushed his last vitality. Damage on the material level will not be transferred by people's will. At the very least, the power of Apocalypse has not yet reached such a terrifying level. A trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes, but then turned into relief. His soul is strong enough, not yet dead. Shu Fu, who was opposite him, just spoke. Don't try to divert your will. I also have the mental ability, you can't walk. Hearing this, Apocalypse finally gave up her last hope. There is no anger in the eyes, only relief and relief. In the next second, his soul slowly dissipated. His incomparably huge body began to disintegrate like dust, constantly falling from the sky. Magneto and Wolverine below couldn't help opening their mouths. Apocalypse really killed it, still in such an exaggerated way. Before they saw Shu Fu's terrifying attack, they even had a feeling of imminent disaster psychologically. Such power, Magneto can only feel that there are talented people from generation to generation. Shu Fu is really not human. Shu Fu turned into a 1,000-meter giant on the banks of Alkali Lake, beheading the most powerful mutant apocalypse in ancient times. The battle between the two of them nearly destroyed the mountains around Alkali Lake. This small mountain range that existed on the land of Maple Leaf Country for thousands of years was directly raised by the battle between the two people. Only the submerged, uneven ground, and countless black powders remained in place, proving what happened here. Shu Fu patted his butt and temporarily took mutant back to settle down. People all over the world are blown up. Human technology in the Marvel world is much higher than the Earth in Shu Fu's original world. Tony Stark was even able to create a black technology weapon such as steel armor. Other technologies used by humans are naturally very developed. Human satellites in the Marvel world can even monitor people in real time, and detect a person's face while orbiting in outer space. Shu Fu and Apocalypse, such a large-scale battle, are naturally nothing but their eyes. Seeing the battle between these two people, all the high-level government officials were shocked. They thought that the tragedy that happened in Cairo more than 10 years ago was already the limit of mutants' fighting power. But unexpectedly, this is just the beginning. The fighting power displayed by Shu Fu and Apocalypse can easily destroy a country by one person. Not to mention a small country, even a world power like the beautiful country may not be able to resist this kind of attack. Unless they rely on the goal of detonating all nuclear weapons and destroying them together, they will not be able to check and balance such a powerful existence as Shu Fu. The governments of various countries are in turmoil, and the forces that were about to move against mutant are directly hidden. The top military officials of the beautiful country who originally wanted to send fighter jets broke out in a cold sweat. They dare not imagine what would happen if fighter jets were really sent out before. I'm afraid they have been killed by Shu Fu by now. In the face of such a strong man who can control the world's situation by himself, everyone will maintain a certain degree of reason. They may secretly study the weapons of confrontation, but they absolutely dare not confront them head-on. Countless forces have changed the original strategy. These governments got the news, and S.H.I.E.L.D. naturally got the information. This powerful multinational organization has mastered the most powerful manpower and material resources in the world, and can use the resources of Starfish in its hands. Even stronger than some individual countries. Under Nick Fury's control, S.H.I.E.L.D. became the most powerful organization in the world. Naturally, Shu Fu's fight couldn't be hidden from his eyes. Even the dispatch of Sentry can't be hidden from Nick Fury. It's just that he ended up watching with a cold eye, and didn't help the mutants who were being treated. Although he is the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he still has some constraints after all, and needs to accept the constraints and arrangements of the World Security Council. The major forces can also affect his decision-making. But, if only for these reasons, no one can stop Nick Fury's shot secretly. The second reason is that in Nick Fury's view, mutant strength is too strong, and it is an unstable factor. Nick Fury may have done an irrefutable thing in terms of protecting the Earth, and he has done the best he can. But his methods are also very cruel. For example, after Phil Coulson died, he was resurrected incompletely with the serum he researched from the Kree corpses. Even directly through the brain, modifying Phil Coulson's memory. That kind of pain, even a high-level agent like Phil Coulson, begged him to die. Facing the Avengers, he also used deception to gather the team spirit of the Avengers. So cruel to his own people, let alone mutant. In order to achieve his own goals, Nick Fury will never give up using some means. Using the simple moral concepts of human beings to see, Nick Fury is definitely not a good person in the traditional sense. Standing on the standpoint of mutant, this is even more so. Only, things have changed now. Shu Fu showed his true strength, which is a powerful battle that transcends mortals and even surpasses Asgard. The combat power that can truly destroy a country by one person. Walking human nukes, exaggeration. Nick Fury knows that the strategy of dealing with mutant must be changed. No one knew what was going on in Nick Fury's mind, but he still had to maintain a bright image in front of his subordinates. He called his most confidant subordinates to his office. Nick Fury played the Shu Fu and Apocalypse battle scene recorded by satellite, and waited until Hill watched it before opening his mouth. What do you think? Isn't this really some kind of movie, or special effects? As one of the few 9-level agents in S.H.I.E.L.D., Hill knows most of Shield's secrets, and he claims to be very knowledgeable. It can be said that she knows the truth of most extraordinary events on the Earth. It's just that this scene was beyond Hill's expectations, and even made him a little shocked, even scared. The strength shown by Shu Fu in Apocalypse is too strong. Seeing the expression on Hill's face, Nick Fury couldn't help shaking his head. Why is he not? Having seen the power of Captain Marvel, he feels that Captain Marvel is already the pinnacle of power. But Captain Marvel's power, but not such a terrible expressiveness. 1,000-meter-high giant can chop a mountain away with just a wave of his hand. This is still human. When I saw it for the first time, Nick Fury was also deeply shocked. It's just that now, it's not the first time he's seen him, and he's still able to keep calm. Instead, Hill sighed a little bit about Nick Fury's determination. Sir, my suggestion is to have a good relationship with him. Our current strength is not enough to deal with an enemy of this level. Hill was a little weak when he said this, with a wry smile on his face. She never thought that one day, the giant shield would have such a powerless day. Even facing Thor, a powerful creature from Asgard, they want to make powerful weapons to fight against it. But when facing Shu Fu, a feeling of powerlessness emerged in Hill's heart. It's really the fighting power shown by Shu Fu, it's too scary. The strength shown in the New York War is just the tip of his iceberg. Compared to Thor, Shu Fu's momentum is too amazing. Nick Fury shares the same opinion as Hill. Yes, we should have a good relationship with him. The mutant is a powerful force, and now it's even stronger. Now that they have become a force that can influence the world's situation, we must deal with them properly. It's not scary that Charles is the leader of the mutants, they all have weaknesses. This young man named Shu Fu is different, he doesn't even have extra hobbies, he only likes fishing. This kind of talent is even more terrifying. Not to mention, he is only at this age now, and no one knows whether he will become stronger in the future. Nick Fury has a super heavy voice. Even Shu Fu never goes out. But S.H.I.E.L.D. has made his intelligence investigation clear, including Shu Fu's behavior, psychological profiling, hobbies and other factors, all of which have been placed on Nick Fury's desk. It is precisely because of understanding that Nick Fury finds it tricky. If it is a person with ordinary desires, it is easy to deal with. Money, women, for them S.H.I.E.L.D., there is no problem at all. Even an honest person like Captain America is being monitored by a female agent who acts as a nurse. Not to mention a strong man with an unknown personality like Shu Fu. But this guy Shu Fu doesn't like anything, but he likes fishing at a young age, can you believe it? Fishermen, how should they deal with it? Can't be aimed at all. Nick Fury can only choose to deal with the relationship first, and then make plans. Moments later, Nick Fury made a decision. Go and deal with those forces that took action against Mutant. Don't give them a handle. Tell those politicians we've got some leeway with our hands and really get those mutants to start retaliating and things will get out of hand. Even if they don't speak up, this is something we have to do. And what we have to do is perfect, it can't be. Understand? Nick Fury stared at Hill with one eye. I see. As a high-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Hill knows the seriousness of the matter. And I think this thing is definitely taken for granted. This is the influence of Shu Fu now, the influence of a powerful person who can change the situation of the world. Even if he didn't open his mouth, he didn't speak. Others should also consider or even guess his ideas, and consider his opinions before doing things. Even S.H.I.E.L.D., the most powerful force on Earth, is still not eligible for exceptions. Above the Earth, not just the power of ordinary people, know the battle of Shu Fu. The magical world hidden among ordinary people also knew the news. Compared with ordinary humans, they are more likely to accept that the strong have supreme power. But I am even more in awe of the strong. Shu Fu's terrifying fighting power and strength made everyone have to think a little more when dealing with Mutant. Among them, the most powerful magician force on Earth, Kamar Taj, is naturally included. Kamar Taj was originally just a small village in the Himalayas. But here, a legendary powerhouse appeared, Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. She is so powerful, she is the most powerful magician on Earth and nearby space. Mastered the terrifying magic power. Even some evil gods from different dimensions must admit how powerful one is. It is under the protection of her and the Earth magic circle that the Earth cannot be invaded by various evil and strange creatures in the dimension. She is synonymous with mighty, she is sorcerer supreme. Ancient One spends most of his time sitting in the holy place, researching magic mysteries to protect the world. She also mastered the time gem, naturally able to see and peek into the future. In fact, when Shu Fu and Apocalypse were fighting, Ancient One was observing through magic. When she saw Apocalypse make a move to change the landscape of the mountains, she already wanted to make a move. This kind of damage to the Earth was something she couldn't allow. 0. Seeking flowers. Even the ancients thousands of years ago couldn't do it. This is the rule of Sorcerer Supreme. Everyone on the planet must obey. It's just that what Ancient One didn't expect was that before she made a move, Shu Fu made a move first, and as soon as she made a move, he pressed Apocalypse to hit again. As the first mutant thousands of years ago, Apocalypse is powerful, and Ancient One also knows his strength. But Shu Fu's strength surprised Ancient One. Is the new generation of mutants so fierce? This kind of combat power is stronger than all the magicians of Kamar Taj. Even the great magician of Kamar Taj, several of her disciples, probably do not have this kind of strength. In history, every strong man who has reached this level can leave his own legend in the field of magic. But how old is Shu Fu? To have such terrifying strength, isn't this too outrageous? Are mutants really human? Having such potential is really an outlier among human beings. But this kid has great potential, maybe he can be adjusted as a candidate. Countless spaces and mysterious rules flickered in Ancient One's eyes. Although she can't see Shu Fu's future clearly, she also knows that Shu Fu's future is definitely promising. Not even weaker than strange. Who says a mutant can't be a magician? Everything is possible. A mysterious smile appeared on Ancient One's face. Among the Kamar Taj, there are also mutants, and there is no such thing as a human race here. With his own strength, Shu Fu was successfully valued by Ancient One and remembered in his heart. 0. The Earth is a very remote corner in the universe. Even the entire solar system, in the universe, is like a speck of dust. In the Milky Way, there are 400 billion fixed stars like the Sun. And in the entire universe, there are countless galaxies like the Milky Way, and I am afraid that it is impossible to count them in a lifetime. Such a small planet like the Earth is really inconspicuous. Except for people with ulterior motives, no one pays attention at all. This person with ulterior motives is none other than Thanos, the overlord of the universe. Thanos is a wily guy with extremely high intelligence. It can be said that the Avengers were all played by him in the applause. If it weren't for the last Avengers not talking about martial arts and going through time and space directly, Thanos' wish would have come true. The existence of this kind of intelligence naturally knows the importance of intelligence. After Chidori's loss, he stepped up his threat to emboldened intelligence. Relying on technology far ahead of the Earth, he has carried out comprehensive monitoring of the Earth. Shu Fu made such a big commotion, so naturally he couldn't hide it from his eyes. Thanos sits on the throne, and in front of him is the battle between Shu Fu and Apocalypse. Look at the fighting power displayed by Shu Fu and Apocalypse. Thanos is slightly shocked. The throne next to him had been directly pinched with traces of his handprints. The look on Thanos' face was very serious, because the strength shown by Shu Fu is no less than him. After all, he can directly pull the existence of the small planet with his physical body. Pseudo-level Godfather other strong. But Shu Fu's various means of doing things and magical abilities far surpass him. There are various methods, and they are very judicious in battle. Such a powerful existence suddenly appeared on the Earth. Simply unreasonable. Don't people on Earth need to exercise and practice? This kind of combat power is simply outrageous. With such a sudden change, Thanos decided that his plan for the Earth had to be postponed. Thanos felt that he was inexplicable and took a sap. Earthlings are not as weak as I thought. They must have hidden powers. I have to keep building up strength. Thanos muttered to himself. He once wanted to come to Earth himself. But before it came, Thanos felt a fatal crisis. This made him immediately stop his plan. Chidori cannon fodder was dispatched last time. Now he feels that right is one of the hidden forces. Thanos is preparing to prepare secretly. Slowly improve your own strength, and finally achieve your goals. The floating throne flickers. The figure of Thanos is hidden in the darkness of the universe. Above the Earth, Shu Fu didn't know that he was already missed by Thanos. He didn't dare to worry about the impact of his previous battles. To be strong is to be fearless. And for a real strong man, this is nothing to him. So he sacrificed a little fishing time and took Magneto and the others back to Mutant Academy. This time Mutant can be said to have suffered heavy losses. The X-Men are left with only Wolverine and a comatose Phoenix, and Storm is nowhere to be found. The Mutant Brotherhood was even worse, leaving only Magneto and Juggernaut. A plot by Apocalypse. Mutant almost ushered in Disaster 3. The turmoil in the universe will not affect Shu Fu for the time being. On Earth, with his strength, there won't be much trouble at all. What he is facing now is other troubles. That is the rebuilding of Mutant Academy. For a strong player like Shu Fu, Sentry is not a difficult opponent. Unless it is the Nimrod-level Sentry developed to the later stage. Otherwise, an ordinary Sentry Shu Fu could easily be crushed to death. This is because Shu Fu is strong, and on Earth, he can be regarded as a strong man who can be ranked right now. For the students of Mutant Academy, this is an existence that cannot be resisted. Sentry raided the Mutant Academy, which was completely destroyed. The buildings on the surface have all been turned into ruins, as if after being devastated by the battlefield. There are only a few ruined walls left, standing there alone, looking very miserable. This college has become like this, even Shu Fu can't help but complain in his heart. Apocalypse is really not a thing. The same as Mutant, under such a heavy people. Compared to Shu Fu and the other mutants, the emotions were even more exciting. Wolverine Logan even stretched out her claws directly, venting towards a tree, scratching the huge amount of tree beyond recognition. For Logan, Mutant Academy was like home. Charles has always taken care of him, even though Wolverine is old, but Charles is more like a father. Under such circumstances, seeing the Mutant Academy being destroyed, it's no wonder he didn't go crazy. Among the old, weak, sick and disabled, the only one who can keep calm is perhaps Magneto. Shu Fu, what do you think we should do? I know we used to be hostile, but now, our previous grievances are nothing. This is Charles's effort, and I can't let his effort go to waste. I can't show up here, it will bring danger to this once pure land, and after I leave, everything here must be handed over to you. Quote. What are you going to do? Magneto's voice was very low. It's not that Magneto doesn't want to be the leader of the Mutant Academy. Charles died, although he was sad, but he had a tough character and would not indulge in grief. He will continue to fight for his race. But there is a very embarrassing thing. Magneto is actually the most wanted criminal in many countries, and his threat level is the highest level. In this case, it is naturally impossible for him to become the principal of Mutant School. If he becomes the principal here, I am afraid that the school has just been rebuilt, and high-level officials from all over the world will send people to make trouble. So Magneto put his hope on Shu Fu. Seeing Magneto's expression, Shu Fu felt a little headache. He doesn't want to be the headmaster of some Mutant Academy, what a hassle. It's no good, there are more things to do. Ahem, Eric, I don't think it is necessary, Mr. Logan is very good. I think he should be able to take responsibility. Shu Fu said seriously. Magneto rolled Shu Fu's eyes. Shu Fu himself felt a little outrageous. On Wolverine's side, the half-meter thick tree was chopped off. Nice big tree. Sentry came and failed to destroy it, Wolverine came back and planed it. Wolverine is very reliable in combat and is definitely a teammate you can trust. He can also be a good brother and a good person to rely on. But it is a bit embarrassing for him to become the principal of Mutant Academy. Thinking of this, Shu Fu sighed. Look at the lying piano again. Could he only be the headmaster of Mutant Academy? There are only a few remnants of Tai Niang left in Mutant Academy, what else can he do? Shouldn't we throw away our home? It is absolutely impossible to live in modern society. After pondering for a moment, Shu Fu spoke. I will only take over for a while, find the right person, and hand it over to him. Magneto nodded in relief. It's good that you can think so. The Academy cannot decline. As a member of the Mutant Academy, you must take responsibility after all. We have to come together. Magneto spoke passionately. Shu Fu curled his lips when he heard that. Don't talk about that yet. Go and check the situation first. I remember that there is an escape passage under the college. Maybe some students escaped. The teachers of the college will definitely buy them time. Maybe there are still students alive. Shu Fu interrupted Magneto's speech and spoke. Mutants' situation in this world is very bad, and it is very targeted by other people. As early as the establishment of Mutant Academy, Professor X had already planned for a rainy day and built an escape passage underground. When the academy is attacked, the teachers will desperately create space for the students to escape. Maybe some students escaped. What you said also makes sense. With Charles's ability, there should be children who escaped. We have to get them back. Magneto also nodded cautiously. But you still have to think about how to rebuild the academy. It requires a lot of resources and money. And this land belongs to Charles's family. After his death, there may be a lot of troubles involved. Magneto reminded vaguely. Shu Fu frowned. Let me see who doesn't have long eyes come over and try. Shu Fu said in a rare domineering manner. Mutant Academy, but his hometown in the Marvel world, where he lives comfortably. I live in a big villa every day, sleep in a high-level suite, eat in a high-level restaurant, and live a very good life. Want to take his land? There is no way for the government of the beautiful country to come. It's good that you have such confidence. Magneto nodded. In that case, I'll go find someone. You help protect these people from here. It should be no problem. Shu Fu gave Magneto a deep look. This old boy is not as well behaved as he looks, even after going through so many things. He still felt that he was going to abduct Wanchen. Seeing Shu Fu's slightly warning eyes, Fang Siju felt sad. Don't worry, I will protect them. Magneto nodded repeatedly. Shu Fu also nodded and walked towards Wolverine. Now Logan has vented and returned to normal. Come on, teacher, let's go to the escape route. Maybe some students escaped. Shu Fu said naturally. Wolverine's dark eyes suddenly brightened. Yes, someone must have escaped. Charles must have been prepared. Then let's go. Wolverine left immediately after saying that. The two soon reached the ruins of the academy. This place has been buried by a piece of ruins, and it doesn't look like it should have been at all. With a thought of Shu Fu, the green light flickered. A large amount of abandoned construction waste flew into the sky, and when it reached the side, a big hole was exposed. Teacher, let's go. Shu Fu walked in immediately. This passage seems quite spacious, with a height of 2 or 3 meters, and there is no end in sight. The two of them walked several thousand meters before they walked out of the tunnel. After coming out, there is a sparse forest. Wolverine sniffed, with a look of disappointment and a little anxiety on her face. It's been too long, and the smell has dissipated. And it looks like there's blood. Shu Fu glanced at him. Taguchi said. Don't worry about the teacher. It's normal to be injured. It's not certain if there is a danger. While speaking, his eyes turned a lake-like clear yellow. One after another phantoms appeared directly. Seeing these apparitions, he sighed. Only 5 people escaped, and others appeared injured. The original Mutant Academy had hundreds of students and teachers. This guy Apocalypse is really cruel. Let's go. I've found traces of them. Shu Fu used his ability at this moment. All kinds of abilities add up to give him a very powerful ability. Even to a certain extent, he could see the remaining phantoms in time, and he had already found the traces of these people. Wolverine gave him a shocked look. You still have the tracking ability. How many abilities do you have? Logan couldn't be more shocked. Everyone is also a mutant, why do you have so many abilities? How can he only know self-healing? It's not fair. Wolverine thought he was used to all this, and now it seems that he has not fully realized it, and it is still shocking to see it. But Shu Fu has gotten used to it. As soon as Shu Fu stretched out his hand, the green power directly linked to Wolverine. The two people rose straight from the ground and flew in one direction. Soon they arrived in an ordinary community. It looks like a very ordinary and beautiful country civilian community, with small wooden Western-style buildings everywhere. Here, shouldn't this be the safe house prepared by the professor? Wolverine said suspiciously. The safety of Mutant Academy is in a safe place away from the crowd. This is to protect the mutant, but also to protect ordinary people. Not here. This should be Bobby's house. Shu Fu said. Iceman's parents, knowing that their son has a mutant ability, still accept their children's parents. Because when Bobby was very young, He had an amazing ability to manipulate his own ability, and he could control water. Later sent to Mutant Academy, is to study. It seems that they are hiding here. Very smart. As expected of a future potential Omega-level mutant. Shu Fu took Wolverine forward and rang the doorbell. Soon, a kind middle-aged woman came to open the door, and she gave the handsome Shu Fu a slightly wary look. Behind him was a middle-aged man with a pistol in his hand. "Hello, I am a teacher at the academy. Bobby is supposed to be here." Shu Fu smiled and said. The woman looked him up and down, but didn't believe it easily. "How come I haven't seen you?" "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. Bobby comes out, you'll know." Shu Fu smiled. There was a trace of doubt on the woman's face, and then Bobby's voice came from behind him. "Mom, he is indeed from the academy. In this mutant academy, the future. One of the mutants with the highest potential." Poppy Iceman's eyes were full of shock. Because Shu Fu's voice sounded directly in his mind just now. "This is mind ability. Why haven't I seen you for so long?" Shu Fu has mastered other abilities again. "This is too exaggerated." Iceman was shocked, but he quickly concealed his emotions and asked. "Come in. It's not safe to stand outside." "Don't worry, everything has been dealt with." Shu Fu opened his mouth and walked in with Wolverine. Logan is still a little hangover at the moment. Shu Fu forgot that Wolverine seemed afraid of heights and flew a little faster. This is one of Wolverine's biggest weaknesses. She is afraid of heights and flying. When he saw Bobby, the emotion on his face recovered. "Son, you are not surprised." He patted Bobby's shoulder vigorously, showing his rare true feelings, and a gentle light shone in his eyes. Wolverine would only be like this when she was facing her compatriots from the academy. Bobby's mother walked in with them and brought them coffee. "Thanks." Shu Fu thanked him and looked at Bobby. "What about the rest?" "In the basement. They're not doing well. We dare not go to the hospital." Bobby spoke. "You guys are doing great." Shu Fu nodded. "Bobby is very weird. Everyone is also a student. Why does your tone sound like a professor's?" "Come on, let's go see them." Shu Fu stood up and spoke, and Wolverine beside him also stood up anxiously. Bobby nodded, and led the two of them to the basement of the house. The beautiful country is sparsely populated. Even for ordinary people, the houses are very large. And generally have attics and basements. Because most of the houses of ordinary people are made of wood and various materials, it is very easy to build these. Poppy opened the door and led them in. The basement is about a dozen square meters, in which there are 2 beds, and 2 people are lying on them. Shu Fu could see that this was Storm and Colossus, and Little Rascal and Shadowcat were taking care of them. Seeing Bobby bring someone in, the 2 little girls were very excited. Little Rascal ran over to wrap Wolverine, and Shadowcat landed directly on Shu Fu. "It's great that you're still alive." The 2 of them were very happy, while Shu Fu was a little embarrassed. Foreign girls are more enthusiastic than Chinese people. "I'll take a look at their injuries first." Shu Fu said something and stepped forward. Colossus was badly injured. The young man's arm seemed to be ripped off directly from his body, and half of his shoulder disappeared. It was wrapped in gauze at the moment, and it was covered in blood. If it wasn't for his strong body and strong physical fitness, he would probably be dead by now. Shu Fu could imagine how hard the child had worked to protect others. Golden light emerges. The divine power of Naboo is directly injected into the body of Colossus 2.0. Shu Fu used his will to tear off the gauze directly. Under the action of Naboo's divine power, Colossus' wound began to repair, and the granulation began to wriggle visible to the naked eye. A new arm begins to take shape. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Both Little Rascal and Shadowcat stared like brass bells, full of shock. Wolverine was already used to this. There was a lot of blood loss and it will take some time to recover. I'll take him to the hospital for recuperation later. Shu Fu opened his mouth and said something. He turned to look at Storm beside him. Storm didn't seem to have any hidden wounds on his body, he was just unconscious. It seems to be the same as Chin, the ability has been overused, and the soul has been severely damaged, which can be recuperated slowly by herself. As for the wound on the soul, Shu Fu can't repair it directly, for fear of hurting Storm. But let Storm wake up temporarily, for a while, there is still no problem. Green light flickers. He directs the power of the Green Lantern into Storm's body. There was a bit of pain on Storm's face, and then he opened his eyes suddenly, and the white pupils appeared, as if he wanted to use his ability. Teacher, you calm down. There are no more enemies. Hearing Shu Fu's voice, Storm relaxed. Shu Fu, glad you're alive. Professor may still be alive. That's what Storm said in the first sentence. Shu Fu is no exception. He had long guessed that the professor was still alive. After all, Charles had been killed and resurrected again. In the Marvel world, reversing life and death is not difficult. But any famous superhero who has never died is ashamed to say hello. You rest first. Leave the rest to me. Shu Fu finished this sentence. Storm passed out again. Chapter 51. When Shu Fu came back from Bobby's house. With 4 survivors from the Mutant Academy, Poppy stays at home and enjoys a warm family life. Anyway, the college can't live in people now. Fortunately, Charles is a local tyrant, and his villa in New York can still serve as a temporary shelter for a group of people. Even Magneto appeared here, together with 2 little girls to protect a group of old, weak, sick and disabled. After the people were settled down, Shu Fu pulled Magneto aside and spoke. Charles may still be alive. What? Magneto froze for a moment, then a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes. What you said is true. Alalo told me that there shouldn't be any major problems. You are familiar with the professor. I have a question for you. Shu Fu nodded and asked. You say. Magneto was very cooperative and said. In the face of his old friend's life and death, Magneto still gave up his pride. I heard that the professor has a twin brother. Shu Fu asked. That's right. Magneto sighed before speaking. It's actually a tragedy. Charles's ability is too powerful. In her mother's body, this powerful power has already been exerted. His spiritual ability directly destroyed his younger brother's thinking, or soul. His younger brother was born in a vegetable state. For so many years, he was placed in a nursing home, and his life was supported by instruments. Shu Fu nodded. Then there is no problem. According to his memory, Professor X's resurrection was different from Magneto's. The professor achieved another kind of resurrection by transferring his thoughts into the body of his twin brother. But it may be more appropriate to call it possessing others' body. Just like Apocalypse, with such a powerful ability as Professor, it is too easy to live forever. With the strength of his soul, he can easily enter the brain of any ordinary person, and then occupy their body. It's just teaching kindness, and there is a bottom line for people not to do so. Even if he was resurrected, he had no choice but to occupy the body of his younger brother in a vegetable state. On the basis of the catastrophe encountered by Mutant Academy, Professor did such a thing. Shu Fu can also understand. Although very indifferent, living in a vegetative state is actually a kind of torture to themselves and their family members. Human will to overcome physical illness only exists in legends. Feeling deeply in his heart, Shu Fu said, if that's the case, then it's fine. If my guess is correct, the professor should have transferred his consciousness into the body of his twin brother. The professor should be alive now. Magneto's eyes lit up. I see. In Charles's character, he might indeed do that. Then what are you waiting for? Let's get him back. Magneto, an elderly man, also felt a little impatient at the moment. I'll go with Logan. You need to protect these children here. Although Apocalypse is dead, the forces behind him have not been eliminated. The base that made Sentry has not been destroyed, and we cannot let our guard down. Shu Fu said, these people may die without a leader because of Sentry. But when they react, maybe they will do something. This place cannot be left unprotected. Magneto also reacted, his face serious. You're right, you go and get Charles back first. We'll make plans for the rest. Shu Fu nodded and said a few words to Wolverine, and they set off on the road to find Professor X. Amber-colored light shone in Shu Fu's eyes, and it took more than 10 minutes to find the location of Professor X's younger brother. Found it. It turned out to be a sanatorium affiliated to the CIA, and the professor has a wide range of ways. Shu Fu's eyes lit up and he muttered to himself, Mr. Logan, let's go. Shu Fu greeted Logan and directly opened a portal. Logan took a deep puff of his cigar, suppressed his emotions, and followed Shu Fu into the room. The next moment, they appeared thousands of kilometers away. In front of a nursing home with a beautiful environment. This is a sanatorium affiliated to the notorious organization of the CIA. It is full of wounded people from this department, and the professor is among them. At the gate of this nursing home, there are still soldiers standing guard. If it was changed to another place, Shu Fu would have broken in. But Professor X cultivated here and used the power of his old friends. Shu Fu didn't plan to make such a big splash. The two of them walked to the gate, and the guards on guard found them. The guard tensed and loaded his weapon. Shu Fu just smiled slightly and spoke. "Hello, can you help me find Ms. Mora?" Mora is an old friend of Professor X. He once organized the missile crisis more than 10 years ago and also dealt with Apocalypse. She is an old agent of the CIA, and she had an unclear relationship with the professor for a while. Unfortunately, for Mutant, the professor erased her memory. But the two are still good friends. The professor's younger brother has also been taken care of by this lady. She is also one of the people in charge here. Sorry, no one is allowed to visit here. Please leave. Several soldiers raised their guns. Shu Fu shook his head, his eyes lit up, and ordered. Help me get in touch with Ms. Mora. Yes, sir. The guard, who was very vigilant, just now saluted and ran to communicate with the inside. Wolverine looked at Shu Fu with a strange expression again. Mind control. Have to. Shu Fu really deserves to be a student of the professor. The professor's housekeeping skills have been learned. Shu Fu ability is highly controlled, so naturally he won't read other people's minds at will, and doesn't know what Wolverine is thinking. He just waited for a while. A lady who looked not young, but still had a charm, came out in a white coat. Obviously, the guard used some excuse to call Ms. Moore out, saving Shu Fu a lot of effort. Logan, why are you here? Although Mora doesn't know Shu Fu, she does know Wolverine. They are not familiar with each other, but they have met a few times. We're here to find the professor, Wolverine said anxiously. Charles, Logan, are you confused? Charles is not here. Mora shook her head. He didn't know about the attack on Mutant Academy, and thought the professor was still alive. Let's go in and talk. Ms. Mora, I am a student of the professor, can we meet the professor's brother? Shu Fu said gently. Mola was taken aback, looked at Wolverine, and only when she saw Wolverine nodded, she opened her mouth to speak. Okay, come with me. Mora nodded, and led the two of them into the nursing home. Wolverine was a little nervous at the moment. As the saying goes, being close to the hometown is more timid, and I dare not ask people. Wolverine regards the professor as her own family. In the story of New History, the professor lost control, killed several mutants, was attacked by the whole team, and it was Wolverine who took the professor away. Wolverine, once a mighty warrior, even went so far as to drive a cab just to feed the two of them. It can be seen that Wolverine has feelings for the professor. Charles played more of a father figure to Wolverine. How could he not be worried now that Charles's life or death was in doubt? Shu Fu patted his shoulder and said, Don't worry, Logan, you have to trust Charles's ability. Wolverine nodded emphatically. After speaking, the two people followed, and under the leadership of Mora, they came to a convalescent ward with a beautiful view. You can even see the beautiful scenery outside here, but for a vegetative person, this is dispensable. As you all have seen, this is Charles's twin brother. Just a vegetable, Mora spoke. She's just an ordinary person and doesn't feel abnormal. But Shu Fu could feel that in this frail body, there was an incomparably powerful soul. It's just that the body is too weak. It is already a miracle to grow up in bed and not die, completely relying on machines to maintain life. The functions of body organs and muscles have degenerated beyond recognition. That's why Charles was still in a wheelchair after his resurrection. Lying on a hospital bed for decades, the muscles are atrophied and unable to move at all. Even rehabilitation usually takes a long time. At this moment, Charles is limited by his body and cannot wake up, or he may have suffered a certain amount of soul damage and is a little weak. Ms. Mora, this is not just the professor's younger brother. It seems that the professor has succeeded. Shu Fu nodded. Wolverine was a little excited. What are you talking about? Mora was at a loss, completely unable to understand what the two were communicating. Let Logan talk to you. I'll try to see if I can help the professor. Shu Fu nodded at Logan. A crystal clear golden light appeared in her hand, and Mora immediately widened her eyes, and was taken aside by Logan to whisper. Shu Fu injects vitality into the body lying on the bed. With the injection of golden power, This sentence is already exhausted. The body is slowly recovering, both organs and muscles are strengthening. Even the brain has been nourished. Seeing that Charles's body complexion improved a little, Shu Fu stopped decisively. The void will not be filled. This kind of recovery is a long process, and too much treatment at one time is not a good thing. After a while, Charles should wake up. And over there, Mora, who heard Wolverine's explanation, turned pale. It's a crime. This is genocide. This is an absolutely unacceptable crime. I'm going to get someone to send them all to jail. Mora was furious. Even he, who used to be in the CIA, accepted this kind of thing. Shu Fu just smiled. For the CIA in the beautiful country, this kind of thing is already commonplace. Even if you don't kill the mutant, you will kill others, because it's normal. Ms. Mora, don't get excited. When the professor wakes up, we will naturally find trouble with them. The professor is a good man. Shu Fu's smile was gentle, but Mora couldn't help shivering. Check. Earls is a good man, yes, but this kid doesn't look like a good man at all. He won't do anything terrible. Shu Fu didn't know what Mora was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely give an affirmative answer. He's definitely going to do something later. This is equivalent to a group of people running to your house, killing your whole family without saying a word, and burning your house down. Even if it finally passed and the culprit was killed, he still couldn't give up. Shu Fu will definitely not do anything to ordinary people, but those people behind must pay the price. Although he is salty, it doesn't mean he has a good temper. He is not a saint-like character. After all, when he didn't have the awakening system, he was taken care of by the academy. Shu Fu, Logan, why are you here? Just when Shu Fu was in a daze, a weak voice sounded. Everyone turned their heads quickly, and Charles, who was lying on the bed, had opened his eyes, but he looked very weak. Professor, long time no see. Shu Fu smiled gently. Charles's eyes were a little moist. You're fine. How's the school going? Everyone fell silent. Seeing their expressions, Charles couldn't help feeling a sense of desolation in his heart, and 2 lines of clear tears flowed down his eyes. The air around him began to distort, visible to the naked eye. That is extremely powerful spiritual power, directly interfering with reality. This is the power of the world's most spiritual person. If it weren't for his kindness, mutant would have ruled the world long ago. Professor, calm down. The kids still need you. Shu Fu said decisively. He knows how to calm down the runaway professor. The child of Mutant Academy is his painstaking effort. Sure enough, as soon as Shu Fu finished speaking, the professor stopped immediately, and a glint of hope flashed in his eyes. Are there any children alive? Definitely, Poppy, Rascal, and Katie are all still alive. Moreover, there are quite a few little guys with strange abilities, who may survive, but who are hiding somewhere now, and need you to save them. The parents of these children also need you to deal with it. You can't just fall down like this. Shu Fu said. There are quite a few children in the Mutant Academy, adding up to a total of nearly 1,000 people. Most children have weak abilities and are out of control. But there are also some children with strange abilities, able to control their own abilities, and may be able to survive the attack. Maybe some of them were caught in the laboratory for human experiments. These all need saving. Besides, these children are not all orphans, some are still connected with the family. In their view, this is a special school where children come to study. As a result, the child died immediately. Many families simply cannot afford this loss. Shu Fu can't be bothered to deal with these things, the professor must get better. You're right, you're right. I must live. The professor quickly repeated a few words and found hope. Charles forced himself to calm down and consider what to do with the rest. What you need now is to take care of your body and wait until the academy is rebuilt so you can get the kids back again. Perhaps those children in the laboratory need your comfort even more. Shu Fu spoke again. Yes, you are right. I will take care of my body as soon as possible. But rebuilding the academy, I may not be able to help. My family's funds have been frozen, and the people behind them are very powerful. A lot of my funds have been hit. Charles's peaceful face was filled with anger. His family has a lot of wealth, but at the same time they have all been hit by external forces. Many properties have been frozen in the name of illegality. He doesn't think these wealth can be unsealed. Don't worry, this matter is the easiest to solve. I think Tony Stark should be able to solve it, and it's okay to ask him to help. Last time in New York, I saved his life. Shu Fu narrowed his eyes and said. In the last battle in New York, Tony Stark definitely couldn't die, but Tony didn't know it himself. The Avengers are ready to sacrifice at any time. Tony Stark even died with Chitauri holding the nuclear bomb, and was lucky to survive. Shu Fu can definitely say that he saved their lives. Come to Tony Stark's life, it's worth it. Besides, he also intends to contact the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. and get some information from them. Just with the help of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence force. Otherwise, there is such a powerful monitoring skill as the pupil of the Nine Worlds, so it is useless. He had figured it out when he killed Apocalypse. There are calculations behind the scenes, and fishing is not peaceful. After the Battle of New York, the Avengers are not idle. Most people have their own things to do. The busiest of them all is Tony Stark. The wreckage and weapons left by Chitauri are a gluttonous feast for all human forces. Many people want to monopolize these precious alien technologies. It's just that it's impossible. Most of the strength wants a piece of the action. Tony Stark and S.H.I.E.L.D. set up the so-called Recycling and Purification Company, which is responsible for most of the recycling of resources. Tony Stark was able to continue to develop more powerful armor later. It is inseparable from the help of these alien technologies. Under such circumstances, he is naturally very busy. This is still when Xiaojiao is helping him with the company's affairs. Otherwise, he would have exhausted himself to death due to research. Tony Stark can become a genius not only because of his astonishing IQ, but also because of his hard work. When caught up in research, often day and night. It was at this time that Shu Fu came to Tony Stark's mansion in Los Angeles, California. This is a city located in the southwestern part of the beautiful country, and it is also the second city of the beautiful country. The famous Caltech, Beverly Hills, Hollywood, and San Fernando Valley are all here. Tony Stark's mansion is not far from here in Marbury. So in the second part, Tony Stark drove his own sports car from home, across the entire beautiful country, and ran to New York to meet Pepper, which was also very outrageous. His bohemian character is evident. Shu Fu is now standing in front of this luxurious villa. "Hi sir, do you have an appointment?" The voice of Jarvis rang out. "No, but I have informed Tony Stark." Shu Fu chatted with this artificial intelligence with great interest. "Sir, I have not received any communication requests." The voice of Jarvis rang out. "Jarvis, let him in. He didn't notify me electronically." Tony Stark's strange voice sounded. "Yes, Chi." Jarvis responded and opened the door of the villa. Shu Fu walked in leisurely. It has to be said that after entering this big villa, Shu Fu felt the unevenness of this world. Tony Stark, a big dog, really deserves to be the head of Stark Industry. A random painting hanging in this room can be as much as Mutant Academy has been in operation for a long time. When Shu Fu entered the living room, Tony Stark just came out from the basement. He was wearing a casual shirt, and there was even some kind of black oil stain on his clothes. He looked as if he hadn't slept for a long time, and he was very haggard. Who are you?" Tony Stark waved his hands and gestured while pouring himself a glass of wine. "Shu Fu, I think you should still have the memory of the New York War before." Shu Fu smiled and said, "Yes, you are Shu. I have to say that the impression you left on me at that time was indeed very deep. But you must have a reason for coming to me, right? If there is nothing to do, I don't have time to entertain you." Tony Stark yawned, not hiding what he was thinking. Tony Stark never knew what respect was. Even as Iron Man, his personality improved a little bit. In other words, he probably wouldn't let Shu Fu in before. "Definitely, I came to you to make a deal," Shu Fu said. "Trading? I don't think you mutants can trade anything with me," Tony Stark said noncommittally. "You didn't remember my name just now. How do you even know my details?" Shu Fu Nuaye said. "I just checked." Tony Stark didn't change his face, so he wasn't embarrassed at all. Shu Fu was amazed. No wonder he can become the boss of Stark Industries. This thick skin is not worse than those politicians. "Well, Mr. Stark, there's no need to try. I'm here to make a deal with you." Our mutant academy needs a lot of money and a lot of resources, and I think you can provide it to me. Shu Fu said. Why should I help you? Tony Stark spoke. Tony doesn't care about money and is very good to his friends. The Avengers base was almost all funded and built by him alone. After S.H.I.E.L.D. disbanded, it was Tony Stark who took in Black Widow and Hill. He also provides a lot of resources to his teammates. It can be said that Tony Stark is definitely the core figure of the entire Avengers. But, although Tony Stark is rich, he is not stupid. Shu Fu is not related to him, so it is impossible for him to be so generous. He was also very straightforward. Since Shu Fu was able to come over, he naturally did not have the capital to rob. I said, I'm here to make a deal. I guess you're upgrading your warframes, right? You even want to create an army of warframes. Shu Fu said confidently. This is something everyone knows. Although Tony Stark was startled and didn't know how Shu Fu knew about it, he still pretended not to care and said, this is my deal with you. I can provide you with another armor, or a prototype of an unmanned machine. Shu Fu poured himself a glass of wine, and spoke confidently. It's not necessary. The armor I designed is the best, there is no need to refer to other people's useless designs. Tony Stark is more confident than Shu Fu, and his tone is full of contempt for the robot Shu Fu mentioned. Yes, how did I hear that a Mr. Ivan Vanki made the same armor? Shu Fu grinned. Noye said. Ivan Vanki, that is, the Whip, a former Soviet scientist, also mastered the arc reactor, and almost took the opportunity to kill Tony Stark. Hearing what Shu Fu said, Tony Stark's face became slightly unnatural. He said with a little displeasure. It was just an accident. Accident. Whenever there is an accident, there are other accidents. Why are you studying Chidori's armor when you're so confident in your skills? Shu Fu said with a smile on his face. Tony Stark suddenly felt that this guy in front of him was too annoying. Just a little more handsome than him. Still choking, he couldn't speak. Tony Stark has always been the one who snubs others. When has he ever been snubbed? This guy is so annoying. If it's not that he can't beat this kid, he should teach this kid a lesson. For the sake of saving New York, I will give him face once. Tony Stark comforted himself in his heart before he spoke. Are you here to make a deal? Shu Fu didn't continue to provoke Tony Stark either. After all, this is a big benefactor, so I need to show some face. I'm definitely here to trade in good faith. I even brought samples. Not enough. There's not enough space here. Shu Fu said with a smile. I want to see if the machine you mentioned is as powerful as it is. On Earth, I don't believe that anyone can create a war that is more advanced than me. Follow me. Tony Stark said something confidently, and left with Shu Fu. Taking Shu Fu with them, the two arrived in Tony Stark's spacious basement. Come on, now let me see what you call an exception. Tony Stark sneered, crossing his arms. He still doesn't believe it. Is there really a technology on Earth that can surpass his armor? Is it possible? Shu Fu didn't get angry with the giant baby Tony Stark either. With a wave, a 2-meter-high black figure appeared out of thin air and landed on the floor. This figure has one eye, and the skin is like black fish scales, which seems to fluctuate constantly, very mysterious. It's nothing but Sentinel, of course. A black technology product that concentrates a large amount of mutant ability. Compared with Tony Stark armor, I don't know how much stronger it is. It can be said to be one of the most unreasonable technological products in the entire Marvel world. But, Tony Stark didn't notice the Sentinel on the ground. Instead, he turned to look at Shu Fu. How did you do that? He was very curious about the way Shu Fu took out the Sentinel just now. Naturally, Shu Fu couldn't say that this was the system's inventory. It's just a small trick. Do not mind. Let's talk about our trade anyway. Seeing Shu Fu didn't want to say anything, and Tony Stark didn't ask. That's the exception you said. It looked like nothing more than a large doll. Nothing at all. Tony Stark froze suddenly. Did you find something wrong? Have you never seen this material before? Shu Fu smiled. Interesting. Tony Stark stroked his chin. He dare not claim to know all the substances in this world, but he has seen most of the man-made substances in the world. The material of this robot, he has heard and heard, but he has never seen it. Not only that, these materials are constantly changing. It doesn't look like a dead thing at all, but it seems to be alive. Jarvis, I need a copy of the model, and its physical structure. Tony Stark snapped his fingers and said, Sir, I'm afraid I can't do it. Existing equipment cannot penetrate the mechanical coating. The voice of Jarvis rang out. Tony Stark looked at Shu Fu in surprise. Jarvis can't scan. How is that possible? He can even scan the man-made elements in the arc reactor. It can't even penetrate the outer coating of this thing. What exactly is this thing? Well, Mr. Stark, with your eyes, can you determine the value of this thing? Is this deal worth doing? Shu Fu said with a smile. There's something interesting about this stuff. We can talk about the deal. Tony Stark stroked his chin and said. When it came to money, this playboy immediately became professional. A company as big as Stark Industries has not been taken away by others. Tony Stark is no fool. He just doesn't like business. $5 billion. This thing is yours. Shu Fu spoke without blinking his eyes. This money is enough for the college to create a huge fund, keep it running, and carry out economic operations. This is a number that ordinary people can't even imagine. Even if you earn $100 million a year, it will take 500 years to get that much money. And most people probably earn less than $50,000. I'm afraid that I have been saving money since ancient times, and I can't earn so much money until now. And so much money is just the annual turnover of Stark Industries. This is why Tony Stark cut off the most profitable arms department, otherwise his Stark Industries turnover would be even higher. Stark Industries is like the Lockheed Gopingo of the Marvel world, and it is conceivable how much money it can make. Shu Fu felt that Tony Stark should be able to offer so much. Backquote, are you crazy? Such a broken robot, you want so much. Tony Stark couldn't help but speak. Mr. Stark, don't mind the little money. For you, you shouldn't care about it. Shu Fu took a sip of the red wine in his hand. What nonsense are you talking about? $50 billion. Is that a small number? I think you're crazy. Tony Stark rolled his eyes. Even if he is the largest controlling shareholder of Stark Industries, spending such a large amount of money would still hurt his muscles and bones, and he might have to sell his assets. Apart from the country, no individual or company in this world can come up with such a large amount of cash flow. This amount of money is enough to smash the economic system of a small country into pieces. He thinks Shu Fu is crazy. I don't think the price is too much. Everyone knows technology. Materials, internal components, energy systems, control systems, weapon systems, etc., all have great value. If it's sold to the high-level executives of the beautiful country, I'm afraid I won't ask for this price. It's just that I hate these politicians more, so I made a deal with you. And this money is not for you to take out in one go, just repay part of it every year. Give me $1 billion in the first batch, which should be enough. Shu Fu said lightly. Although he has not conducted any business negotiations, he knows the truth that rare goods can be lived. As long as the Sentinel is not flooded, the price of this thing is definitely high enough. Tony Stark looked at the Sentinel lying on the ground, obviously moved. What Shu Fu said is right, just relying on this well-produced material, it is worth the price. Not to mention that this thing has other systems. Although Jarvis cannot penetrate its outer coating, it can see something. Shu, it's a pity that you don't start a company. A reserved smile appeared on Shu Fu's face. Have you enjoyed your cooperation? Happy cooperation. Tony Stark nodded. I'll have someone sign a contract with you. At that time we will have a professional team. Yes, I will find someone to hand over to you then. I trust your credibility, but I believe even more that no one in this world can owe me money. Shu Fu put it lightly. Tony Stark couldn't help but roll his eyes. With Shu Fu's fighting power, how can there be a lunatic who dares to trouble him and doesn't want to live anymore? Okay, since the business is over. You can leave now. Tony Stark took off his pants and refused to recognize anyone, so he asked someone immediately. Don't worry. Before that, I have one more thing. I know you know Director Nick Fury from S.H.I.E.L.D. Tell him for me that I want to see him. Shu Fu said. Tony Stark frowned. What did you see that guy doing? Let me remind you, that guy is not a nice guy. Tony Stark spoke. Even though he joined the Avengers, Tony Stark didn't like Nick Fury very much. Friendship belongs to friendship, but there are many things Nick Fury does that he can't see. You don't have to worry about that. It has something to do with the race of the mutant. I don't think you want to get involved. Shu Fu smiled lightly. Tony Stark frowned as expected. Forget it if I didn't say it. I promise you. Thank you. Shu Fu nodded and turned to leave. He also did not agree to meet at a mysterious location, and he believed that with Nick Fury's intelligence and strength, he would definitely be able to find him. Shu Fu's contact with Tony Stark was very successful. Although Tony Stark has all kinds of bad things, he is still very trustworthy. Even if they don't sign a contract, the money has also been deposited into the college's account. With sufficient funding, Mutant Academy has begun rebuilding. It can be said that the construction site is changing with each passing day. With Magneto's help, Mutant Academy can be restored to its original state within a few months. Shu Fu was also very relieved. All of this was handled by Charles, so he was very relieved. Return to the previous life again. In addition to taking a little time every day to understand the situation, he went fishing part of the time. During this time, his luck was not good. Nothing of value was caught. Just by signing in, a lot of attributes have been improved. The strength is also slowly increasing. Shu Fu is very satisfied with this peaceful life. It's rare for you to be so leisurely here. A hoarse voice sounded. Shu Fu looked back and saw a one-eyed dragon coming out of the woods. Shield is really powerful, you can find it in such a remote place. Remote. Nick Fury couldn't help rolling his eyes. It is true that although the previous Alkali Lake has a very beautiful scenery, it is indeed considered a remote place. What is so remote now? Shu Fu's battle directly smashed the mountains here, and the ground was full of potholes, and there were big pits everywhere. Directly expand the area of the original Alkali Lake by at least 100 times. In the past few days, with the continuous infusion of river water, this original mountain range has also become an endless lake. Shu Fu actually has the face to say that this place is remote. He can say it. It is because of his deep fear of Shu Fu's strength that he came all the way here. Otherwise, he is a dignified shield director, and came here eagerly. Is he full? Does he want to lose face? Naturally, Shu Fu will not easily read other people's thoughts. He smiled back at Nick Fury. Sit down, Director Nick Fury, and let's talk. Nick Fury remained calm, his face expressionless. What do you want to talk about? Definitely want to talk about you guys' shield. I really want to know why you shield didn't do anything when Mutant was attacked before. Shu Fu's voice gradually cooled down, and a fierce aura exuded from his body. The strong pressure made Nick Fury's throat a little dry. This is not within the jurisdiction of our shield. Nick Fury spoke hoarsely. Yes, you Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Support Bureau, isn't that what you do? You are called SHIELD, isn't it because you want to protect humanity? To protect the Earth. Why aren't mutants considered human? What happened before? Isn't it your SHIELD's negligence? Isn't it your job? I think it's because you think mutant is an unstable factor. Shu Fu's complexion became unhappy, and the aura on his body became stronger and stronger, and Nick Fury felt amazing pressure. Nick Fury is mute, because Shu Fu is right. Perhaps in his heart, he thought mutants' disappearance was a good thing. But this kind of words must never be said, and they can't do it. SHIELD can't do this kind of thing on the surface. SHIELD is to protect human beings and is a positive force. And before he sat and watched the mutant be slaughtered, he got the news and didn't remind him. I know this kind of words, but I absolutely can't say them. Nick Fury was very deep in the city, and said without changing his face. We, SHIELD, cannot interfere with the actions of the higher-ups. The World Security Council will not allow us to do this. Hearing this, Shu Fu pouted. This is bullshit. Are you Nick Fury doing bad things without telling the World Security Council? SHIELD is a hidden base that the World Security Council doesn't know about, and there are at least a few thousand. Non-interference in high-level behavior. Pure fart. But well, some things everyone knows, but everyone can't say. Human nature is like this. Shu Fu also didn't pursue SHIELD's intentions. Anyway, SHIELD is not far away from disbanding. Shu Fu is just trying to get ahead, occupy the moral high ground, and extort an extra sum of money. Shield, whether it is human resources or resources, is innumerable. Take out a little to support their academy, that's just as it should be. No matter how poor you are, you can't afford poor education. Not to mention, he still needs Nick Fury to provide him with information. This explanation is very reluctant. But next, let's discuss the issue of Shield's compensation. Shu Fu said with a smile. Compensation. Nick Fury gasped and almost laughed. He's been S.H.I.E.L.D. director for so long. He had always been the one who asked for compensation, and this was the first time he was asked for compensation. It's up to him, S.H.I.E.L.D., to pay for it. If it wasn't for being unable to beat Nick Fury felt aggrieved, but he could only bear it. He said with a cold face. I don't think we, S.H.I.E.L.D., need compensation. Agaj, we don't owe you anything, and we helped save a lot of mutants. Shu Fu continued to look at Nick Fury mockingly. No, oh. Then tell me, why were these mutants arrested? If mutant caused casualties due to his loss of control, he will be punished by law, and we have no objection. But these mutants were captured and entered the lab. Isn't that your responsibility, S.H.I.E.L.D.? If ordinary people cannot be protected, they will even be taken away at will and subjected to cruel human experiments. What do you say is the meaning of Shield's existence? What is the need for its existence? Is it still 1939? Shu Fu mocked and looked at Nick Fury with disdain. Shu Fu actually has no sense of identity with the mutant group. As long as it is handled according to the law, Shu Fu will never say anything. But the major organizations in this world don't do any human affairs at all. They are conducting cruel human experiments on mutants, and no one can bear that scene. It's not a good thing to say. In front of these people, the faith of hell is considered a saint. Stitching Deadpool, the making of Wolverine, is just the tip of the iceberg. Shu Fu is now a member of the Mutant Academy, so naturally he is more biased towards mutant. So what he said to Nick Fury was very sharp, with sarcasm. Nick Fury naturally heard the sarcasm in his words. Then fell silent. A lie is not a sharp knife, the truth is a sharp knife. He has 10,000 ways to refute lies, but he has no way to refute the truth. Nick Fury is not a villain after all, he is the protector of the Earth. In order to protect the Earth, he can even sacrifice himself. Positive characters still have moral principles after all. What Shu Fu said was the truth, he naturally had nothing to say. In the end, he could only sigh and speak. S.H.I.E.L.D. is just an organization after all, we need to be supervised by the World Security Council. We also need to be limited in what we do. There's nothing we can do. Nick Fury said heavily. In this world, only those who have nothing to worry about can do whatever they want. Not S.H.I.E.L.D. Your words sound like human words. We also understand what happened to you. After all, you want to protect the Earth. But for our compensation, there should be no problem. Shu Fu said with a smile. Nick Fury almost lost his breath. This kid is too cunning. Ordinary people in this grade, how can they be so cunning? He always talked about his difficulties, comforted him, and offered some small benefits, and the matter passed by. Shu Fu, this guy, he can't see the rabbits and let the eagles go. If you don't see enough benefits, you will never let go. It doesn't matter if you are strong, you still have brains. This is too difficult to deal with. Nick Fury raised Shu Fu's threat level again in his mind. Don't take it too far. At best we provide some humanitarian assistance. Nick Fury said in a deep voice. That's not enough. We mutant have made huge amounts of contributions to maintaining world peace. A little bit of benefit is not too much, right? You want to be fooled by humanitarian assistance alone. Shu Fu said with a cold snort. Strong mental pressure pressed against Nick Fury. Nick Fury let out a muffled snort immediately. What do you want? Nick Fury said. Nick Fury felt a little scolding in his heart. What does this intelligence department do? What is the investigation? Shu Fu is so smart and domineering, they don't know it all. According to the information from the intelligence department, Shu Fu should be easy to get along with. After all, what kind of bad thoughts can a fisherman have? But it's not like this at all now. However, considering Shu Fu's battle with mutant, he can only bear it. What do I want? Definitely you, S.H.I.E.L.D., helped rebuild Mutant Academy. The other thing is to do what you S.H.I.E.L.D. should do, protect the people on Earth, and at the same time protect every mutant equally. Shu Fu said awe-inspiringly. Nick Fury's mouth was sour. The more this kind of request, the more difficult it is for them to do it. This world is extremely complicated, and this kind of thing is impossible to do. In other words, it would cost too much to fulfill Shu Fu's request. They are willing to respect Shu Fu, but not to this level. After all, the price cannot be negotiated, and Mutant does not have the capital to negotiate on an equal footing except for Shu Fu. If Shu Fu can easily explode the planet, he wants to be king, and Nick Fury will obediently serve him. But at the moment, Shu Fu has not grown to this level yet. It is naturally impossible for Nick Fury to obey Shu Fu in everything. We'll do our best, Nick Fury said heavily. Very good. Then we can talk about specific compensation. Shu Fu picture poor Dagger C. Nick Fury's mouth, deceitful ghost. If he believed it, he would be a fool. Not to mention, I'm afraid it won't be long before S.H.I.E.L.D. will be gone. Maybe she can take care of Mutant even if she can't take care of herself. If Nick Fury doesn't come to them for help, it's time to burn the incense. Now the most important thing is to get more benefits. Thinking of this, Shu Fu spoke. We mutants are treated like this, and it's not too much for S.H.I.E.L.D. to give us some spiritual compensation. Give us several billions of funds and some resources, isn't that too much? Shu Fu said billions of dollars as soon as he opened his mouth, and he didn't take money seriously at all. Anyway, the lion opened his mouth wide, taking advantage of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s richness, he asked for some. He might also be able to build a mansion like Tony Stark. As for Nick Fury disagreeing, let's talk slowly. In fact, the money is really not that much. If Mutant is really allowed to sue according to the law, then maybe how much S.H.I.E.L.D. will pay. As predicted, Nick Fury made a calculation in his mind and said, at most, I will give you more than 3 billion yuan, and provide some material and manpower assistance to your academy. Nick Fury's abacus also crackled. Shu Fu defeated Apocalypse and showed his fighting power. Then some people are equivalent to failures, and they can naturally be liquidated. In this way, instead of losing money, S.H.I.E.L.D. made a fortune. Borrowing flowers to offer Buddha also got favor. Winning, Shu Fu didn't care. As long as his benefits are enough, he doesn't care whether S.H.I.E.L.D. makes money or not. Second, S.H.I.E.L.D. will cooperate with the X-Men to rescue Mutant. Third, we need intelligence. The people who attacked us, we need their intelligence. These shouldn't be too much, Shu Fu said with a smile. Whenever Nick Fury says no, Shu Fu will give him a label against Mutant. He finally knew why the beautiful country liked to do some flirty operations in his previous life. When others use it, you will feel sick, but when you use it yourself. This thing is really easy to use. Putting it directly on the moral grill for the other party is naturally very sour. Nick Fury was directly held up. Shu Fu has big fists, which makes sense. Does he dare to say no? Gritting his teeth, Nick Fury spoke. Hearing that Nick Fury agreed, Shu Fu nodded in satisfaction. Director Nick Fury really understands righteousness. S.H.I.E.L.D. director really lives up to his reputation. It really deserves to be our Earth S.H.I.E.L.D. Mutant has to ask the director to take care of it. Shu Fu patted Nick Fury on the shoulder with a smile on his face. Nick Fury squeezed a smile on his face, but he scolded his mother in his heart. Shit. Nick Fury felt like he was really unlucky. Who would have thought that a young man among the mutants would be so evil that he would be plotted against? Where is this young man? This is an old fox. Even if others say that Shu Fu is an old fox politician, he is not surprised. Being able to confront him still has the upper hand. Excluding Shu Fu's powerful strength, he must have extremely strong wisdom and city power. Nick Fury couldn't help being a little shocked. Why is this kid so monstrous? Originally, S.H.I.E.L.D. can be said to have made a lot of money. Now that Shu Fu has made such a move, S.H.I.E.L.D. can only win a small victory. Nick Fury made up his mind. When you go back, let your subordinates mobilize, act first, and grab all kinds of resources first. After I go back, I will implement this matter. Relevant information, we will also send it to you. Nick Fury spoke. You probably won't leave any key information behind. Shu Fu squinted at Nick Fury. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Nick Fury said decisively. I can rest assured that. I still believe in director Nick Fury's character, everyone knows it. Shu Fu grinned. Nick Fury was about to scold his mother in his heart, but he also smiled. I can't see what's in my heart at all. As expected of a S.H.I.E.L.D. director with a cold face and a dark heart. But you have to be careful. Don't make too much noise. If something goes out of line, it's not easy for us to deal with it. Nick Fury opened his mouth to warn. Don't worry, everyone is a civilized person. This matter will certainly be resolved in a civilized manner. There will be no trouble. Shu Fu spoke without further ado. Seeing his expression, Nick Fury couldn't believe it. Seeing Shu Fu's appearance, he doesn't look like a lunatic either. Even if something happens, nothing major will happen. Shouldn't be a big problem, right? After Shu Fu negotiated terms with Nick Fury, I sent him back. Then wait for Nick Fury to fulfill his conditions. This is not something that happens overnight. S.H.I.E.L.D. is indeed the most powerful force in the world, but some information still needs to be investigated. Ordinary intelligence does not require Shu Fu to act. Like going to some small forces to rescue mutant, there is no problem just letting S.H.I.E.L.D. do it themselves. Shu Fu became idle again these 2 days. He can only go back to Lake Arkley and continue fishing as usual. Ding. Successful sign in. Get high quality bait. High quality bait can increase the probability of obtaining high level fish. Shu Fu nodded and didn't care. He found that this thing is entirely based on luck. Even if it is a treasure that increases the probability, it may not be 100% able to catch it, and even if it is caught, it may not be a good thing. This system feels like a game manufacturer in the previous life. Dim, bearish, it's up to fate. Shu Fu put on this bait, cast the hook again, and then waited slowly. Fishing is all about patience. Shu Fu has no shortage of time at all, naturally he is not in a hurry, and is very patient. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, the sun was already rising. Shu Fu has given up hope and is ready to go back to eat. At this time, the fishing rod finally moved. Shu Fu's eyes lit up. After such a long time, he finally had meat once. Finally harvested again. Shu Fu was a little excited and started to fight with the fish in the water. The things in the water didn't resist much this time, so they shouldn't look very good, certainly not as good as the golden ones. But it's definitely not bad, at least it's not a blue commodity. As Shu Fu became stronger, his strength also increased. Most of the harvest can no longer be supported in his hands. Things like this time in the water will soon be unable to support in Shu Fu's hands. On the top of his arm, the muscles bulged high. Come up to me, you. Shu Fu shouted loudly, his whole body five. The surface of the water exploded suddenly, and a red fish was caught out of the water by Shu Fu. Red, not bad. Shu Fu nodded secretly. He has discovered the pattern. The golden ones are the best, corresponding to the least multi-universe items. Other colors, descending in order according to level. The potential of red is also very extraordinary, second only to gold items. As soon as he lifted the fishing rod, the red swimming fish entered his hand. Supreme Magic Book. Supreme Magic Book. The mysterious magic book that records the knowledge of Sorcerer Supreme. After being penetrated, it can become an existence above knowledge and magic. Shu Fu's eyes lit up. The current Sorcerer Supreme is Ancient One, but not all Sorcerer Supremes are Ancient One. Sorcerer Supreme is a title referring to the most powerful magician on Earth. The current Ancient One is certainly powerful, but compared to those strong men on Earth in ancient times, Ancient One is nothing. This book contains the knowledge of Sorcerer Supreme, and it is definitely a precious inheritance. After learning these, he is also able to master the power and magic of the Sorcerer Supreme. Shu Fu is quite satisfied with this reward. Fishing catches reach a certain level, and your power will be 10,000 times crit. Your ability has been enhanced. A burst of energy injected into Shu Fu's body out of thin air. He felt a sharp pain in his body, and the surrounding sunlight seemed to disappear, being injected into his body. Shu Fu's body seemed to have turned into a black hole, frantically absorbing the power of the sun. Shu Fu felt warm, every cell in his body was growing, and was energy absorbing. His body seemed to undergo a qualitative change. Every cell has gained the freedom of energy structure. Not just physical changes, his soul also seems to undergo metamorphosis. His soul has become extremely strong, and his spiritual power has also been terribly improved, even directly doubling compared to before. Compared with the previous improvement, this upgrade seems to be more essential, and it has been upgraded to a higher level. It took a full hour for the changes in his body to come to a complete standstill, and the various changes were successfully completed. Shu Fu quickly called up his own system panel. Host: Shu Fu. Age: 17. Strength: Tier 3. Physique: 2653. Energy: 1563. Fish Pond: Alkali Lake. Items: Vic's Fishing Rod, Extraordinary Fishing Rod, X Gene Inhibitor, Sealed Green Light Ring, 4 Layers Kryptonian Spaceship, Superman Biological Battle Suit, Supreme Magic Book, High Quality Fishing Bait. Skills: Body of Superman, Late Bronze Age, Pupils of the Nine Realms, Joker Thought Network, 4th Tier Portal Galaxy, Frozen Breath, Flight, Perspective, Heat Ray, Naboo Divine Power, 3rd Tier. Naboo Divine Power: Super Strength, Super Speed, Telepathy, Levitation, Forecast Danger, Immunity to Disease to be unlocked. Shu Fu was shocked when he saw his system panel. This promotion is so terrifying. It directly raised level 1. You must know that according to the explanation of the system, the stage of the system and the strength of this world also correspond to each other. The strength of the 3rd level is equivalent to other powerhouses in this world's pseudo-level Godfather. That is to say, a strong man at the same level as Thanos can become the existence of the overlord of the universe. The 3 great empires of the universe occupy countless planets. But Thanos was able to occupy such a large force with his own strength, relying on his strong strength. One's own power can deter the universe, which shows how terrifying the false Heavenly Father is. The next level up is the existence of Odin, Guggen, who can sit in a civilized galaxy. This is an essential improvement. No wonder this boost is so big. The 3 basic attributes are almost doubled. You must know that after signing in during this period of time, his attributes are only a few hundred. Now they are all over 1,000. The most powerful physique attribute is even more than that. This perverted attribute growth is due to the growth of Superman's body. You know, according to the introduction of the system, after the number of points exceeds 1,000, it is another level. For example, a little bit may increase the power of 10 tons before, but now a little bit can increase the power of 10,000 tons. It's really like what the system said. It's true, it's a 10,000 times critical hit, it's true. What is the concept of 10,000 tons? The displacement of the Ford-class aircraft carrier is only of this order, and this is only the power added by him after 1,000 points. Now he has tens of millions of tons in terms of pure power alone. It is really easy to rise up by relying on strength. This is the power of Superman. But this is not the limit of Superman's strength, he still has a lot of room for improvement. As for the other power increases, it's like icing on the cake. It can be said that this growth is completely a comprehensive improvement. Even if Shu Fu is placed among the false Heavenly Fathers, he still smells fishy. Now even if Thanos comes, Shu Fu can make him unable to eat. This made Shu Fu very satisfied. The false Heavenly Father reaches its peak, that is the existence that can destroy the small planet. Compared with human nuclear weapons, it is more powerful. At his current level, it can be said that human civilization has nothing to do with him. Even if it is a powerful country like the beautiful country, it is not difficult for him to destroy it. This is the false father. A strong man who is close to the gods. Shu Fu now feels that when he meets Apocalypse, he can blow him alive just by relying on his physical strength. You can get such an improvement just by fishing once. Shu Fu can only sigh with emotion. The system is worthy of being a system, it is really too strong. Shu Fu is satisfied. I put my equipment into the system space and went back to the academy for dinner. After more than half a month of construction, the ruins here have been cleaned up. Houses capable of housing several people were also built. Even a ward was built for several wounded, and naturally there was a place to cook for them. Shu Fu came over and had Zongfan soon. As soon as I went out, I ran into Charles, who came out. Professor, how do you feel? Shu Fu asked with a smile. Everything is fine except I can't move my legs. Thanks for your help, Charles said with a gentle smile. Muscle atrophy is a very difficult disease to treat even in the Marvel world. Unless it is some special opportunities, it is generally difficult to treat. Charles was able to return to normal life so quickly only because Shu Fu used his own power to help him recover. Under the effect of Naboo's divine power, Charles recovered quickly. Just because he didn't use his legs for a long time, his brain has almost no related functions. This kind of paralysis may take longer to recover than the physical body. But Charles is very optimistic about this, and has nothing to be dissatisfied with. All this is much better than he thought before, all because of the existence of Shu Fu. So Charles looked at Shu Fu with very gentle eyes. "Professor, you are welcome, this is what I should do." "Has the shield information been sent?" Shu Fu asked. "Shield did give us intel. Logan also went out with Orlo to rescue many mutants in the past 2 days. Most of them need psychological intervention, or directly seal the memory." When Charles said this, a little anger appeared on his face. Some people make experiments on mutants that are more cruel than animals. Many people have suffered inhumane torture. He can only rely on his spiritual intervention ability to keep most people alive. Shu Fu also sighed. In this world, mutant has suffered too much injustice. Fortunately, they are not without allies on their side. "Professor, Dao has already done it. Although it is cruel, you have to accept the fact that human nature is not as beautiful as we think. In other words, we are no more noble than animals." Shu Fu comforted him. Humans are just a relatively intelligent animal. These so-called cruel behaviors of human beings are actually everywhere in the animal kingdom. Shu Fu can't accept it because he doesn't want to be reduced to the level of morality compared with animals. Human beings should have human pride. "I know, son, don't use it to comfort me, I've experienced enough." Charles shook his head. "But there is one more thing. I need your help." Quote, "Shield is said to have found a place that may be a sentry factory and needs you to deal with it. Others, I am afraid of danger. Only your strength is enough to face everything." Charles spoke. "It's a small matter, after all I don't want to be disturbed while I'm fishing. When you cut the grass, you have to get rid of the roots. We treat kind people with kindness, and treat wicked people with cruelty." Shu Fu snorted coldly. Charles shook his head. Even if he is optimistic about Shu Fu, he still cannot accept Shu Sha's idea. However, everyone's experience is different, and he will not interfere. "I think Shield might be hiding something, be careful." Charles thought for a while, and spoke a reminder. "Professor, that is inevitable. Nick Fury has been Shield director for so many years, and he is not a good person. He hasn't found out the details of Tesla's industry for so long, what a liar." Shu Fu also sneered. "Nick Fury, an old fox, seems to be honest, but his stomach is full of bad water. Every agreement between him and Shu Fu is mixed with moisture. Among the construction teams sent, there were even spies. If it wasn't for the professor who is proficient in spiritual ability, I am afraid that the future students will be full of various miniature cameras and bugs. In terms of intelligence, it has shrunk a lot. They did rescue a lot of mutants, but there was no mention of the Sentry Factory, and the Trask industry under Apocalypse was not mentioned. There must be something wrong with this." Shu Fu even suspected that the information this time was released on purpose by Nick Fury. Maybe it was a problem that he couldn't solve. But Shu Fu has absolute confidence in his own strength. These are not difficult things. As long as you can find clues here, you can naturally find other people by following the clues. After Apocalypse died, the ordinary people behind them were just a mess of sand. What is great is nothing but the existence of company bosses, congressmen and the like. For Shu Fu, it is worthless. Kill them all, and the problem will be solved. Shu Fu thought so, and planned to do so. After saying goodbye to Charles, he went straight to Wolverine and Magneto and asked for their seats. Let's go and see what kind of dragon's pool and tiger's den is here." Nick Fury's agent is stuck inside and he dare not save him. There must be a big problem. Either it has strong fighting power, or there are mysterious official forces secretly. Shu Fu waved his hand. Wolverine kept nodding, and Magneto's mouth twitched. "Then let's go. Avenge for our fellow man." Magneto spoke coldly. Shu Fu stretched out his hand and directly opened a portal. 3 people walked in. The Marvel world is very technologically advanced. Compared with Shu Fu's original world, the infrastructure is also very strong. For example, the secret base this time is a large base located in the Great Rift Valley. According to Nick Fury's information, the bases are all in the mountains, guarded by a large number of sentry, and the guards are very tight. Not long after their agent entered, they lost contact. Nick Fury was busy fighting wits with other forces, so he could only disclose the information to Shu Fu. He also promised that if the SHIELD agent is rescued, more resources can be provided to Shu Fu. Shu Fu naturally agreed. Let's go. Shu Fu came out of the portal, and as soon as his eyes lit up, he determined the location and walked over to the doctor. Don't we need to sneak in? Magneto spoke. Unnecessary. Kill all the people inside, and naturally no one will know that we have been here. Shu Fu opened his mouth and said something. Walking leisurely towards that side, he did not hide his tracks at all. Joke. He has already looked around through ability, the strongest in this base is Sentinel. Afraid of a hammer, he has already sealed off the entire base with the power of the green light, and from now on, not a single mosquito can fly out here. Everyone here is going to die. In this core laboratory, there are absolutely no innocent people. With the pupil of the 9 realms, Shu Fu walked directly to the gate of the base with the two of them as if he had opened the perspective. Without further ado, just try the water with 1 foot. Boom, the whole mountain shook directly. The mountain camouflage above the gate was directly destroyed. Shu Fu took another kick. The alloy gate several meters thick was directly kicked out by him, revealing the tunnel inside. Let's go. Shu Fu took the lead and walked in with 2 people. Magneto and Wolverine look at each other. This girl is the power that a person can emit. Apocalypse is embedded in ordinary people without knowing when. So far, I am afraid it has been decades. Over the long years, the Trask industry under him has accumulated massive wealth. At the same time, a large number of secret bases were also built. This base that Shu Fu broke into is also the largest base. Its controller is Xander Less, a scientist and executive of Trask Industries. It was he who helped Apocalypse complete the creation of Sentry. Killed hundreds of mutants. But compared to Apocalypse wanting to rule the world, Xander Raya's purpose is revenge. His father was once the executive scientist for the Wolverine X weapons program. Wolverine killed his father, Dale Rice, when he escaped from bondage. Since then, Xander Rice has had a deep hatred for mutant. This is also the source of most people's hostility to mutant. Most mutants are almost uncontrollable when awakening their ability. It is easy for others to cause harm. Most of the villains faced by X-Men have been killed by mutant. William Stryker, Xander Rice, are the representatives. For revenge, they don't care about their own lives at all. Seeing someone intruding into the base, Raya's eyes flashed a sinister look. Go, activate the bombs in those captured mutants. Send all the sentry, and kill all these mutants. Raya's eyes were full of hatred. What about mutant? Coming to this base, there is only one way to die. Under the command of the highest responsible person of the base, the Sentinel stored in the base was directly activated. This is the base camp for the production of Sentinel. After the death of Apocalypse, Dr. Rice desperately started the production line, Sentinel here. Much more than when the, September 10th, attacked mutant. The Dark Sentry directly filled the entire underground passage. This large channel, which was originally used to transport resources, is now filled with red light. That was the gleam in Sentry's eyes. This was the scene when Shu Fu pushed forward with 2 people. Seeing the dense Sentry, Wolverine swallowed subconsciously. Wolverine, who is not afraid of anything, was a little numb when she saw this scene. This Sentry. The quantity is really too much. Shu Fu, can you do it? It seems that the situation is not good. Wolverine spoke up. Even Magneto had a dignified expression. The 2 iron balls in his hands were spinning very fast. Obviously, this powerful mutant was also nervous in the face of this situation. It's really Sentry that casts huge amounts of shadow on them. Now there are so many coming out at once, at least tens of thousands. When will they fight? Compared with the nervousness of the 2 mutants, Shuji is much calmer. For him, these things simply do not matter. There is nothing to be afraid of. I'm just going to try. Shu Fu wasn't nervous at all, he was still very excited. He really wants to see how strong Tier 3 is. Let me know. Quote. As soon as Shu Fu finished speaking, Before Wolverine and Magneto could react, Shu Fu had already disappeared. Next moment, it was densely packed into a piece of Sentinel, and a hollow trace appeared after a while. On this road, all Sentry are reduced to pieces at this moment. Magneto Wang's eyes widened suddenly. What happened? In the blink of an eye, how did these Sentinels explode? Is this too exaggerated? And try this attack. Following the cave of the invisible phantom, the Sentinel fell down like cutting wheat, and the ground was full of debris. Shit, what did this kid do? Why were all these Sentinels killed? Wolverine questioned Magneto suspiciously. This is not an ordinary attack. These robots were all killed by brute force. Shu Fu just blasted them with one punch. Magneto spoke in his voice. How can that be? Wolverine spoke in shock. Sentry's body is made of special materials. Not only can it transform into various forms, but also its ability to resist blows is also very amazing. Ordinary attacks can't break the defense at all. Shu Fu actually killed Sentry with brute force. Are you kidding me? How terrifying is Shu Fu's brute force? Sentinel can't even handle it. Wolverine's eyes were full of shock. The same goes for Magneto. Every time he sees Shu Fu can show him something new. After not seeing each other for a few days, the power has become so terrifying, this is simply not human. The two mutants constantly lamented, while Shu Fu over there was fighting non-stop. Shu Fu has pretty terrifying power. These once mighty Sentry are completely vulnerable in front of Shu Fu. They will be injured if they are touched, and they will die if they are touched. Sentry seems to be not a robot made of special materials, but a toy made of foam. In a short time, Shu Fu cleaned up all over the place. Shu Fu's figure reappeared in front of Wolverine and Magneto. He shook his neck, and there was a rattling bone sound in his body. These Sentry are really fragile. Simply vulnerable. Shu Fu said something calmly. The two mutants next to me were dumbfounded. Sentry is fragile, vulnerable, why don't they think so? Shu Fu, regardless of the two people's thoughts, led them and walked towards the depths of the base. The person in charge of the base, Dr. Rice, saw this scene in the surveillance. His face was full of disbelief, and there was madness in his eyes. What kind of monster is this? Why are there so many Sentry, and haven't been able to kill them yet? Fright and madness flashed in Raya's eyes. The items on the desk were all smashed to the ground by him, becoming fragments all over the place. Open the lab for me. Get those monsters out. Even if you can stop them a little bit. Les roared angrily in the channel. Drive Rice, but those are incomplete experiments. Their performance is not stable at all. A soft voice sounded. In this laboratory, there are not only factories and production lines for the establishment of Sentinel. They also performed many nefarious experiments. For example, utilize the mutant gene to clone the mutant. Turn them into emotionless biological weapons. This is also the reason why there are still living mutants in this laboratory. They need living experimental material. It's just that their cloning technology is very immature. Neither the stability nor the handling of the clone is very ideal. At best, it can only be said to be a moving piece of meat, without any thoughts at all. Idiot, I don't care if they are stable or not. Let me out. If it doesn't work, then use your body to hold them back. Les' angry voice echoed constantly. As the supreme commander of the base, he has the highest authority. The technicians here knew it might not work, but followed orders. Open the petri dish. Dozens of clones rushed outside. Most of the experimental subjects are Wolverine's experimental subjects, and there are also clones of the Red Devil, White Queen and others. They are expressionless, and even their bodies are defective, and their ability cannot be fully utilized. They are the cannon fodder sent out to stop Shu Fu. But the ferocious look of these guys who are not afraid of death really made Wolverine look awe-inspiring. Great gift Shet. What the hell are these? Well known. Although Wolverine has lived for nearly 200 years, she is hardly different from an illiterate. His education is infinitely close to the elementary school level, and it is the same as it was decades ago. Being able to teach history in the academy depends on oneself to live a long life. Nature does not know about cloning technology. Not only now, but even decades later, in 2029 in the new history timeline, he still looks blinded when facing his clone. It is simply a cultural insulator. Shu Fu is one-eyed. He saw what it was at a glance. It's just a clone. And some irrational stuff, too. These guys really have no humanity at all. Shu Fu looked deep into the base, a look of disgust flashed in his eyes. Neither these clones nor the guys behind them should exist in this world. Next moment, there was a red light in his eyes, and the scorching rays erupted all at once, sweeping across. The next moment, the world was silent. All mutant clones that come into contact with his eyes are directly vaporized. One by one, the clones were directly evaporated by the world, not even leaving ashes. Completely erased from this world. After the upgrade, the temperature of the Shu Fu thermal energy rays has reached an astonishing level, comparable to the internal temperature of the sun. Wolverine swallowed when she saw this. Beautiful job. He wiped the sweat from his brow and said something. Let's go. It looks like they're going to attack the hostages. Shu Fu said something, and took the lead towards the interior of the base. Unimpeded along the way, they came to the depths of the base. The final defense here is a thick metal gate mixed with adamantium. It can even defend against the bombing of nuclear bombs. Only, in front of Shu Fu's thermal energy rays, these things are like melted butter, with no ability to resist. A red light flashed in Shu Fu's eyes, and a big hole appeared above the gate. Waiting for the red steel to cool, they walked in. Stand back, back, you let us go, otherwise I will detonate the bomb and die with them. Les's crazy voice sounded. According to his thinking, he actually let others delay the time, and he just slipped away. Only, he did not expect that the escape route of the base was sealed by a layer of green film. They can't escape at all. So a group of people can only enter the strongest laboratory and take hostages. These mutants have been tortured out of human form by experiments. Even if he is rescued, he will probably suffer a psychological shadow. Can only make Professor X delete their memories. Memory is indeed a person's most precious thing, but sometimes memory also a curse. Shu Fu sighed and shook his head. The eyes of Magneto next to him were red. The magnetic force caused by mood swings makes the surrounding objects suspended in the air. Back, stand back, did you hear me? I'm going to push the button. Rice saw the three people completely unmoved and shouted frantically. Shu Fu ignored him. Help them defuse the bomb. Take it easy. As soon as his words fell, those laboratory personnel began to help them disarm the bomb gently. Rice also found that he could not control his body at all. No, you devil. Les found himself walking towards Shu Fu, fear shining in his eyes. Devil, you really think too highly of the devil. I'm afraid the devil will have to tattoo your image on his body to ward off evil spirits. You are 10,000 times more disgusting than the demons of hell. Shu Fu looked at Rice with disgust. To do this kind of thing is completely incapable of being a human being, and there is no bottom line that a human being should have. Shu Fu stared, and didn't bother to ask. The huge mental power directly and instantly destroyed Raya's mental resistance ability, and obtained the information in his mind. Immediately Shu Fu waved his hand, opened the portal, and sent the wounded back to the academy for the care of the doctor. Eric, teacher, these people are entrusted to you. You should be able to handle it, right? Shu Fu said. The two looked at each other, and the eyes of these people were full of bloodthirsty light. Compared to Shu Fu, the two of them are much crueler. And they will not be relentless in killing these guys who are experimenting on their own compatriots. Don't worry, I will take good care of them. Do what you're supposed to do. Under Raya's terrified eyes, Shu Fu handed it to Magneto. Then he turned and left without any hesitation. In the next second, there was a piercing scream. Shu Fu showed no mercy. Anyone who has seen the scenes in the laboratory and the videos of those vivisections, then a normal human being should not have any pity for these scumbags. They can no longer be called human beings. Killing them would make Shu Fu's hands dirty. Leaving the portal open for them, Shu Fu turned and left. All the information in his mind is obtained by him. 3 big benefactors, 5 counselors, and 2 generals. Very well, it seems that it is necessary to carry out a crackdown on the top leaders of the beautiful country. Shu Fu thought in his heart. These guys, for the benefit of all, supported the action against mutant. The merchants are for the secret of mutants' longevity, the counselors are for political and intellectual assets, and the soldiers are for weapons. They provide various resources and money behind them. Although he didn't do it himself, there are a lot of crimes on his body, which cannot be separated from the relationship. Shu Fu adheres to the principle of cutting grass and root. For these guys, absolutely cannot be tolerated. But, taking into account the tolerance of the world and the image of mutant in the outside world, he certainly can't kill directly. That would only cause mutant more trouble. At this time, mind control has become a very useful ability. This is also the most dreadful thing about people with spiritual abilities. Maybe at some point, I and my relatives will be controlled, and I don't know it yet. This is the scariest thing. But this method, used to deal with the enemy, is the most perfect. It is very reasonable in a free and beautiful country to commit suicide with more than 20 gunshots in the body. In the highest federal prison, a certain Stan died inexplicably. What can't happen? Shu Fu left here with a smile on his face. Subsequently, the top management of the beautiful country caused quite a disturbance. Several big shots, for some reason, clashed and secretly attacked each other. In the end, they were all killed by the opponent. The forces of all parties are also in a mess. Let people who don't understand the inside story look in a mess. Some people who knew the inside story felt shuddering. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not take revenge overnight. Shu Fu did the same. After getting the news of those behind the scenes, Shu Fu immediately launched revenge. Harness the mighty psychic ability. The group behind these mutant controllers fell apart in just a few months and was wiped out by others. Shu Fu thought that he was taking care of the face of these so-called politicians and careerists, and they should stop. It's just that what he didn't expect was that his behavior still touched the sensitive nerves of these people. Overnight, several big shots at the highest level in the world, who could decide the life and death of many people, died just like that. Their existence of the same class naturally has the feeling of sorrow for the death of a rabbit. To be honest, the existence of Shu Fu is really enough to threaten their ecology. How could they allow this to happen when they were already in high positions and enjoying the world? Among these people, it was none other than Hydra who reacted the most. If you want to say which organization on Earth is most targeted at mutant, it is naturally Hydra. They were originally a force split from NC. They aimed at mutants entirely for the purpose of conducting human experiments and conducting research on their abilities. The number of mutants who died at their hands is really countless. Now that there was such an anomaly among the mutants, they naturally panicked. Naturally, Shu Fu did not give mutant a head start, nor did he intend to settle accounts afterwards. But the people of Hydra don't know. In their view, Shu Fu has liquidated these people, and maybe he will liquidate them sometime. This is absolutely not allowed for Hydra people. Several smugglers from Hydra even got together and held a conference. What was discussed was how to target Shu Fu. Because of Shu Fu's strong strength, they finally decided on a strategy, that is, make friends on the surface, and study the strength enough to resist Shu Fu behind the scenes. If Shu Fu really wants to attack them, then they must ensure that they have the ability to resist. All the smugglers in Hydra have their own schemes behind their backs. One of the biggest contributors is none other than one of HYDRA's smugglers, Alexander Pierce, Security Minister of the World Security Council. This kind of world-class high-level executives wire people from Hydra. Naturally, because Hydra is a very powerful and old organization in the Marvel world. Its history can be traced back to the ancient Egyptian period thousands of years ago. At that time they already had the corresponding organizational structure. During World War II, the Hydra inside Germany, in fact, is the same as the current Hydra, which is infiltrated. In other words, in fact, Germany is also a victim of the Hydra conspiracy. It wasn't the crazy leader of Germany who built Hydra. Red Skull is nothing more than a smuggler of Hydra. Among Hydra, there are a large number of families that have been passed down for thousands of years, so Alexander Pierce's life experience is very innocent. Naturally, he can come to the bright side and become a senior official of the World Security Council. At the same time, he is also Nick Fury's boss and his recommender. It can be said that Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., was completely promoted by Alexander Pierce. So he has a very good relationship with Nick Fury, and the two are friends who died on the battlefield. With this identity and status, the resources and strength that Alexander Pierce can use are naturally astonishing, and naturally other smugglers in Hydra have high hopes. After the Hydra internal meeting, he approached Nick Fury. Alexander Pierce is a smart guy. He knew that Nick Fury was suspicious by nature, and he didn't make it clear when he opened his mouth. Fury, we need to talk. Pierce, please sit down. When Nick Fury saw Pierce come in, he immediately made room for him and poured sherry. Shield is not out of control, Pierce is still his boss in his position. Respect Nick Fury no matter what. Is there a problem? You are a busy person, you will never come to me if you have nothing important to do. Nick Fury looked at Pierce with one eye. Although the current Nick Fury instinctively felt that there was something wrong with Shield, he did not suspect Pierce of his own standard. In his eyes, Pierce is still his most reliable comrade in arms. Seeing Pierce coming in, he felt a little confiding. Alexander Pierce sighed before speaking. Have you heard the recent events? Nick Fury raised his eyebrows and spoke. You're talking about those people. I think those people deserve it and have nothing to do with us. Fury, of course I'm with you, and I think so. Pierce first opened his mouth to qualify the sentence before speaking again. But we think so, others don't. Especially the members of the Security Council, they are very concerned. They're worried about these mutants getting out of control. The power of mutant is too strong. If it really gets out of control, the consequences will be really unimaginable. Nick Fury remained silent, but actually quite agreed with this idea in his heart. Nick Fury has a freakish desire to control and likes to have everything in his hands. Even the Avengers under him, he has created various control methods, which can be seen from the transparent prison specially prepared for Dr. Banner on the space carrier. He doesn't trust anyone and likes to be in control. It wasn't until S.H.I.E.L.D. collapsed and he went into the dark that this pathological desire to control was slightly better. Now is the time when his desire is at its highest. They like to doubt everything and control everything. Nick Fury is also an old double standard. He obviously does the same thing, but he doesn't look down on the members of the World Security Council. I think mutant is pretty safe. We just need to maintain normalcy and they will be safe. Nick Fury said this very flatly. But Pierce, who knows him well, knows that Nick Fury has already taken care of him, and he just needs to add more fire. Fury, I understand what you're saying. But after all, we have to consider the opinions of the Security Council and the opinions of ordinary people. It's too easy for them to get out of hand. Last year alone, they caused tens of thousands of casualties, which is a terrible number. S.H.I.E.L.D. is responsible for the safety of ordinary people. We cannot only consider the rights and interests of a few people. Alexander Pierce earnestly. Those who don't know his true identity will really be fooled by him. Nick Fury was lost in thought. Alexander Pierce spoke again. Definitely, I'm not saying we're going to do something with mutant. But we always have to prepare for the worst, right? We have to be able to ensure that if something goes wrong with mutant, we have to have the means of checks and balances. Fury, you also understand that this world is cruel. If we want to be good people, then we must have more power than bad people. Alexander Pierce spoke. There was a gleam in Nick Fury's eyes. To be honest, he felt that what Pierce said was very reasonable, and he thought so too. He also had preparations before this, but he hadn't executed it yet. Pierce, you are right, I will arrange it. Nick Fury finally spoke up. That's good, but you should understand that the Security Council is talking about the world government, but in fact they only value one person. What the Security Council means is that you try to win him over as much as possible. If you can't win over, you must be prepared for hostility. Our mission is to protect the majority of people. Alexander Pierce added again. Nick Fury nodded. Of course he knew who Pierce was talking about. What they were talking about was none other than Shu Fu. Shu Fu's previous actions frightened those high-level officials. Don't worry, I will arrange it. We will try our best to win over this young man. I believe he should not become an unstable factor. Nick Fury spoke. That's good. It's great to have you. I will communicate with the people in the Security Council and try to appease them as much as possible. Alexander Pierce said with a look of emotion. That would be wonderful. Nick Fury patted Pierce on the shoulder. The two discussed for a while, and Pierce said goodbye and left. Stepping out of Nick Fury's door, Pierce had a mysterious smile on his face. Everyone else has to work hard to calculate others. He just needs to push Nick Fury a bit, and he'll get himself into trouble. To him, mutant is just an experimental consumable. According to intelligence, that mysterious mutant is very likely to have the ability to make people live forever. You can't let them live in peace. Otherwise, how would we get him into the lab? These people are not like those bottom-level people who are targeting mutant. What they covet is mutants' powerful ability, as well as mutants' long lifespan. Even this world is very technologically advanced. Alexander Pierce has also felt more and more powerless in recent years. Mutants are the best way for them to achieve a long lifespan. Even if they don't find this kind of thing, they will do something to mutants sooner or later. With all sorts of nefarious plans in his mind, Alexander Pierce left Nick Fury's office. And Nick Fury over there was also lost in thought. Pierce's idea is quite in line with his mind. Shu Fu's power is too strong, because he is out of control. Now it looks like Shu Fu is at peace with their shield. But what if one day, Shu Fu suddenly wants to rule the world? Apocalypse is a living example. SHIELD has very clear records on this. He must prevent this from happening. On the one hand, Nick Fury decided to use a lot of benefits to win over Shu Fu. On the other hand, that is to prepare a response plan in secret. If something goes wrong, make sure they can subdue Shu Fu. For any powerful and uncontrollable existence, they have corresponding plans. Like Tony Stark's Veronica anti-Hulk armor, they SHIELD have produced a lot of resources. Without their help, Tony Stark wouldn't have made it so easily. Now it's just one more plan. After the decision was made, Nick Fury was not in the hesitation. He directly ordered to go down, open several shelved weapons research projects. Then leave from SHIELD and find Tony Stark. For Nick Fury's arrival, Tony Stark seemed very surprised. He doesn't have a good impression of Nick Fury, and he doesn't like Nick Fury, a gloomy guy. Hey, braised egg, don't you know that before entering someone else's place, do you have to say hello to the owner? Tony Stark rolled his eyes and spoke very flirtatiously. Mr. Stark, it may be like this in other people's homes, but in yours, I don't think it's necessary at all. Nick Fury said in a hoarse voice. What do you come to see me for? I don't have time recently to help you. You should go to the captain. I said he has been very busy recently. Tony Stark taunted again. Cap is definitely onto something, but it's all about protecting the world. Quote, I came to see you for other things. Nick Fury changed his words while handing out a document. Tony Stark didn't take it, but looked at Nick Fury. Nick Fury sighed and couldn't help but stroked his forehead. What's wrong with this? No wonder the World Council said they were all freaks. Nick Fury put the file on the table and spoke. I heard that you have been researching something recently. Research on a device to protect the Earth. What are you saying? I'm researching something, why doesn't my know? Tony Stark put on a look of great surprise. Tony Stark was surprised that Nick Fury knew about his plans, but that's just how he is. Never say it. Tony Stark was determined to make Ultron after he was indeed invaded by Wanda's magic. But actually a long time ago. He has the idea of building the Iron Legion and manipulating it with artificial intelligence. Wanda's vision just powers this guy up. It's just that he was curious, how did Nick Fury know? Hearing Tony Stark's nonsense, Nick Fury snorted coldly. Stark, you don't have to hide. Recently, Stark Industries has purchased a large amount of precious materials, and you can't hide this from us. You're expanding your Iron Legion, aren't you? We all know what happened to you. Nick Fury stared at Tony Stark with one eye. For a month, Shu Fu was busy dealing with Apocalypse's minions. Tony Stark wasn't calm either. He also experienced a catastrophe of life and death. On a cruise ship, he killed a terrorist who wanted to hold high-level hostages, Killian. At the same time, he put a firework worth tens of billions of dollars there, blew up all his armor, and underwent surgery to remove the reactor in his chest. It can be said that the 1 or 2 months of effort was quite exciting for Tony Stark. It's just that, the so-called dog can't change eating shit. Having just blown up all the battle frames, Tony Stark quickly reverted to his old ways and began to rebuild the Iron Legion. SHIELD has obtained relevant information. That's why he came here. Among the Avengers, Iron Man has the best equipment to master, and he hopes to build an army to help fend off Shu Fu. Tony Stark looked awkward by Nick Fury. Did you send a spy to me again? What kind of female agent again? I'm going to Congress to sue you. Tony Stark spoke quickly. Nick Fury just stared at him. Tony Stark rolled his eyes again, and had to cover again. Yes, I did rebuild my legion. What are you going to do? Arrest me. Charge me with making weapons of mass destruction. See Tony Stark say this. Only then did Nick Fury speak. No, you misunderstood. I'm here to support you. You can do whatever you want. And to speed things up, we have a lot of resources at our disposal. The artificial intelligence plan like you are preparing can start. I think it's a very good project. I'm having a hard time. Tony Stark looked at Nick Fury with disbelief and suspicion on his face. Are you crazy? Or, do you have any plans? No, I'm just planning for a rainy day. Nick Fury spoke very seriously. Undercurrents are raging in the world. Just as the saying goes, the flying birds do their best to hide their bows, the cunning rabbits die, and the lackeys cook them. If Chidori is still there, Shu Fu is naturally a hero of mankind. But when Chidori disappeared, he still held great power. In the eyes of some people, Shu Fu has become a thorn in the side, a thorn in the flesh. These news, of course, do not know. Thinking that he had finished the matter, he was fishing in Alkali Lake. After several months of rare peaceful days, Shu Fu enjoyed it very much. The only pity is that they didn't get any precious items, which made Shu Fu very disappointed. Fortunately, there are quite a few attributes obtained by signing in, and Shu Fu has nothing to complain about. This day Shu Fu woke up early again, preparing to go to Alkali Lake to occupy a seat. Just wait until there. But he only got a reminder that the sign-in failed. The fish pond of the system is refreshed again. Yes, it has been here for such a long time, and it should be refreshed. Shu Fu nodded secretly. Let me see where it is. Shu Fu checked the map coordinates. Africa, East Coast, Nasha. Is there a country with this name? Shu Fu recalled it for a long time, but he never heard that there was such a country in the memory of his previous life. But the Marvel world is completely different, and there are many small countries, such as Wakanda, which never existed. It is very normal to have such a country. Anyway, it is a transliteration, and it is normal to have any name. Across the Atlantic Ocean, this distance is really not close. Shu Fu then stretched out his hand and swiped forward, a golden portal appeared. Went straight in. The next moment, it appeared on a beach. Golden sandy beach, white waves, behind a green forest, the scenery is quite good. There are even coconut trees on the beach, and the coconuts on them sway with the wind. Shu Fu nodded pleasingly. He hadn't tried sea fishing before. Now is the chance. After observing for a while, he found that there is a reef room near the beach, which is a natural and good fishing position. Shu Fu put on the equipment directly, made a nest, took the bait, and started fishing. Have to say, compared with fishing in the river, sea fishing is much more enjoyable, at least the environment is very good. The sea breeze and the occasional breeze blowing by the waves all put Shu Fu in a very good mood. I don't know if it's because of my good mood. It didn't take long for the fishing rod in his hand to move. After this period of improvement, Shu Fu's strength is different from the past. The catches that he could fight for a long time in the past can now be easily caught. As soon as he exerted force on his arm, the fishing rod shook directly. A red fish broke out of the water. Yes, it turned out to be red. It seems that it is not an ordinary treasure. Shu Fu's eyes lit up. As soon as he stretched out his hand, the red swimming fish fell into his hand. Level God Father, treasure of the gods. Go to the heavens and the earth, the treasures left by the gods on the earth, energy absorbing will be able to supernatural water. Super divine water. A liquid with residual sacred power produced by the relics of the gods, which can consume vitality and stimulate potential. After system baptism, the toxicity has been purified. It contains sacred power and can remove negative effects. Shu Fu's eyes lit up. It turned out to be super divine water. This is an incredible treasure in the Dragon Ball world. Able to unleash potential. Sun Wukong only became so powerful in the early stage after drinking this stuff. The upper limit of the Dragon Ball world is also comparable to the existence of the Marvel world, so this treasure is naturally extraordinary. Not to mention, the things produced by the system are even more exquisite. Every time you break through a stage, you can take super magic water to improve your potential. Not to mention that it also has the effect of an artifact to clear negative effects. Definitely as good as baby. As soon as Shu Fu stretched out his hand, there was a very cute tea area in his hand. On the teapot, there is a red divine character engraved on it, which seems to contain mysterious power. Shu Fu shook, as if there was liquid flowing here. Shu Fu beckoned, took out a cup, grabbed the teapot and poured it out, and the cup was like amber-colored liquid. The liquid also exudes a soft sound like jasmine, and the white sacred mist is lingering on it, which looks quite extraordinary. Shu Fu also didn't hesitate, and directly poured the glass of super divine water with one sip. Call. Shu Fu let out a breath of white air. In the innermost part, it seems that a mass of warm current flows down from the mouth, enters the stomach, and then spreads throughout the body. The whole person became warmer. Body cells become very active. Shu Fu could clearly feel that the speed at which Superman's body absorbed solar radiation had more than doubled. The body seems to be purified, very relaxed. The effect is so good. It is indeed a magical thing in the Dragon Ball world. Shu Fu satisfies the review. His Superman body is very powerful, and the effect of this potential activation is not always there. Shu Fu feels that this cup can last for about a week. The effect of this is already astonishing. This is equivalent to directly adding a buff that doubles his practice speed, and it is also invulnerable to all poisons. After system purification, even ordinary people can drink super magic water without worry. This is another super divine water of level Godfather. If it can be strengthened slowly with him, the effect will be incredible. It would be great if we could get more of this kind of treasure. Cultivation is necessary. This world is so dangerous, the more of these things the better. Shu Fu nodded in satisfaction and put it away. This thing is added again, only need to input a certain amount of energy, it is very easy to use. Shu Fu put away the teapot. Rehang the bait and stick it. Prepare to take advantage of your luck to see if you can catch another thing. No matter what he catches, it is a kind of strengthening for him. Produced by the system, it must be a high-quality product. Unfortunately, God seemed to be playing a joke on him. He fished for several hours and got nothing. Shu Fu had no choice but to put away his fishing rod and prepared to go back to eat. Even now, relying on energy, he already has the effect of Bigu, and he doesn't need to eat at all. But Shu Fu eats for enjoyment. As soon as he walked from the nearby reef to the beach, Shu Fu heard a loud noise coming from the woods. When Shu Fu heard it, it turned out to be English, which made Shu Fu a little curious. You know, the language system of the African continent is very complicated. Various indigenous languages, various colonial languages, are completely different, and that is called a complex. It would be strange to suddenly have a group of English speakers in a place like this, and someone's voice sounds very familiar. Shu Fu waited on the shore for a while. I saw a group of people who looked like refugees struggling out of the woods. This group of people looked as if they had fled for decades, their clothes were ragged, their faces were pale, and their hair was very messy. Even in places like Africa, such people are rare. These people are not the black big brothers that are common on the African continent, there are people of all skin types. Just when Shu Fu was curious about who these people were, a familiar figure stepped out from behind them. Eric, why are you here? As soon as Shu Fu made such a sound, the group of people reacted. Although they looked ragged and miserable, they were subconsciously wary of Shu Fu. Then, colorful lights lit up around them, and some people underwent various strange changes. They're all mutants. Shu Fu was a little surprised. These hundreds of beggars are all mutants. How is it possible? Even at the peak of the Mutant Academy, there were only 1,000 mutants. There are hundreds of them here. What's the situation? Magneto collected the mutants from the entire African continent. Shu Fu looked at Magneto with doubts. Magneto comforted the surrounding mutants before walking over. Shu Fu, why are you here? Why am I here? I'm definitely here to fish. I'm curious as to why you are here. Shu Fu asked curiously. Magneto glanced at Shu Fu's fishing rod, and the corner of his mouth twitched invisible. Why is this guy who is not doing business properly so strong? It doesn't make sense at all. After a bit of slander in his heart, he opened his mouth to explain. Through Magneto's explanation, Shaw finally knew the reason for coming here. As early as 3 months ago, the Mutant Academy had already been built in 7s and 80s. After helping Charles restore the brainwave amplifier, Magneto said goodbye to Charles and left the Mutant Academy. He doesn't agree with the Academy's style of work, and plans to collect the mutant brothers again, fight for mutant, and even plans to kill some people that Shu Fu didn't kill. Compared with Shu Fu's restrained style, Magneto is very brutal. No mercy for these guys. Therefore, he also obtained a lot of valuable information. According to S.H.I.E.L.D., there is a small country in Africa with a large number of mutants inside. It's just that the ones in power here are not mutants, but ordinary people. They are above the mutants and hold the power of this country, and the mutants are like slaves here. Magneto was shocked to hear that. He was so angry at that time that he came to this country called Nasha. However, he found that the situation here was worse than what he had reported. The country of Nasha is very prosperous, even more prosperous than many developed countries. Not at all like a normal African country. But this prosperity is entirely based on the exploitation and enslavement of mutants. Mutants will be identified by machines as soon as they are born in this country, and then they will be brainwashed and enslaved. They also established a strict secrecy system. Anyone who comes to this country cannot leave, and can only live here forever. They even have squads dedicated to hunting down other people. It can be said that this is a slave country in the cloak of modern civilization. Magneto was furious, and immediately started a battle in this world. But this group of people is very despicable, they directly use mutant as an army to fight. Magneto cast a mouse, hands tied. Under such circumstances, he can only fight guerrillas. These ragged people are the mutants he rescued. Shu Fu was shocked when he heard this. The Marvel world really is this wonderful world has everything. There is such a country. But after thinking about it, Shu Fu felt relieved. Wakanda, who has mastered the energy shield, is still playing the tribal system. Everything is normal in this land. What are you going to do? Shu Fu asked Eric. Definitely to save our fellow man. This should be the land of our mutants, how can these people enslave us? Magneto spoke angrily. Shu Fu remained silent. Magneto made him an invitation. Shu Fu, join us. With your strength, we can easily rescue our compatriots. We mutants should all unite. Shu Fu pouted. He doesn't even think he's a mutant. He's not interested in being a hero with this Magneto guy. Not interested in. You can go by yourself if you like, I don't want to get involved. Shu Fu resolutely refused. Magneto's heart is really good, and his means are also good, but his vision is too low. Saving mutant depends on nothing else but strength. Only when you have the strength to negotiate with those big powers can you be qualified to save mutant. Magneto is, at best, an oversized terrorist. Naturally, Shu Fu was not interested in meddling with him. Seeing that Shu Fu refused, Magneto didn't force it, but just opened his mouth. Since you refuse, I won't force it. But can you please send us to the small island nearby? I have to settle them first before I can continue fighting. Magneto asked sincerely. No problem, Shu Fu said. Anyway, he doesn't need to bother, and Shu Fu is still willing to do things like giving favors. Maybe he doesn't know when he will be able to use these mutants. He is too lazy to do some small things, and he can hand them over to these mutants at that time. There's no need to be so merciless. Shu Fu stretched out his hand directly. A golden portal formed in front of him. The surrounding mutant refugees exclaimed for a while, as if they saw something incredible. Even after they have seen quite a few X abilities, they still find this method inconceivable. And the exit of the portal looks like a small island. There are already traces of human existence on it. Seeing the scene here, Magneto breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. Our ethnic group will remember your affection. Wang Wanqi, good job, bowed very sincerely. Shu Fu waved his hand, turned around and left without saying a word. Magneto took a deep breath, and brought these mutant refugees into the portal. The next half-month, Magneto has been fighting against the rulers here, bringing out a bunch of mutants every time. While Shu Fu was secretly paying attention, he occasionally opened a portal for Magneto. This country is worthy of being a kingdom of mutants, and the number of mutants rescued by Magneto alone has reached tens of thousands. This is a very staggering amount, which is completely unreasonable. There may not be so many mutants on a continent. According to Magneto, the mutant he rescued was less than 1 in 1,000. This place, a small African country, has tens of millions of mutants, which really surprised Shu Fu. There must be something unusual about it. But Shu Fu is too lazy to care about these things. Every day is fishing, watching movies, life is very peaceful. He doesn't know. Because of Magneto's actions, the world became uneasy again. There has been a big discussion about mutant all over the world. You know, in many countries, Magneto is the #1 person on the most wanted list, a natural villain. In addition, the ruler of Nasha is very smart and conceals it very well in the international community. In the eyes of the outside world, Nasha is a backward African country. But now, Magneto, the #1 terrorist in the world, actually invaded this small country constantly and looted its population. Instantly aroused widespread concern from the international community. Even the United Nations has sent an investigation team. Those forces that have targeted mutant for a long time are even more fueling the flames. The momentum suddenly became very tense. But who is Magneto? He was the werewolf who wanted to wipe out the world's political leaders while taking advantage of the United Nations conference. Care about this. Not only did he not restrain himself. Instead, he led the mutant and launched a general attack. Magneto is a very charismatic man. Even the many villains who have fought are all full of affection for him. For mutant, Magneto is truly a natural leader. Under his struggle, the mutants within Nasha revolted. Mutant combat power is already strong. After undoing the brainwashing, that's a natural-born army. In addition, Magneto, a powerful presence, is supporting him. Nasha's original army was retreating steadily. It didn't take 2 months for him to be beaten and fled. Magneto led mutant to establish a regime belonging to mutant. So you're now a king. Or a president. Shu Fu looked at the energetic Magneto in front of him and asked. Do not. I'm just building a home for our fellow man. Magneto spoke with incomparable sincerity. With his strength, if he defected to the World Security Council, even if he became the king of a small country, no one would care. But for mutant, he has been fighting with the members of the Security Council. Magneto's feelings for mutant are really unspoken, and he has always been protecting mutant. That's why, even though he's a villain, he's still very attractive. He is a protector of a race. Then your goal should have been achieved. What are you doing here? Shu Fu scratched his head and asked. Magneto has taken over most of Nasha's land. It can be said that the actual power here has become Magneto. What would you do with him, an idle fisherman? I'm worried. The latest movement in the World Security Council is not right. They must be plotting something. I want you to help me get some information. Magneto spoke sincerely. Shu Fu frowned. You should have your own intelligence network, right? Shu Fu didn't want to help. He could indeed get some intel from Nick Fury. But this is to consume favors. It's not worth it. Seeing Shu Fu's expression, Magneto knew that he didn't want to help, so he could only speak. This actually has something to do with you. You may not care, but you are a member of mutant after all. Magneto said politely. Don't bring it to me. Shu Fu was a little baffled. He didn't feel like he was one of these mutants. Seeing Shu Fu like this, Magneto can only open the skylight and speak brightly. You are too strong. You made our mutant too powerful and a threat to those countries. Magneto spoke directly. If Shu Fu didn't exist, even if he ruled the entire Nasha, he wouldn't be able to pose any threat to those powerful countries. When these people saw that Magneto actually ruled Nasha, they probably recognized it with their noses. It's just a small country in Africa, it doesn't matter at all. But Shu Fu was born out of thin air, which is completely different. Just like ordinary small countries, most countries don't care. But when a small country has nuclear weapons, it is completely different. This means they have the ability to flip the table. Shu Fu is like a human nuclear bomb. Although the relationship between Shu Fu and Magneto is actually not good, they can only be regarded as nodding acquaintances. If Magneto is really dead, he will not make a move. But these superpowers don't know it. So after Magneto ruled Nasha, it became a big problem. Shu Fu alone is already terrible, and now there is a country behind it. Is that worth it? Magneto didn't understand this at first, but he only found out about it after arresting a high-ranking official and reading his mind. Hearing Magneto's explanation, Shu Fu pouted. That's right, Shu Fu had long expected that if he was too powerful, he would definitely be feared by the Security Council, SHIELD, and other major forces and organizations. They must have launched a series of targeting plans against him long ago. After thinking for a long time, Shu Fu could only wave his hands and give up. This is human nature. People Magneto just want to protect mutant, there is nothing wrong with protecting the race. The only problem is that the emergence of a force will inevitably violate the interests of other forces and cause turmoil. In this era when it is impossible to open up to the outside world, everyone is fighting for food with their own people, and they naturally don't like the rise of a power again. Wakanda has mastered such advanced technology, but they live in a corner, and even close themselves. Could it be that they like to live in seclusion? Definitely is imperative. The world is such a law of the jungle. Wakanda doesn't want to be stared at by the world's major forces because of its too powerful technology, so she chooses to live in seclusion. But others may just bear it. Shu Fu has no intention of spoiling them. He has absolute confidence in his own strength. If these people want to do something, let them do it. Thinking of this, Shu Fu didn't say much, and sat down on the stool directly. I'd like to see what flowers they can produce. Shu Fu doesn't like to cause trouble, but he is not afraid of trouble. Although he didn't want to, in fact, in the eyes of the outside world, he was already tied to the mutant group. It's too dangerous for you. Magneto frowned. It doesn't matter. You think too highly of people in the World Security Council. I'm afraid they can't take care of themselves. You still want to deal with me? Shu Fu smiled disdainfully. On the entire Earth, the only thing that can threaten him is the Ancient One, and those gods who have disappeared for an unknown number of years. Nowadays, the gods have long been unable to act recklessly, and Ancient One is not unreasonable, as long as Shu Fu does not carry out genocide and does not pose a threat to the civilization of the Earth. Ancient One doesn't care about him. You have sacrificed too much for the ethnic group, and we will remember your contribution. You will be our savior. Magneto spoke sincerely. I'm not interested in being a savior. Just don't get me into trouble. Shu Fu waved his hand impatiently. Magneto nodded and turned to leave. Shu Fu ignored him and continued fishing. The Security Council, what can it do, is just some politicians. If they really have the ability, when Thanos invades, they won't rely on the Avengers to save the field. Shu Fu knew the details of the Security Council and did not take these people seriously. But to Magneto, the World Council is a behemoth. He attached great importance to the World Security Council, and after returning, he accelerated his pace of rule over Shanasha. He even enlisted Charles to help. Although the two of them have different ideas on how to deal with mutant, their attitude towards mutant is still the same. Saving mutant is their common wish. Originally a Magneto was powerful enough, but this time a more powerful Charles came. Nash's army was even more irresistible. Under such circumstances, their rulers went directly to the United Nations to cry. Now, these people in the World Security Council have found an excuse. This is a challenge to us. The blatant invasion of a sovereign state is an affront to our dignity. We must impose severe sanctions on them. Gideon Malik, a member of the Security Council, said solemnly. Gideon comes from a very old family that goes back thousands of years. He has served as a high-ranking defense official, a member of parliament, and even various positions. Now he is the most powerful member of the World Security Council and one of the most powerful people in the world. More importantly, he also has a more secret and unknown identity. He is the patriarch of Hydra. His family is one of the oldest families who founded Hydra. In Hydra, he is also a high position and weight. Even Pierce is just a junior in front of him. But it is different from other Hydra members. He joined Hydra just to fulfill the mission of the family and welcome back the powerful alien hive in ancient times. According to the legend, that is the master of Hydra, and their families are just slaves of that great existence. The original intention of Hydra was to find their masters, gain powerful power. It was only later that various ambitious people joined Hydra, which turned this organization into an organization full of various ambitious people who wanted to rule the world. The reason why Jillian pushed to sanction Magneto's Nasha is naturally not because of his nobleness, but for the sake of the national interest. But simply want to deal with mutant, gain strength and longevity. As far as he knows, Hydra has already conducted in-depth research on the power of mutant. A company controlled by a smuggler even manufactured a certain medicine. It can turn an ordinary person into a powerful super ability user, and it can also prolong life. Makes a person very powerful. This AGDC is very attractive to a dying high-level executive. The only problem is that this potion is not stable now, and there are many problems. As the most powerful person in the world, Jillian naturally couldn't use his own life to conduct experiments. He urgently needs to provide a large amount of experimental materials. In the whole world, the place with the largest number of mutants is the place where Magneto now rules. That's why he united a group of people and promoted the sanctions against Magneto. He even wanted to wipe the entire Nasha off the face of the earth. Without the protection of Magneto, the tens of thousands of mutants are the best experimental materials. But, although Jillian is very important, in the World Security Council, he is not alone. Soon someone questioned, "I disagree. We have to think about the pros and cons. Although mutant has problems, their strength is not weak. If you really want to sanction and attack them, who will do it? They are not ordinary countries, and ordinary economic sanctions don't work." The member of the World Security Council spoke. Nasha is highly independent from the international community and does not need external resources at all. They can't use many means. And according to Jillian, he obviously wanted to use military means. For Jillian's sake, it doesn't matter. Can really do it. That would not be possible without sufficient interest. Who can join the World Security Council is not a human being. How could it be possible to be fooled by a few words and go up to fight mutant? Knock, isn't this crazy? In fact, most people don't hate mutant that much. Internationally, many countries have very peaceful policies towards mutant. The loudest voice against mutant is none other than the free and beautiful country. Because the country is strong, the voice will naturally be loud. Jillian also has a very deep connection with the beautiful country, and even served as a high-level position such as high-level defense and high-level consultants. Originally, it was still a big consortium and a big capitalist. To a certain extent, it can even determine the national policy of the beautiful country. They don't want to work with this guy. Jillian naturally knew what kind of virtue these people were. It's okay to speak up, but it's impossible for them to really make a move and give up part of the benefits. We are all old friends and know each other very well. Jillian had no intention of letting them do it. In case they take mutant away, he has no place to cry. Everybody, since I proposed it, it is of course a case. This matter is entirely our responsibility. You just need to agree to sanction it. In exchange, I can release part of the research materials about the Chitauri people. Jillian spoke. When he said this, the eyes of members of the Security Council from other countries lit up. It was New York that the Chitauri invaded, and it did bring disaster to New Yorkers. But Chitauri's technology and materials are also very precious to Earthlings. No one wants too much of this kind of thing. Therefore, all countries are trying to find ways to obtain corresponding materials and research materials. Only with little effect. In a beautiful country, there are various interest groups at home. It would be good if they don't go out to grab resources. How can they release resources? Now Jillian actually wants to open up related resources. Is there such a good thing in this world? To put it bluntly, they are representatives of the interest groups behind them, and they cannot do things based on simple good and evil and preferences. Everything depends on interests. Jillian naturally gave enough benefits. They have nothing to do with mutant, so naturally they will not stop Jillian. If that's the case, then we have no objections. Several other members nodded after thinking about it. Jillian flushed and was very proud. This is the right way, because the family are old friends. Thank you for your support. Jillian nodded in satisfaction. We are all grown-ups, and when we talk about morality, good and evil, we still look at the interests after all. Otherwise, who is free to target mutant? It not only consumes resources but also consumes human life. In their eyes, the so-called racial discrimination is just a tool to fool the people and gain benefits. Against mutant, because they are profitable. When Jillian was full of ambition, a member spoke. Jillian, although we agree with your idea, you shouldn't send out the Avengers, right? Do you have any other special fighters besides the Avengers? The speaker is a representative of the Dragon Kingdom. If there is a country in this world that still speaks of morality, it must be this country. At least they have never conducted inhumane human experiments. He was also the only country that raised objections just now. And this kind of thing is commonplace in the beautiful country in Mausi. Everyone knows that the Avengers are quite independent groups fighting for justice. This is obviously an act of genocide, and the Avengers will naturally not do it. Could it be that there are new researches and discoveries in the beautiful country? Hearing this, a smile appeared on the corner of Jillian's mouth. Exactly. Now the Avengers are history. Now the beautiful country has a new hero. Let me introduce to you, the superhero cultivated by Water Company. Homelander. Jillian yelled loudly. A blonde figure appeared on the projection. I saw that he was tall, with sunken eye sockets and a high nose. He didn't look like a good person. He even wore the Star-Spangled Banner representing the beautiful country. This is even more for the representatives to conclude. This guy is definitely not a good thing. He looks like a typical hero of the beautiful country. But this kind of words, everyone must not say it clearly. And watch with a little expectation, so that Jillian can explain. Look, everyone, this is the hero that Water Company has cultivated since childhood. A Superman class. He will represent us, to restore the glory of mankind. Jillian blushed and applauded loudly. For a time, the entire conference room was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. The Marvel Universe is a very large world. Various forces emerge endlessly. Water Company is just a very inconspicuous force. Not to mention Tony Stark's Stark Industries, even Hammer Industries, the puppet of the beautiful country's military, is much better than them. But this company is different from the others. Other pharmaceutical companies are researching common drugs, but they are researching human beings. For Watts, these super abilities transformed by potions are their property. In fact, the research of Water Company has not been so smooth. Their company research has also fallen into peace. Only a few decades ago, the beautiful country has absorbed a large number of German scientists. Watts is no exception. With the help of these scientists, they obtained a large number of human body research experiments of the NC Army. At the same time, they also discovered that there is a race of humans with a unique ability, the mutant. A study on mutant that has lasted for decades has begun. It is through these bloody researches and the reverse engraving of mutants' magical ability that Walter's potion has become more and more perfect. Water Company called this agent number 5 compound. Homelander is compound 5, the perfect creation. He has the power of Superman, the hearing of Superman, and even the ability to see through, and powerful rays are emitted from his eyes. This is a perfect hero. Water Company even has a plan to turn Homelander and their company's property into the second Avenger on Earth. Then they will get huge benefits. The films, peripherals, and various endorsement products produced by it will generate a series of huge industries worth hundreds of billions of dollars. It is precisely because of this that Jillian is very satisfied with this Hydra subordinate organization. Even at the World Security Council meeting, the name of Homelander was proposed. Under his impetus, the World Security Council fully agreed with Jillian's proposal to take action against the Kingdom of Mutant. Something the World Council agrees on. In this world, most people can't stop it. Even Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., is different. Before Nick Fury had time to report the information to Mutant Academy, the order from the World Security Council had already been conveyed to Walt Corporation. Under the orders of the high level, even Stan Edgar, who is the controller of Water Company, must obey his orders. But, instead of feeling unhappy, he felt very happy. Jillian's acknowledgement made it possible for Water Company to go further. With a little excitement, Edgar walked into the company. No, I don't want to do that. This is your purpose, and I don't want to cooperate. I'm not like those guys, I'm not that shit. Through the door of the meeting room, he could hear the violent voice in the meeting room. No need to look, he knows who this person is. No one else. This is the most perfect product of Water Company so far, Homelander. A look of displeasure appeared on Edgar's face, but he quickly covered it up again. Pushing open the door of the meeting room and walking in, I saw Homelander and his assistant inside. Homelander glared at his assistant, with a gloomy expression on his face, which looked very scary, and had nothing to do with the heroic image advertised outside. Seeing Edgar walking in from the outside, he restrained the anger on his face and showed a smile instead. Edgar, why are you here? Quote, Edgar has nothing to say about Homelander. In the company, you can do that, but outside, you have to maintain your image. The company is operating you to become a group of heroes like the Avengers, and it is absolutely impossible to break any unfavorable news now. You understand that?" Hearing Edgar's voice in a bad tone, instead of being angry, Homelander's eyes flashed with joy. Homelander is indeed a twisted, violent, bright surface, hiding a twisted soul. But Homelander also has psychological needs of her own. That is, he really likes the feeling of being admired and needed by other people, or it is his core psychological need. That's why Homelander didn't become a world-destroying terrorist. He was naturally very happy to hear that Edgar was going to use it as a superhero to save the world. "Edgar, I know, you are my best friend, and you are also the best controller of the company." Quote. Homelander said with a bright smile. Edgar nodded expressionlessly. On his not-so-dark face, there was not much expression at all. "Before that, there is one more thing for you to do. If you can do it, you're going to get a lot of big shot support. At that time, all your actions can become justified. It's good for the company too, you understand." Edgar stared at Homelander. A bright smile appeared on Homelander's face. "I definitely understand. It's killing those terrorists again, and dealing with some petty thieves, isn't it?" "I'm very good at it." Homelander spoke. Walter's company has a superhero project for a long time, and he has done several previews before, and he has gained a certain popularity. It is precisely because of this that Homelander likes the feeling of being admired. At this moment, Edgar pointed out that Homelander didn't feel disgusted, and felt very happy. "It's different this time. The enemies we face are different, and they are also people with super abilities. They're all mutants." Edgar spoke. "Mutant, it's just some defective works. They can't even manipulate their own abilities. Why are they comparing me to me?" Homelander showed contempt visible to the naked eye, and didn't take these so-called mutants seriously. "Homelander has been trained by Water Company since he was a child. It can be said that most of my childhood life was spent in the special room of Water Company, and was observed by the staff of Water Company. Edgar was the person he had the most contact with. Therefore, Homelander doesn't have a clear understanding of mutants, thinking that they are just super ability beings like himself." Although Edgar knew the details of mutant, he chose not to reveal it for his own benefit. "Exactly. You are the best. However, you are the most important person in our company, so you must pay attention to your own safety." Edgar patted Homelander on the shoulder, and said in a gentle voice. What Edgar meant was that Homelander is a relatively important property of Water Company, but he has a high emotional intelligence, so naturally he would not say such a thing directly. Under such circumstances, the naive Homelander was very touched. "When should I leave?" Homelander asked. "You can go anytime. It's a fairly just action, and you don't have to think about the consequences. The mutants there are all terrorists and destroyers of the world, and there is no need to consider any consequences when dealing with them." Edgar spoke. "Very good." Homelander nodded in satisfaction. At Homelander's request, Edgar quickly arranged everything, even preparing the target for Homelander to strike first. Jillian's purpose is not to realize his own rule for the ruler of Nasha, but to obtain enough material. Definitely on the surface, it is naturally impossible for them to do so. Their superficial reason is naturally to save Nasha and find the mutant who was bewitched by criminals. They are the party of justice and the saviors of the world. Walter will arrange for Homelander to appear as a savior, and then take all those mutants. Become fresh material in their laboratory. This is very common in a company like Vought that uses human as its material, and they don't even let go of babies in swaddling clothes. It is a bit of a fantasy to expect Water Company to talk about human nature. Soon, Edgar relied on the power of Walter Company to arrange everything. Although Ganassa is a small country, it is not small. Magneto led many mutants and gained the upper hand. But there are still many places that do not obey Magneto's rule. Magneto duplication lacks skills, so naturally it is impossible to suppress them all. Therefore, his subordinates, as well as many mutants, even took back their own land to save the brainwashed compatriots. This also gave Water Company an opportunity. With the backing of the World Security Council, Water Corporation has amazing intelligence ability. They quickly identified a small town that was about to be attacked. and dispatched the Special Service Team Underwater Company to lay an ambush here, and Homelander was already ready. The mutant on Magneto's side didn't know it was a trap. A mutant squad of dozens of people came here by car, wanting to liberate this town and save their fellow mutants. Headed by mutant Lorelei, her ability is to create an ultrasound that can paralyze people. It is a very good way to rescue the brainwashed mutant. It is precisely because of this that she can become the leader of this mutant. According to our investigation, the military strength here is not strong. We go straight in and save our fellow man. Lorelei gave a speech first, and then rushed in with the people. Armed men with weapons rushed up, Lorelei raised her hand, and an invisible wave of paralysis was launched directly. These guys with guns fell to the ground instantly. The people behind Lorelei will rush forward to control these people. They can be said to be invincible. If they continue like this, they will soon be able to regain this town. It's just that when they were about to attack, a figure wearing a national flag fell directly from the sky. He had his hands behind his back and a big smile on his face. It seems that this is not a battlefield, but its own garden. Fear not, I am Homelander. I'm here to save you. Homelander descended from the sky, showing a self-conceited smile at the attacked militants and civilians. Who are you? Lorelei yelled. I am a symbol of freedom and justice, I am superhero Homelander. Homelander took a handsome pose and cooperated with the secret filming team to shoot secretly. Then he turned to look at Lorelei. You bloody terrorists are destroying this peace. World. Homelander didn't finish his sentence. Lorelei has already determined that the person in front of him is standing opposite them. Not the slightest hesitation. As soon as Loretta raised her hand, a set of invisible waves was launched. The wave of invisible hit Homelander directly. Homelander just looked down, but he didn't even move his body. Homelander grinned, eyes instantly turning red. Next moment. That was a massacre. Although Homelander is a low-profile version of Superman, his ability is indeed very similar to that of Superman. Perhaps a mutant of Magneto's level still has the ability to resist in front of him. Ordinary mutants are also mutants, but their abilities are not necessarily powerful. Naturally no match for Homelander. With a flash of red light, a mutant died in his hands. Soon, the mutant side can only kneel on the ground and surrender. As the winner, Homelander glanced at these people with some enjoyment, then turned his head to look at the camera team coming from behind. I'm Homelander. I will protect everyone. Saying something to the camera, Homelander rose directly into the sky. The people from Water Company started to deal with the scene. They take everyone, whether it's the living or dead man. In their hands, there is no difference between these mutants and animals in the laboratory. Zero. Their cruel actions naturally caused an uproar in the mutant kingdom. Magneto even meddled in the matter himself. It's just that Water Company is also very cunning. With the powerful cooperation of the World Security Council, they fought guerrilla attacks with Magneto, constantly raided and robbed mutant. It didn't take long for them to plunder tens of thousands of mutants. Magneto was very annoyed by this, but there was nothing he could do. He could only turn to Shu Fu for help again. He didn't ask Shu Fu for help, but hoped that Shu Fu could help them build a portal network. Cooperating with some mutants with teleportation ability, they will be able to provide timely support in the mutant kingdom. Who attacked you? Which country is it? Could it be the beautiful country and they have shot with all their strength? Shu Fu was a little curious. Magneto is not comparable to him naturally, but compared to ordinary people, he is absolutely strong. He has been at large as a wanted criminal for so many years, and the world government still has nothing to do with him, which shows his strength. Such a strong person is going to be forced to ask for help now. Which country is so strong? Not a country, but a company. A company called Water Corporation. Compared to many countries, they have no bottom line, and they have no scruples in doing things. This is a group of executioners, Magneto said angrily. Shu Fu was taken aback. Water Company, could it be that there is a Homelander among them? How do you know? The guy who attacked mutant did call himself Homelander. He is obviously a mutant, but he is standing on the side of humans, it is disgusting. Magneto gets very annoyed at the mention of this. Shu Fu is a little confused, he is really a fellow. This Marvel world is really weird enough, it has everything. But this is also normal. In the world of Marvel, there are all kinds of weird things. The Marvel world and the supreme god of the 600th world, there is nothing surprising about the appearance of a fellow. This has nothing to do with him. Let Magneto take care of himself. For the sake of the professor, I will help you one last time. Don't come to trouble me in the future. Shu Fu said. This matter is not a big deal, something that can be done casually. He is mainly troublesome. No problem. Magneto nodded quickly. Shu Fu waved his hand, a golden light suddenly appeared, a metal appeared from his hand, and then changed rapidly. In the end, a metal door with mysterious patterns was formed. This is exactly the kind of mysterious door that can connect the world in Kamartaj holy place. As long as you go to a specific place to record the node, it is very convenient to open the door and connect. Both Kamartaj and God Nabu have the inheritance of alchemy. For him, refining this thing is just a matter of a piece of metal ore. When the golden light disappeared, he threw the thing to Magneto directly, and after telling Magneto the precautions. Shu Fu didn't care about the rest, it was up to them. He has exhausted his affection for doing so, which can be regarded as repaying the professor's kindness to him before. Immediately Shu Fu turned to Hook and concentrated on fishing. Magneto nodded slightly to Shu Fu to show respect, and then left here for a long time. Facing the attack of Water Company, Magneto found a solution from Shu Fu. Support through the portal. Relying on this convenience, whenever a place is attacked, they can immediately send reinforcements to rescue the mutant compatriots. As soon as he made a move, he caught Water Company by surprise. Homelander, like Magneto, naturally lacks duplication skills, and it is impossible to have him every time. The purpose of Water Company is to plunder people, and sometimes there will be no frontal war. The two forces suddenly had a fierce confrontation. They fought all kinds of battles in this land. In this case, Mutant, led by Magneto and Charles, quickly fell behind. It's not that Mutant isn't powerful, but that Walter has no bottom line. They often take Mutant's life as a threat, even Magneto can only throw a mouse. Charles even wanted to use the brainwave amplifier to kill these guys completely. But considering the impact, he still endured it. Once the outside world knows that he has such a terrifying weapon in his hands, the entire mutant group will be implicated. But it is precisely because of these restrictions that the Water Company is even more arrogant. Edgar directly let Homelander attack a large base in Nasha. In this kind of place, Homelander, who is already lawless, is really at home. With the team of Water Company, Homelander directly parachuted into this small city, and stood in front of Mutant's base openly, not paying attention to them at all. Waiting for the camera behind it to be in place, Homelander began to perform. I'm Homelander, defender of human peace. Quote, before me, all injustice will disappear. Homelander posed a few handsome poses. And over there, the mutants in the base have already opened fire. This country is not all mutants, there are also ordinary people, and they are now, 7 or 8, obeying the rule of mutants. It's all thanks to Charles. According to Magneto's character, it would be considered kind of him not to kill them all. At this moment, these ordinary people and soldiers have played a powerful role. Bullets from various weapons became a storm and shot towards Homelander. Ding, 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 a crisp sound sounded. Those bullets hit Homelander's body, but they didn't make Homelander feel anything at all, and even the skin wasn't hurt at all. The bullets all fell to the ground, and shapeshifting occurred. It can be seen how powerful Homelander's body is. Even a large machine gun bullet with a diameter of 20 millimeters is indifferent to him. This kind of bullet storm that can directly crush concrete and steel plates, except for leaving a pile of shapeshifting warheads on the ground. No injuries were left for Homelander. I'm Homelander, the most powerful hero in the beautiful country. Homelander raised his hands up, letting the camera record him. Over there, Mutant saw that ordinary weapons were useless, so he directly fired the tank inside and replaced it with powerful depleted uranium armor-piercing bullets. Although Nash's tank is said to be an antique close to World War II, this depleted uranium armor-piercing bomb is a veritable modern product. And not from anywhere else, but from the beautiful country. The most determined force against Magneto is the pretty country, but they are the ones that sell the most arms. This kind of high-level depleted uranium armor-piercing bomb is not something that small countries can master. It can penetrate half a meter of homogeneous steel plate at most, and can generate a high temperature of 6,000 degrees when it hits, which is almost close to the temperature of the sun's surface. Enough to melt all metals in the world. This weapon is used to deal with tanks, and now, this thing is used to kill people. Homelander just stood there, showing his strength without moving, which was his favorite thing. A tank main gun with a caliber of more than 100 millimeters was already aimed at him in the dark. Boom! The armor-piercing projectile was fired at an initial velocity of 1600 per second, and hit Homelander directly. Under such huge amounts of kinetic energy, the depleted uranium burned instantly, and the high temperature of 6,000 degrees bloomed directly on Homelander's chest. Ordinary people would be instantly vaporized by this terrifying temperature. Become gaseous. Not even the dross will remain. But Homelander is different, he is the most powerful and the best creation of Vought Corporation. The depleted uranium armor-piercing projectile only destroyed his battle suit, damaged the upper body of his battle suit, and then exposed the upper body of Homelander. But neither the tungsten steel warhead with powerful kinetic energy nor the 6,000-degree high temperature left any traces on Homelander's body. He just shook his body, and looked angrily at the mutant camp. The mutants who fired tank shells cheered. The huge amounts of flames made them think that Homelander had been directly vaporized by the terrifying temperature. They didn't have time to be happy for long. 2 red beams shot out directly from the flames. Homelander shot with hatred, the force field contained in it is simply terrifying. The active main battle tank exploded in an instant, melted, and turned into scrap copper and rotten iron all over the place. The mutants and humans inside turned into a pile of scorched residue before they could react. Then, the 2 terrifying red rays of light began to sweep across. The reinforced concrete was directly torn by the terrifying red light. Torn apart at the same time, there are many soldiers and mutants from the mutant side. Ah, why doesn't he die? Monster, this guy is a monster. Help, help me, I'm in so much pain. In the blink of an eye. This place has become a purgatory on Earth. The laser light in Homelander's eyes is extremely condensed, capable of restraining energy. If a person is cut in half, he can survive for a while before dying. This is a very terrifying torture for human beings. There were horrific screams everywhere. Homelander turned a deaf ear to all this, his face was full of anger, and the red light in his eyes kept killing. At this moment, he has long forgotten what superhero story is. Instead, he became a pure executioner. Everywhere he saw, people were torn apart by the red light. When a lunatic does not hide his strength completely, it is a disaster for ordinary people. Even mutant, in front of the powerful Homelander, has no ability to resist, and can only be slaughtered passively. Even if they wanted to escape, they couldn't escape the flight's Homelander. Homelander alone slaughtered this small city controlled by mutant. All who could resist were killed. Above the ground, blood flows like rivers, and human limbs and bones can be seen everywhere. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood and all kinds of bad smells, and it was completely like a circle of hell. When Magneto and Charles arrived here through the portal, they saw this horrible scene. Seeing this scene, Magneto's eyes were red, his fists were tightly clenched, and he made a rattling sound. The surrounding metal unconsciously floated into the air. His abilities are starting to lose control. Magneto has not felt this way for many years, angry but powerless. Seeing his compatriots die in front of him but there is nothing he can do, the powerful pain caused his ability to go berserk. Within a radius of 10,000 meters, all metals made a tooth-piercing sound. Calm. Charles sensed that the situation was not good, so he opened his mouth quickly. Using his powerful mind ability, Tuan Wanchi Wang Ping calmed down. Eric, what we need to do now is to rescue our fellow citizens. Instead of pointlessly venting anger. Hearing these words, Magneto gradually came to his senses. His own ability was also restrained by him. You are right, we need to rescue our fellow citizens now. The expression on Magneto's face gradually became animated. With the mutants around them, they went into action. Relying on the magical ability of mutant, in the surrounding ruins, look for possible survivors and bring them out. It is always easier to destroy than to build. Homelander only slaughtered wantonly for a few minutes, but Magneto and the others needed a long time to repair the pain. Every mutant's heart is full of anger and injustice. But this is just the beginning. Homelander is not a good guy in every sense. Perhaps at the beginning, he appeared here just to complete the plan of Water Company. But after several missions, he loves it here. Compared with being a superhero, he prefers to act recklessly, and everyone is in awe of him. Compared with the previous feeling, this kind of life made him more intoxicated. Homelander's actions here became more and more frequent. With the help of the World Security Council, they have neither intelligence nor targets at all. Even the original ruler of Nasha followed Homelander secretly. They instigated ordinary people here to participate in rebellion and carry out armed struggle. Not only ordinary humans, but even many mutants were persuaded by them to participate in the rebellion and betrayed their own race. This piece of land has become extremely chaotic. The World Security Council may be the culprit, but Vought and Homelander are absolutely behind the scenes. And Homelander is addicted to it. After returning to the company, it didn't take long for him to set a goal again. Homelander, should we wait a while? Mutant has been very vigilant recently, and many of our teams have been attacked. Homelander's assistant spoke. You mean to say that I'm no match for these so-called mutants? Homelander said with a smile on his face. No. I definitely didn't mean that. The beautiful assistant felt a burst of cold air from the bottom of her heart, and all the hairs on her body stood on end. As Homelander's assistant, she knows best what kind of person Homelander is. I definitely don't mean that. I mean, you've been really busy recently, do you need to take a break? It's really hard for you to work so hard for the company. The beautiful assistant changed her words immediately, without any hesitation. At this time, the smile on Homelander's face became even brighter. Unnecessary. For the company's risk, it is our responsibility. Go and choose a goal for me, and I will act immediately. Homelander with his feet on the table in his hands. Hold your head and give orders like this. No one present dared to say a word. Soon the staff selected the target and set off with the team. This time they chose a military base after mutants' contraction. All those stationed here are mutants in training. Magneto intends to build a professional army of mutants to keep them safe. He has no skills in duplication alone. And he can't protect all mutants forever. However, this place was listed as a key target of Water Corporation, and Homelander chose this place. After learning many lessons, the people of Water Company have also become very smart. Behind them is the powerful World Security Council with strong scientific and technological support. Before proceeding, block all outgoing communications from the base. Then Homelander made his move. Kill the show in front of the camera first, find a few actors to confirm their justice, and then attack. Homelander's attacks are brutal and leave no room. Mutants in the base have no resistance ability. Only a few instructors who came to train were able to resist a little bit. One man, Oleg, a tall man, was able to transform his body into any substance it touched. Another man called Lois summons a flaming whip and attacks. Homelander, you madman, you executioner, sooner or later you will be cast aside by everyone. Oleg shouted. He transformed his body into diamonds to block Homelander's blow. Hearing his words, Homelander had a prey look on his face. With a flash of his body, he appeared in front of Oleg like a phantom and kicked him to the ground with one kick. One leg stepped on his chest. He put his right hand next to his ear, and said loudly with an exaggerated expression. What did you say? I can't hear you, speak up. Oleg, who was trampled on the soles of his feet, was very sad and angry, but he couldn't resist at all. He was powerless to resist Homelander's incomparably powerful strength. You madman, sooner or later, you will die in the hands of others like an ant. Oleg can only keep cursing. Ha ha ha, Homelander let out a wild laugh. Idiots talk about dreams, a pathetic guy like you can only lie on the ground. Curse me impotent, but your curse has no effect at all. Under the company's publicity, I will become the biggest hero in the world. And you are just some terrorists. Homelander's eyes couldn't help but be smug. Oleg wanted to curse, but his chest was crushed and he couldn't make a sound. Your body is a diamond. I want to know if a diamond can block all attacks. How hard can your body be? Homelander's eyes instantly became fierce. He raised his foot and stepped on it heavily. Click. Oleg's whole body was directly shattered. The shattering of diamonds looks no different from ordinary glass. Even the hardest material has its own limit. It seems that your ability is not as strong as you show. Homelander gave a disdainful glance at the corpse at his feet. With a glare, the red light kills Lois. Then he patted the clothes very disdainfully. He left here with his own shooting team. By the time Magneto and the others realized something was wrong and rushed over, there were already dead bodies all over the place. Even the mutants who were still alive were captured by them. Magneto and the others could only shake their heads feebly. What makes them even more angry is, it is the actions of the water company. They not only packaged the massacre as an action to uphold justice. The executioner Homelander who carried out the massacre has become a hero in the eyes of ordinary people. Mutant became the biggest villain. And those mutants who were captured became the masses rescued by them. When he saw this news on TV, Magneto was about to explode. Charles, don't you believe it? They want us dead. They want us wiped out. Without the approval of those people, there is absolutely no way they would have done it. This is war. Genocide war. Magneto roared angrily. Charles was also full of helplessness, even a little angry and sad. Since they want war, we'll give them war. We declare war on the Water Corporation in full force. Either they die, or we die. Magneto gritted his teeth, bleeding. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.